Chapter 451 Code of Conduct. His brief blunder with Iris aside, the rest of the installation proceeded without issue. Once the cockpit's interior became whole again, they invited the mech pilot assigned to this inheritor to test it out. "Will anything really change?" Chief Carmen asked with a healthy dose of skepticism. "I know it doesn't seem very impactful, but it's been proved that the surroundings of a mech pilot can drastically influence the way he pilots his mech. A pilot who is uncomfortable in his own mech will only be able to exert 80% of his full potential." VS quoted an old study that actually tested this premise out. Put a mech pilot in a rotting old rusted cockpit, and his performance fell off a cliff. Nevertheless, adding excessive comforts in the cockpit risked to backfire as mech pilots tended to become more complacent while they piloted. They lost their edge and became less alert. After decades of experimentation, the mech industry came to a consensus that the best cockpit was a clean and sterile environment. Any comfort provided to the pilot should be understated and invisible. It should facilitate the mech pilot for long stretches of time without inducing too much physical discomfort. It should also be uncomfortable enough to keep the mech pilots on his toes. All of this sounded simple at first glance, but in practice it was very hard to apply. Every mech designer held their own ideas on how far they needed to go in terms of inducing comfort and tension. VS had always leaned towards the camp that stated that the best way to go was to go with comfort. It fit well with the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord designs, as they had both been designed to operate for long stretches of time. The X factor was also strongly associated with comfort, though not everyone bought this line of thinking. Many mech designers found excessive attention to this area to be a massive waste of time. VS remembered his last visit to Limar, where he got entangled in a design duel with Oleg. Master Olsen's genius disciple strongly believed that designing a stronger mech mattered the most. "Would you rather sit in a comfy chair as your mech falls short and explodes, or sit in a neutral chair and ride your mech to victory?" In any case, Chief Carmen and Lieutenant Chandis shared the same skepticism as they watched the mech pilot clamber into the completely renewed cockpit. "Everything is shifted," the mech pilot broadcasted from the cockpit. "Give me a couple of minutes. I have to relearn where everything is positioned." They waited and waited until the inheritor finally booted up. The slim mech came to live and started to stretch its hands and fingers. "How is it going so far?" VS asked while he glanced at the control panel that showed the inheritor's parameters. Everything looked green so far. "Are you feeling okay?" "Okay? This is more than okay. I feel great." The mech pilot displayed the usual exuberance of someone who got dosed in the X factor for the first time of their life. VS was highly familiar to such reactions, so as soon as he heard the jubilation in the voice, he knew he succeeded. The mech he worked on radiated a faint pressure. It was very weak, and were it not for his highly tuned senses and his knowledge on what to look out for, VS wouldn't have been able to spot it. He was afraid that his work on the cockpit was too inconsequential to count, but evidently his fears could be put to rest. Back at the professor's office, VS and Iris waited in their seats as Velton finished parsing the readings. "I see that your test pilot has performed up to 28% better than usual at the start, but diminished as the simulated combat tests dragged on. How can you prove it's not the placebo effect at work?" Professor Velton doubted the effectiveness of his changes. She insinuated that the only reason the mech pilot delivered a better performance than the norm was because he was motivated to do so, and he mistakenly believed the rearranged cockpit would measurably improve his piloting ability. Many times, the performance of a mech pilot hinged on his beliefs. If he believed a battle could be won, his morale would be high. If he believed he was being sent into a hopeless battle, his morale would be rock bottom, and he would be constantly thinking about escaping rather than winning the battle. If VS had access to more mechs, he could have set up a rigorous experiment to prove that it wasn't just a delusion at work. Unfortunately, he was only allowed to work on a single mech, so he couldn't provide any hard data to prove otherwise. He instead turned to another argument he prepared beforehand. I can't rule out the influence of the placebo effect, but suppose that this may be true, what does it matter? Any chance we can increase the performance of the mech pilots of the Inheritor is one we should grasp. Even if the mech pilots find out the truth and the placebo effect loses its strength, we've already reaped the benefits by then. Truth or false, the 28% performance boost is very real. Velton looked very severe at VS. You are playing a dangerous game here. You are playing with the fundamental trust that mech pilots have bestowed on mech designers such as you and me. They entrust us with the design of their war steeds. What you have just suggested is a violation of the responsibilities we hold as mech designers. The accusation bit deep into VS. The professor wasn't wrong. VS essentially tried to pass off snake oil as medicine to their gullible mech pilots. Once they found out the truth, every mech designer aboard the Wolf Mother would suffer a collective loss of trust and intimacy. The consequences are heavy, but what's a little scorn compared to a failed operation and the defeat and dissolution of the 6th flagrant vandals? We need to pull out all the stops for the upcoming system assault. In my opinion, we shouldn't be afraid of resorting to short-term gains that come with a price. As long as we delay the payment, anything is justified. If his ethics professor back at the Rittersberg University of Technology could hear his words, the old man would smack his face until his cheeks turned red. Professor Velton shook in her seat, and it seemed as if she contemplated doing the same, despite the risk of breaking her fragile hands. A few seconds later, she subsided for some reason. Do you know that the MTA routinely investigate egregious violations to the code of conduct of mech designers? You do not have to break the law to run afoul of their compliance department. Mentioning the compliance department sent a chill through the backs of VS and Iris. The relatively boring administrative name belied the enormous amount of power they wielded over human space. They enforced the rules set by the MTA and more famously cracked down on any organization that violated the fundamental taboos set at the start of the age of Mechs. One of those taboos happened to be a prohibition on the development and propagation of weapons of mass destruction, something which VS had deliberately stepped upon a while ago. If the MTA ever found out that he worked on a gamma laser rifle, the compliance department would hunt for him to the ends of the galaxy. In short, VS did not wish to be investigated by the compliance department. Yet on the matter of the cockpit, VS believed that the MTA had better things to do. They wouldn't move out their compliance department over a small violation of ethics. The ends justify the means, especially since the means don't come with a heavy price, he retorted calmly. Trust can be regained and bridges can be rebuilt, but the dead can never be brought back to life. What's the harm of telling a couple of white lies? This argument weakened the senior's resolve, but it hadn't been able to tear down her adherence to the rules. Beneficial or not, it is wrong to deceive the mech pilots. I won't accept any deception in my department. This old hag. VS wanted to curse this stubborn senior, but held his emotions in check. He absolutely couldn't afford to reveal his true emotions. His face slipped into an impassive expression as he extended another argument. Ma'am, too much is at stake for you to make this decision on your own. Compared to a short-term performance boost of up to 30%, it's a lot better than any other proposal. Why not take it up to Colonel Lowenfield and let her decide? As the commander of this regiment, she should have the ultimate say on what is best for her mech pilots. This seemed to resonate with Professor Velton. She mentioned the code of conduct to illustrate why he shouldn't propose his plans, so VS threw it back in her face. The code of conduct stated that mech designers who worked on behalf of a client should be responsive to their demands. Mech designers also needed to be open and transparent about their work, and be ready to flip their designs in a completely new direction if their clients demanded any major shifts. VS basically maneuvered the professor into kicking the issue upstairs. If Velton refused to bring the issue up to Colonel Lowenfield, then she would prove that she was a hypocrite who didn't live by the rules she espoused. Eventually, the professor came to a decision. Wait a moment. A screen that shielded most sounds and transmissions from leaking out sprang up around the professor. VS patiently waited as Velton rang up the colonel and presumably discussed his proposal. Several minutes later, the screen disappeared and Velton came back into clear view. Her wrinkled lips pursed with discontent. The colonel, in her eminent wisdom, has decided that the stakes are too high. She has weighed the extra work your proposal demands and the downsides to lying to our own mech pilots against the benefits that it might bring. And? VS wanted to ask, but he kept his eagerness from bursting out his words. She approved your proposal. In fact, she gave us broad discretion on how to reschedule the planning so that we can deliver the finished Mech to the mech pilots at the right time. Too soon, and the placebo effect will wear off before we launch the assault. Too late, and the mech pilots won't be accustomed to the buckethead interface and the other changes. VS and Iris grinned. Were it not for sitting in front of a senior, they would have whooped and cheered. The most important thing was that VS finally got something solid past the professor's walls. Sure, he might have pissed her off, but he didn't take it too hard. His goals were pure. The professor spoke again. You shall be held responsible for coming up with this proposal and implementing it to as many inheritors as possible. Work with the planners at logistics to get this done. I don't want my hands to be stained with this project. Will do, Professor. VS bowed his head in thankfulness. Though he hadn't expected to be held responsible for the broad implementation of his design changes, it was an unexpected boost for him. For as long as VS stayed aboard the Wolf Mother, he had never gotten exposed to any other major assets of the Vandals. He didn't know how many ships they owned and how many mechs they could field. He could finally fill in some of the gaps in his knowledge if he was given the right access. Anyone else might think this job was a bother, but VS saw it as a prime opportunity to learn more about the Vandals. Chapter 452 Hidden Strength. How did you know that punting the decision to Colonel Lowenfield would work? Iris curiously asked VS after they stepped out of the professor's office. It's simple. As much as we should respect Professor Velton's accomplishments, you have to realize that she's a single cog in the machine that keeps the flagrant Vandals running. An important cog, but still a tool nonetheless. Her priorities are derived from orders from above, so we shouldn't expect any flexibility from her. To get an exception, we have to reach the ultimate authority who issued those orders. From what VS had gathered about Colonel Lowenfield, she did whatever it took to achieve her goals. That was not to say that she was ruthless, but she recognized she needed to bend the rules sometimes in order to keep the flagrant Vandals afloat through these difficult times. I see. That's very smart of you, VS, though I won't imagine the professor being pleased with what you pulled off. You did disregard her words in front of her face. She's not the one in charge around here. The stakes are too high to follow the normal process. Only by reaching someone who has to take the entire situation into account is qualified to decide on our proposal. He hadn't been wrong about the colonel. Despite never having met the figure, VS heard more than enough stories to paint a basic picture about the commander of the flagrant Vandals. Rumor had it that she hadn't climbed the ranks of the Vandals. Instead, she used to lead another mech regiment before being banished to the Vandals after their previous commander mysteriously disappeared. Her posting should have been her downfall, but instead her competence and go-getter attitude revitalized the declining mech regiment. Naturally, most of the Vandals weren't aware that their existence ran on borrowed money, lots of it in fact. Hence why this upcoming assault was all the more important. Its scale surpassed a casual raid, but did not reach the level of a full invasion. Their main goal was to steal everything of value and wreak havoc upon the industries of the Visions, all the while taking into account that enemy reinforcements might arrive at any time. Speed would therefore be essential to the assault. They couldn't afford the time to play it slow and safe. The Vandals needed to overwhelm the defenders quickly, and that meant throwing lots of inheritor mechs at enemy positions. VS? Yes, Iris? What do you think about the Vija Kingdom? VS slowed his pace in the corridor. Why did she ask such a question to him? I'd say there are mortal enemies. No offense, Iris, but your state has tried to conquer the Republic over and over again. It's hard not to wish ill of the kingdom. It's okay. I feel the same way, Iris responded with a gentle tone. She even slid closer to him and wrapped an arm around his back. I hate the circumstances we live in. Everyone is brought up from birth to respect the nobles and to fight for their cause. We didn't even realize we were tools to the ruling class until we suffered in person. Your family even collaborated with the MTA, right? That should have been a great honor. The Jupiter family did well in the kingdom, but ultimately they weren't part of a noble house. It only took one incident to tear down everything their lineage had built. Iris shook her head. The Vision ruling class are predominantly mech pilots, did you know that? Competition between heirs is fierce, and often the one who has the bigger fist will win the battle for succession. People have a tendency to flock to potentates, but they don't realize that much of their lives revolve around training to fight. When every position of leadership in our state is occupied by a glory-hungry battle fiend, it's no surprise that they are constantly chafing to go to war with your republic. And the norms who stepped over their potentate rivals tend to be schemers or strategists who can deal a lot more damage if they're in charge of a military force. VS concurred. Hardly anyone has inherited a duchy by advocating for peace and mutual respect. Their culture differed too much from the Bright Republic. Despite being neighbors for hundreds of years, they simply held too many different opinions to live side by side in peace. The war between the two states would never end until one of them ceased to exist. So back to my question, do you hate the kingdom? VS had to gather his thoughts for a second. He always hated the kingdom, but not to the extent of forming a personal vendetta against him. He mostly inherited his dislike for them from his parents and his fellow Brighters. The only time they personally affronted him was when they attempted to raid the Mech nursery. Even then, he didn't blame them for doing so. Would the Komodo Star sector be better off if the Vija Kingdom is wiped off the map? Of that I have no doubt. I don't hate the people who make up your state. They're just poor chumps who have been brought up to believe in a flawed and outdated system of governance. Iris smiled at him. Thank you for keeping a clear mind. I'm glad you think that way about us. Not everyone in the kingdom is hungry for slaughter. They took up their new duties after that. Their new duties basically tasked them with coordinating with logistics and assisting them in establishing the most optimal schedule to overhaul the inheritors to the modified design. VS needed to go to the core of the Wolf Mother for that. Usually highly guarded, the restricted area was where the heart of the Vandals rested. VS only got a small glimpse of the clean interiors and rows of processors before he got ushered into the office of an officer in charge of logistics. The next week passed by in a frantic pace. The Vandal fleet began to move and use up some of their stockpile of materials to begin their major overhauls. The Inheritor was not the only design that led to a large-scale adjustment project. Modified designs for the Hellcat and Akara mechs had gone through as well, forcing the Vandals to stretch their limited industrial capacity even further. Logistics prioritized the overhaul of the Akara and Hellcat models over the Inheritors. VS could do nothing against this favoritism, but he did his best to prevent them from neglecting the Inheritor and to allocate every available bit of spare capacity to modifying the light mechs. VS yawned a bit as he sat behind a terminal in the logistics department. His job the last few days amounted to acting like a glorified babysitter. He was there to make sure that logistics did their job and didn't slack off for some reason for another. At least I have access to some of their more restricted information banks this time. In order to do his job effectively, VS required an overview of all the assets of the flagrant vandals. This was the fire time he got a broad top-level picture of the strength of the Mech regiment. So when VS saw that the flagrant vandals actively fielded more than 3,000 Mechs and Mech pilots, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. 3,000 fieldable Mechs! The vandals also carried extra spare Mechs, but the important point was that the vandals possessed way more strength than was typical for a Mech regiment. Most ran with 2,000 Mechs for a reason. For the vandals to accomplish something like this without told him much about their raw ambitions. VS bet that a large reason why the vandals went knee-deep into debt was because of this reckless expansion. Why do they need so many Mechs? What are they hiding? Mech regiments possessed a large amount of authority. They picked their own Mech models and organized their units according to their own customs. Some Mech regiments fielded fewer than 1,000 Mechs, while others brought 500 extra Mechs along. Yet VS had never heard of a regiment from the Republic with over 3,000 working Mechs. All of these MEs happened to be riding on a score of combat carriers and transports that must have cost a lot to obtain. A regiment doesn't expand its strength by 50% without a reason. He tried to scour for additional details from his terminal's connection to the restricted database, but found nothing relevant that could answer his questions. Strangely as it seemed, despite the database containing strong signs that the vandals fielded an extra 1,000 Mechs, no one aboard the Wolf Mother except for the elites who worked in the restricted section knew about this. What this did mean? VS didn't know. He truly didn't know. After some hesitation, he walked up to the logistical officer and gently asked the fellow what was going on. Mr. Larkin's son, I don't need to remind you that you should keep such information locked within your mind. The men outside this section do not need to know that our roles are considerably larger than is publicly known. Understood, sir. Not a lot of words passed between them. VS read between the lines that his posting here was of some significance. Despite the boring and thankless nature of his current assignment, the true objective of his presence here seemed to be preparing him for something else. And for that, VS needed to be aware of the true scale in which the vandals worked. At the end of the meeting, the officer left him with one final sentence. The colonel is keeping an eye on you. That caused VS to subconsciously shiver. How did he attract the attention of such a legendary figure within the vandals? His earlier wordplay against Professor Velton shouldn't have been significant enough to register on her radar. As his mind filled with confusion, he eventually finished his shift and returned to the design department. He returned back in time to grab some freshly cooked dinner, so he eagerly grabbed a plate and sat down at the same table as Lyda and Pierce. You're not hanging out with your girlfriend this time? Pierce verbally jabbed at VS. I beg your pardon? You're spending most of your time with Iris these days. VS coughed with embarrassment. My relationship with her is purely professional. I've never given her an opening to sink her teeth into me. Alec has already warned me not to entangle myself with the Vision rebels. Both of his fellow Mech designers shook their heads. Don't you know how the two of you look when you work together side by side? Lyda spoke out. The two of you are just like a married couple. Lyda widened her eyes and shoved her palm over her mouth. Sorry. I don't mean any disrespect. Hey, I'm just an apprentice Mech designer, just like you. There's no need to apologize. They awkwardly returned to their meals. As VS ate some kind of pasta dish, he thought about his interactions with Iris so far. From his perspective, he had acted with perfect propriety throughout his interactions with Iris. The only problem was that the Vision had a tendency to place her hand or arm around his body. As much as VS pretended to be unaffected, he had to admit her touch felt nice. Still, VS always kept his rationality at the forefront and devoted as much of his attention to the business at hand. This should have been the right approach, but he did not factor in the opinions of others. Even if he could say that he would never do something as stupid as defect to the Vision rebels, his words would hold no strength. Lyda and Pierce placed more faith on their own observations over any excuses that VS could come up with. VS felt a little alienated by the tentative friends he made during his stay here. Before long, he would be completely separated from his fellow mech designers, just like what had happened during their training phase. Chapter 453 Distant Connection. During his shifts at logistics, his expertise often needed to be employed to streamline the mass overhaul projects. If not for his understanding of what it took to perform each overhaul, the planners would have delivered an uneven mix of materials or allocated too many mech technicians to a particular project. Despite this, the sheer scale of this undertaking meant that screw-ups happened plenty of times. Shuttles delivered batches of materials to the wrong logistics ship. A chief technician suffered an accident that left him indisposed. Mech pilots of two different squads got into a giant brawl over an argument on whose mech should undergo an upgrade first. These incidents revealed that not all was well with the flagrant vandals. As much as they showed a lot of outward strength, internally the rot had already started to set in. Discipline was tight, but not as tight as a proper mech regiment of the Mech Corps. As VS spent more days among the wizards who tried to make sense of what went on within the Vandals, he became jaded to the incidents. The strain over the last couple of years took a toll on everyone. He didn't take the annoyances to heart. While every workshop aboard every ship worked to transform their inheritors, Hellcats and Icaras, the massive Vandal fleet continued to transition in and out of FTL. Guided by their rebel allies, their approach had remained undetected so far. Observation ships and drones that should have detected their presence had long been co-opted by the local rebels who called the shots around these places. Despite running through the territories of over half a dozen different rebel groups, so far none of them seemed to have ratted out their presence in the middle of Vision territory. VS truly didn't know how the Vision Revolutionary Front even managed to do so. So many people knew about the intrusion of the Vandals that it should have been impossible to keep a lid under the news, but nevertheless not a single ship of the Mech Legion arrived to confront the intruders. Anticipation and eagerness started building up among the servicemen of the Vandals. They lived to raid, and the upcoming operation would be one of the most expansive attacks since the foundation of their Mech regiment. To attack a prepared industrial star system was entirely different from raiding an underdeveloped system. With industry came wealth. With wealth came strength. Even the least impressive industrial systems would be able to rally thousands of mechs in their defense. Naturally, only a fraction of them consisted of mechs from the Mech Legion and their local version of the Planetary Guard. Much of the mechs on these planets actually tended to be owned by gangs, mercenary corps, and company forces. VS had witnessed their strength and behavior in the Glowing Planet campaign. When it came down to it, they always prioritized their own benefits. He envisioned that in the upcoming attacks, most of those outfits would stay put and defend their own stretches of land. Even if their neighbor got attacked and overwhelmed by a group of Vandal mechs, as long as they didn't turn their rapacious hunger to them, these forces wouldn't lift a finger to help. Thus, the effective amount of mechs arrayed against the flagrant Vandals should be just a fraction of the star system's total strength. The only problem was that a highly developed planet always supplemented their mechs with non-mech garrison troops. As long as the defenders threw enough infantry, tanks, and aircraft at the Vandals, their assault would be heavily stymied. However, this problem would not apply this time. According to the occasional loose lips that escaped from the mouths of the specialists at logistics, All of these regiments had in fact been infiltrated by the rebels to such an extent that they could instantly suppress the loyalists among their ranks and take effective control over their regiments. Instead of being an asset to the star system's defense, they would instead aid its downfall. As a cherry on top, the rebels would prime the sequence of events by employing their off-planet assets. Ships and space-borne mechs disguised as pirates would distract the system's defenders and stretch them out and defeat them in detail. VS did not hear much more of how the Vandals and the rebel movements would do the defenders in, but the audacity of their plans and the scale of their operation truly frightened him. Were it not for the signs that the Vandals and the VRF have possibly planned this move for years, VS would have tried to weasel his way out. The Wolf Mother won't be staying too far away from the fighting. This was an operation which required all hands on deck. Besides the hidden force of 1,000 mechs, the entire public strength of the flagrant Vandals would be put to use. The Vandals couldn't afford to hold back the Wolf Mother and the other logistical ships in a nearby abandoned star system. That would require supplementing their defense with escorts, which would take away too many mechs from the actual assault. No. Colonel Lowenfield decreed that the logistical ships would travel behind but close to the main fleet. This would allow them to remain in the protective embrace of the main Vandal fleet, while simultaneously also providing timely support services. Of course, they also needed to be close to load up on all the loot the Vandals obtained from the industrial system. No one expected the Wolf Mother to be threatened, but plans rarely went according to plan. Still, VS was reasonably assured that she wouldn't be blown apart. The Vandals valued her too much to let her get scratched. With a week or so to go until they arrived at their final destination, VS reached the end of his shift and left the restricted area. As he walked back to the design department, an officer stepped in his way and barred his path forward. VS tried to shuffle to the side, but the man who stood in his way moved in the same direction. He started to frown and studied the officer. His shoulder pips designated him as a mech captain, one who led over an entire company of mechs. Please make way. I have to return to my assigned compartment. Mr. Larkin's son, please wait a moment, the officer said. My name is Captain Branzer. On behalf of my men, I just want to express our gratitude to you. We've heard of your efforts to attract some attention to the inheritors that some of my men are piloting. Ever since the mech technicians returned them to our hands, we've noticed the difference you've made. That's good to hear. VS blinked. Captain, I'm just doing my job. I should be thankful to your men for their willingness to fight for the Republic. Branza smiled in a cynical fashion. For the Republic? Ha, as if. The Republic has done nothing to help us survive. It's only through the Colonel's efforts and your help that we'll be able to come back home with most of our lives intact. VS ought to feel indignant about his dismissal about the role the Republic played, but in the interests of tact, he let it slide. In fact, he eyed the captain in a different light. This was the first officer of the Vandals who approached him on his own accord and expressed his appreciation for his work. Perhaps VS could make use of this unexpected meeting. If you aren't busy, Captain, would you like to have a drink with me? Certainly. Both of them detoured to a nearby officer's lounge. The well-stocked bar offered an abundance of authentic liquors while the well-furnished interior gave the lounge a sense of class. So I heard you're a proper Larkin's son. Is that true? If you mean I'm related to the famous Larkin's sons, then yes, I'm part of the family. My father is veteran in fact. Oh? Which regiment did he serve in? As they sat next to a screen that displayed a simulated expanse of stars, VS began to pump the captain for information. Of course, VS didn't go about it in an obvious manner. He lulled the captain into complacency by talking about his youth with the Larkin sons and what he learned while studying mech design. All the while, VS poured more alcohol in both of their drinks, which they promptly swigged down at regular intervals. While the captain slowly began to get smashed, VS retained all of his faculties. Possessing an extreme amount of endurance sure came in handy at this time. Once VS judged that he sufficiently plied the unwitting captain with booze, he started sprinkling some of his actual questions in between their conversation. "So, I've heard a bit about Colonel Lowenfield since the Mech Corps transferred me here. What's the deal with her?" "The Colonel?" Branzer burped while his eyes curled into pleasure. "She sure turned everything around. Back then, we were really running on strings. The money ran out, supposedly. On paper, all of our mechs were in tip-top shape, but in truth half of them were in such an awful state that they'd malfunction as soon as they launched out of the hangar bays. How did the arrival of the new colonel turn all of this around?" "Beats me." "You don't know, Captain?" "Hey, my job is to pilot a mech. Logistics and finance isn't my strong suit. That's where Colonel Lowenfield comes in. She's our EMF." As a Larkin son, VS was more than aware of what the term REMF stood for. It was a highly impolite term for an officer who with a non-combat background. For example, the specialists and officers he worked with at the logistics department didn't have the strength to scare away a dog, but their work was vitally important in making sure that the vandals who fought in the front lines would have access to adequate mechs and supplies. Still, it came to a huge surprise to VS that Colonel Lowenfield was not a mech pilot and had never personally wielded a weapon into battle. "I thought that every commander of a mech regiment is supposed to be experienced in battle," VS responded with a puzzled tone of voice. "If they aren't mech pilots, then they ought to be former ones who are too injured to return to the cockpit." Practically every armed force of the state in the galaxy was led by a current or former mech pilot. It was considered as a near sacrosanct rule. Mech pilots only respected other mech pilots. Taking orders from REMF was one of their worst nightmares. History was littered with many incidents where the mech pilots of a mech regiment mutinied against their non-combat officers. Captain Branzer acknowledged his puzzlement, even as he downed another shot of liquor. "You'd think so, but you're wrong. The problem with us vandals is that we got too many muscle-brained fighters and not enough of those clever types. Whoever the Mech Corps punts in our direction tends to be the stupider variants of those kinds of people. I swear the Mech Corps wants to make us all stupid." "If that's so, how did the colonel manage to end up in the vandals?" "Oh, it's all classified and stuff. Supposedly some foul business went on at Citadel Havensworth, and she somehow got banished to our corner of the Republic instead of being cashiered from the service. She even got a promotion to colonel out of it in order to shut her up and make her qualified to lead over the vandals." The mentioning of Citadel Havensworth pinged his memories. VS began to have a bad feeling about this. "Do you happen to know who banished her from the Citadel?" "Dunno. Can't remember. Well, maybe it's the base commander. I need another shot." His worst fear ended up to be true. Depending on the timing, his famous Uncle Ark Larkinson may or may not have assumed the duty of base commander. Even if he hadn't been promoted yet, he would have still been close to that orbit. The fateful decision to banish Colonel Lowenfield from a prize posting at the front lines of this current war to the dumping ground of the Mech Corps must have certainly involved Uncle Ark. Was this way the colonel kept her eye on him? Chapter 454 Caught in the Web. Not everyone knew about Colonel Lowenfield's past, and those that did generally kept their mouths shut. Due to the eclectic backgrounds of the servicemen, the flagrant vandals developed something of a custom of not looking into anyone's past. VS hoped no one minded his attempt at digging into the colonel's backstory. He left Captain Branzer to sober up with the help of a pill and left the lounge. What he learned up to this point weighed increasingly heavy on his mind. The more time he spent with the vandals, the more he learned they weren't so simple. The rest of the Mech Corps treated the vandals with disdain, but this also allowed them to bend or break the rules with impunity. Nominally, The 6th Flagrant Vandals Regiment answered to the 3rd Tari Division. In practice, the 3rd Tari exerted almost no measurable influence or control over their erstwhile subordinates. If they placed observers within the ranks of the Vandals, then they must have probably been bought or subverted somehow, because some of the things they did would never fly in the Republic. Collaborating with the Visions, taking loans from unknown entities, exceeding the limits on fieldable mechs, this sure is a doozy. VS felt sure that this was just the tip of the iceberg. The Flagrant Vandals had been left to their own devices for so long that they had almost gone feral. Nobody he met except for those transferred and recently held any belonging to the Republic. Perhaps even those who left family behind became increasingly estranged to their former ties as the strict isolation left them to turn to their fellow servicemen for comradeship. It seemed as if the only reason they hadn't cut ties with the Republic was because they wouldn't get access to the central database anymore. In every other area except research and development, they achieved tentative self-sufficiency. Oh, I can't forget about the debt as well. He didn't know how reliable Alec's statement of the Vandals being over 200 billion bright credits in the red. From what he had seen so far, the journeyman might have lowballed the actual figure. Keeping 2,000 mechs and mech pilots in fighting condition was hard enough. Adding an extra 1,000 on top of that would bankrupt any force trying to stay afloat by themselves. There was a reason many private outfits tended to field 100 mechs or less. The amount of overhead ramped up pretty hard as larger outfits needed to provide more services. Gathering so many mech pilots in a single place also tended to be difficult to manage, as without sufficient discipline, they had a habit of getting into ego-fueled duels and brawls. The Flagrant Vandals could count on their professionalism to stem the tide of these phenomena, but only to an extent. Working in the restricted area provided him with plenty of signs that discipline had already begun to strain. A mech regiment that resembled criminal gangs more than a proud unit of the Mech Corps could not expect its mech pilots to. That left VS with the most pressing question on his mind. What is their endgame? VS did not hold any delusions that the Flagrant Vandals fought out of duty, loyalty, or patriotism. The bright Republic was worth fart for these marginalized servicemen. Colonel Lowenfield seemed to be steering them towards some other goal that he couldn't quite figure out yet. Whatever it was, she felt it necessary to expand their numbers by half. Given her background as a logistical officer, much of her plans would be well out of sight. People like her knew how to hide plenty of secrets in plain sight. The Vandals think that Lowenfield has rescued them from ruin. It's the opposite. She's leading them to eventual damnation. The worst thing about it was that VS had no means of conveying his suspicions to the Mech Corps or anyone else back home. If he had access to his personal comm and the system, he might have been able to covertly send a message to the right people. But without his toys, he possessed very little means to halt this dormant but threatening crisis. It's like boarding onto a passenger ship from orbit, only to find out that she is slowly descending into atmosphere and will eventually crash onto the surface of a planet. It's a one-way trip, and all the escape pods are tightly guarded by the whole crew who are intent on riding this ship to her final destination. If VS threw all caution to the wind, he might be able to storm the communications center in the restricted area with the help of the Amastendra. The dematerialized weapon was his only hidden asset, and could deal an awesome amount of damage, enough to pull off a surprise attack, but only once. He quickly discarded the idea of pulling off such a harebrained gambit. The Vandals would surely kill him even if he got his message out. He was like a fly who got entangled in the web of a spider. Colonel Lowenfield would never let anyone go, least of all VS. His only choice was to wait for an opportunity. The next couple of days, VS continued to act as if he hadn't realized anything. He played the dutiful mech designer who occasionally assisted the planners in getting the right supplies to the right people. The overhauled mechs took shape. With almost all of the mechs in the fleet configured anew, The anticipation building up inside everyone's heart had almost reached their bursting point. The mech pilots of the Inheritors particularly enjoyed the rare enhancements, even if most of it turned out to be illusionary. VS personally paid a visit to the revamped Mechs and found that though extremely weak, they at least held a shadow of a presence in the imaginary realm. While it hardly made a difference, the Inheritor pilots celebrated even a minor increase in performance. How could they not, when they had been deprived for so long? Still, many mech pilots were rearing up to go against divisions. Morale couldn't get any higher. They needed an outlet soon, or else this temporary increase in battle spirit would be wasted. "What's it like for the Wolf Mother to enter into an active battle zone?" VS asked Alec one day during breakfast. "That rarely happens, but this isn't a usual raid." Alec grunted as he formed his thoughts. "It's nerve-wracking. Even if the chances of getting directly attacked are low, it still happened a couple of times in the past. Stealth technology being what it is, there are many ways divisions can circumvent our patrols and sneak up to the hull of our factory ship." VS knew how different stealth technologies worked when utilized by mechs, but he didn't have a good grasp on their effectiveness in space-borne combat. "Is it easy for an infiltrator ship to come close?" "It's easier to approach a small ship than a larger one. It depends on the scanners, really. The Wolf Mother possesses an excellent array of sensors, but most are geared towards detecting minerals. While they can still be repurposed to detect approaching infiltrators, most of them are constructed out of non-metallic composites, together with other stealth technologies, and it becomes damn hard to spot any infiltrator trying to come up alongside our ship." That explained the ease in which some of the last ships VS had traveled upon had been boarded so easily. "Is there a downside to this?" "Just like with mechs, an exterior geared for stealth is paper thin. They don't make for very good armor, frankly. A single rifleman mech can blow them out of space within seconds. We've taken out more infiltrator ships than we can count. There's an easy method to counteract their approach if we make the right preparations." The countermeasure turned out to be the spread of very fine microparticles. These little bits of metallic dust would constantly be fanned out from the Wolf Mother in an all-encompassing sphere. While the cloud of microparticles would rapidly dilute the further away from the Wolf Mother they traveled, within a certain range they remained highly effective in revealing the presence of anything material trying to approach the factory ship. "That's surprisingly low-tech," VS commented. "It's like throwing powder in the air and looking at them carefully as they float in the air. As soon as something invisible bumps into them, they'll leave in discrepancy in the uniform cloud. As long as it works, it doesn't matter how simple the idea is. In truth, there's plenty of downsides to this method. First, we have to stockpile a lot of materials to keep pumping out these microparticles. Second, the effective range is very limited. Beyond a kilometer or more, the cloud is so diluted that we won't be able to track any approaches being made by smaller vessels such as stealth boarding torpedoes. More advanced states used more sophisticated means to detect the stealthy buggers, but those weren't anything the Vandals could get their hands on. They had to settle on the spaceship equivalent of throwing powder in the air. At least VS received some reassurance that trouble wouldn't likely come and knock at the Wolf Mother's door. As a factory ship, she could hardly take on a determined force of enemy mechs. As the time of the operation became imminent, Professor Velton called every mech designer for a final briefing. Everyone filed into the conference room and took their seats. VS and Iris automatically sat together at the far end of the room. "Everyone is here." "Good." The old lady nodded sternly. "Now, since the main fleet is at the cusp of beginning the operation, I am finally allowed to lift its curtain." A projection shimmered in front of them. It depicted a fairly standard binary star system. One star consisted of a yellow dwarf, while the other one was a much weaker red dwarf. Both suns exhibited normal behavior for stars and orbited rather tightly around each other. Several planets orbited beyond both stars in roughly circular orbits. This is the Dietmund system, a moderate industrial locus of the Amodris Duchy. It is ruled by two noble houses, each of them occupying an inhabited planet each. Dietmund II is smaller but closer to the twin suns. It's a hothouse that's barely habitable to humans, but is a hotbed to local industries due to their proximity to such a massive heat source. If you look at the artificial satellites around orbit, they all consist of highly automated solar forges. They present Dietmund II with a fairly slow but highly efficient method of refining ores into usable materials. If more heat is required, they will make use of the star forge that occasionally orbits in between the twin stars. One mech designer raised a hand. How much ore is being processed at this planet? A considerable amount, enough to supply the neighboring industrial planets with a portion of their material needs. The Dietmund system sits at a strategic route that makes it a convenient stop for traders looking to refine their raw materials and decrease the amount of mass they are hauling from planet to planet. Ma'am, are there any valuable exotics being processed at Dietmund II? Sadly, no. The system is too unimportant and doesn't offer any facilities that are capable enough to work with highly reactive exotics. Professor Velton pointed at the projection and highlighted the star forge. This is the only location in the system that holds a considerable amount of exotics. However, its proximity to the sun makes it very risky to relieve it of its booty. As of this point, we do not have any mech in our roster that can withstand the heat long enough to approach this satellite. V.S. stood up to ask his own question. Professor, pardon my question, but what makes Dietmund II valuable then? There doesn't appear to be much production going on at the surface of this heat-ridden planet. You raise a valid point. The professor switched the projection of the planet into a wireframe model. At one area on the surface, a large maze of tunnels stretched tens of kilometers underground. This is the true jewel of Dietmund II. When the Visions terraformed the planet, they learned that it contains a trace amount of exotics. Under the heat of the twin suns and some special circumstances unique to Dietmund II, they found out that these exotics are duplicating themselves from the regular soil of the planet. That caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. What Velton referred to was basically a renewable exotics mine. I know what you are thinking. It's true. It is a low-grade exotics mine. However, it only produced a moderate amount of junk exotics each year, which is hardly anything to get excited over. Nevertheless, it produced enough wealth that Dietmund II's stockpile should be of substantial value. This stockpile is our first primary target. Chapter 455 Dietmund System. The first primary objective of the flagrant vandals is to raid the renewable mines stockpile. It will be tightly defended, but if the Vision rebels deliver on their promises, the actual amount of opposition we will face will be severely less than at their peak. Why are we going after a stockpile of junk exotics? Won't we gain much more out of this raid by attacking the industries on the surface? Velton shook her head. While we would be able to obtain more valuable goods for their size and weight if we attack the individual refineries and manufacturing complexes on the surface of Dietmund II, it will take far too much time to overrun each company force and dig the loot out of their well-defended tunnels. The projection shimmered again, this time revealing a loose schedule. According to our projections, once the Dietmund system is attacked, enemy reinforcements will arrive in less than 4 days, depending on how much interference the rebels can throw up at their origin systems. Speed is of the essence here. With the time we'll waste on traveling in-system and other maneuvers, we don't have the time to care about the meager industries on Dietmund II. Instead, we'll split up our fleet and send half of it to Dietmund IV. Dietmund IV? Yes, Dietmund IV, ruled by a different noble house. Further away from the twin suns, the planet exhibits a much more moderate global climate. This has led to a boom in population and an increase in development. In practice, many of the materials being refined at Dietmund II are being funneled towards Dietmund IV for feeding the production of end products such as mechs and consumer goods. Dietmar 4 was actually smaller than Dietmar 2, but nevertheless boasted a lot more inhabitants, though not to the extent of a trade nexus like Bentheim. As you can see, Dietmar 4 is nothing special. The only thing to note is its 3 small moons. Each of them are occupied by varying powers, one of which is the MTA, which will not be playing role in the coming conflict. As an organization that acted beyond the interests of a single state, the MTA maintained a standpoint of absolute neutrality against any wars between states. Therefore, they gladly stood out of the way as long as nothing more than a stray projectile hit their assets. The other sun is turned into a fortress. I'll admit that its defenses are extremely formidable, to the extent of being able to repel a full mech division if fully manned. The caveat here is the latter. There aren't enough men and mechs to fully staff this incredibly sturdy defensive bulwark. In fact, due to the war, the local nobles brought all of their most potent mech forces to the front, leaving behind a garrison of second-strong mechs and mech pilots. Exacerbating their awful state was that the base commander of the lunar fortress resorted to staffing the undermanned fortress with auxiliary infantry and tank regiments. The same regiments that had been subverted by the rebels. Safe to say, this moon won't be a problem, Velton summed up before turning to the final moon. The third moon is a mech research complex. It holds a small gathering of Vision design teams that are developing a number of space-borne mech designs. Due to its lack of secrecy, not a lot of valuable research is being performed at this research complex. Nevertheless, if we can overrun this base and steal any data banks that they haven't managed to wreck, we can glean lots of valuable intelligence that will help us determine the weaknesses of their current and future mech models. VS raised his hand again. If the Vandals attack the research base, what will be done with the mech designers? Iris spoke out this time instead of the professor. The Vision Revolutionary Front and our partners will take them into custody as long as they surrender. We have ways of making them work for us. That didn't sound very pleasant, but at least it beat outright slaughter. VS heard too many stories of vengeful Visions massacring hundreds of mech designers whenever they sniffed out a mech core research base. He had no doubt that the mech core did the same in kind. While VS was no saint, as a mech designer himself, he didn't wish for his fellows on the opposite side of the war to be condemned to an early grave. He looked at Iris and smiled before he turned back to the professor. As much as these 3 moons look interesting, the main prizes are on the surface of Dietmar 4. Similar to Bentheim, it is host to a moderate sprawl of manufacturing complexes and other industries. A substantial amount of mechs that is seen throughout the Amodri's duchy originate from these factories. Professor, won't we face the same dilemma as on Dietmar 2? All of the manufacturing complexes are tough nuts to crack. You would think so if you assumed that both planets are run in the same fashion. In reality, they differ substantially. A secondary projection popped up that detailed the noble houses that ruled these 2 planets. Dietmar 2 is ruled by Count Ryzen of House Gier. This house is a young one and only controls several rural planets and star systems around the Dietmar system. Count Ryzen is the head of the house, and Dietmar 2 is the seat of their power. This causes the Count to value this system highly. The main issue of the Count is that it is a very unbearable planet to live on. In order to retain as many commoners as possible, he is treating them fairly well. The local rebel movements only have a weak grip on this planet. That contrasted sharply with Dietmar 4. On the other hand, Dietmar 4 has a lot more going for it. It boasts a temperate climate, a high level of development, and at least 10 times more inhabitants than the second planet from the binary stars. Nonetheless, it is spectacularly badly run by House Anekin. The face of a sneering noble appeared next to House Anekin's sigil. Javier of House Anekin is the sole heir to the Count Loker of House Anekin. Lacking any competition for the right to inherit Loker's position, Lord Javier has turned into a spoiled brat, typical of the Visions. Loker thought to temper his only offspring by chucking him onto Dietmar 4 and making him responsible for running the somewhat prosperous planet. Everyone could predict how that turned out. The Vision nobles were all the same. Professor Velton smirked. Lord Javier has of course made a mess of the planet. Dietmar IV's GDP has nosedived by 12% in the last 5 years. Its cost of living has gone up and many workers are being laid off. This is a breeding ground for resentment, and has bolstered the local rebel movement from an afterthought into a genuine threat. The spark has been lit. We only need to set it off. She began to describe some of the broad strokes of what the Vandals had in store for Dietmar 4. Once half of the Vandal fleet slipped into orbit over the planet, the rebels should have already launched their own attacks from space and on the ground. With the lunar fortress and much of the other defenses loyal to House Anakin tied up or taken out of commission, the Vandals would act as the coup de grace and tip control of the planet away from Lord Javier's forces. Once that has happened, the rest of the planet would be free for the Vandals to pillage. While it would still be troublesome to crack open the manufacturing complexes defended by company forces, much of those places had been infiltrated by the rebels as well. The Vandals would have a much easier time with breaking them open with some help from the inside. Throughout it all, VS kept wondering what the rebels got out of this death and destruction. He held no illusions that the Vandals would show mercy and be discriminate in their fire. He quietly turned to Iris and whispered his question. It's because they really want to get rid of Lord Javier, she whispered back. The heir is a recalcitrant tyrant, but the worst thing about it is that he's shrewd enough to stay within his limits. He never does anything too outrageous that causes Count Loker to call him back. He's also chummy with the industrialists who own property on Dietmar 4. Though they aren't exactly happy with the worsening conditions of the planet, Javier's ties with them has caused them to stay put and do nothing. This Javier fellow sounded like a real piece of work. So the rebels agree for us to turn their entire planet into a living hell for a few days just to open up an opportunity to get rid of Lord Javier? Oh, they don't want to get rid of him. They want to drag him out of the palace, bring him out in front of a crowd, and tear him apart from limb to limb. The amount of animosity they hold for him is very considerate. If it takes a foreign Mech regiment to allow them the opportunity to get at Javier, then they'll gladly anticipate your arrival. Lord Javier thought himself impregnable. Why wouldn't he? With his powerful daddy count covering his political hide, he had nothing to fear. The industrialists would be kept happy as long as he didn't make too much of a mess of things, and while the rebels formed a nuisance, they could never defeat the forces at his disposal. Our goals here on Dietmar 4 is to identify the most promising sites and stockpiles to raid, and to assist the rebels in storming the palace in order to root out Lord Javier. Before you think that the latter is just a cursory priority, Colonel Lowenfield has promised the rebels that they will go above and beyond to capture the scion of House Anakin. Failure to apprehend him will lead to a severe strain in our relationships with the VRF and other rebel movements. After setting out the outline of the upcoming operation, Professor Velton finally turned to what their roles should be. There are various areas where capable mech designers like you are needed. As I've mentioned before, the Vandal fleet will split in two. One detachment will attack Dietmar 2, while the other one will assault Dietmar 4. Due to the unevenness of their strengths, one detachment would be larger than the other one. Since Dietmar 2 is projected to be less of a challenge to overcome, the Wolf Mother will stick to the Vandal detachment that is responsible for raiding its renewable mine stockpile and its solar forges. The other Vandal detachment will go on to attack Dietmar Ivy's moons and its surface industries. The professor proceeded to allocate about a third of the mech designers in the conference room to the Dietmar 2 detachment, including one journeyman mech designer. Their jobs were comparatively easier, but they would still have plenty to do since they had fewer numbers. Because the Wolf Mother stuck close to the Dietmar 2 detachment, these lucky fellows didn't have to leave this ship. The same wouldn't be the case for the other mech designers. When the professor allocated the rest of the mech designers to the Dietmann 4 detachment, VS unfortunately fell within this category. He, along with the rest who had been called up, would have to leave the Wolf Mother and board one of the many combat carriers that ferried over Mech to assault Lord Javier's fief. Unlike the Lothar mech designers assigned to the maintenance departments, you will not have to follow behind the Mechs as they deploy to the surface. We can leave the task of helping with setting up forward bases that will facilitate in sending plundered loot back to the surface to their expert hands. That left one worry off of their chests. Nevertheless, I expect that your expertise will be sorely needed when we take over the research base and when deciding which sites we should raid. The most of you will do your work from the safety of the command centers aboard the combat carriers. Chapter 456 Stubby Growler. VS followed after Alec and stepped on board the shuttle. The Vandal fleet had finally arrived at the edge of the Dietmann system. Throughout the haste of making the final deployments, VS only caught a smattering of what went on. Apparently, things somewhat went according to plan. The rebels successfully struck the completely complacent defenders of Dietmann 2 and Dietmann 4. Supposedly loyal auxiliary regiments fell within moments as the traitors within their ranks completely turned against their clueless loyalist comrades. Those that remained took stock of the remaining weapons and began to sow an enormous amount of chaos. Right now, the Dietmann system hosted 3 different battlefronts. First up was Dietmann 2, which the rebels hadn't been able to deal too much damage. House GR held the second planet from the twin suns in a tight grip, and they never mistreated their inhabitants. This was why the rebels hadn't been able to deploy too many of their assets at this planet. Dietmann 4, on the other hand, fell into a different situation. The resentment against Lord Javier had reached a boiling point, thus a large portion of the local inhabitants rose up as well and rioted on the streets. This completely disordered the planet, and caused the defenders to button down in their bases and fight back against the traitor forces that took over the auxiliary regiments. The third front consisted of the battle in space. A garrison fleet placed in the Dietmann system by the Amodries Duchy normally handled all of the deep space patrols. Due to the relative security of the system as well as the pressing need for war assets at the front, the garrison had been left with a number of combat carriers and around 300 space-borne mechs. Still, defeating 300 mechs when they had the run of the entire system was extremely difficult. Keeping them alive and unharmed would be very detrimental for the Vandal fleets, as they would certainly nip at their heels and harass them from the flanks. Thus, a plan had been set in motion to pull them into a trap. The rebels employed an elaborate distraction with many cheap carriers converted into supposed pirate ships. The garrison fleet successfully took the bait and pursued the pirates. This drew them away from their bases and towards the edge of the system, right into the jaws of the Vandals. By the time the garrison fleet realized that they had been duped, it was too late to redirect their momentum away from the Vandal fleet. It took too much time to change their course and shift their huge bulks back to the inner system. "Strap yourself tight," Alex said as he sat down on a crash seat and let the straps buckle him tight. "Even if battle is a couple of hours away, you might never know what the visions planted here." "Understood, sir." VS sat next to Alec, and after bucking in, he looked at the handful of other servicemen that transferred out of the Wolf Mother. The Vandal fleet had made a lot of reassignments, but it wasn't safe to send out a shuttle during FTL. They could only wait until they transitioned back into real space before they could send out their transfers. Now that they entered into a hostile star system, it was as if a switch had flipped in everyone's minds. The Vandals stopped messing around or display any signs of insubordination. They became highly focused and professional, just as VS had imagined them to be before he arrived in their midst. The shuttle lifted off from the shuttle hangar of the Wolf Mother and traversed a short distance towards one of the combat carriers heading towards Dietmann 4. "VS." He turned to Alec. "Yes?" "Your record states that you took part in the fight for the glowing planet. Is that true? Pretty much. I was there from the start, and witnessed lots of fighting, sometimes up close. It's not something I'm eager to repeat. You've seen more action than me. Besides a couple of mech duels in an arena, I've never seen a real battle between mechs up close. I've always stayed aboard the ships looking at live or recorded footage. Recordings usually have very high fidelity, sir. There is no disadvantage in studying the way mechs fight through a projector. I used to believe that's the case, but after seeing you at work, I'm not so sure. Alex sighed. You're a conundrum, you know that? You're a decade younger than me, but sometimes you make me feel as if I'm the apprentice and you are the journeyman. It's not only your wealth of knowledge that astounds me, but also the amount of consideration you have for mech pilots and their mechs. Your advocacy for the inheritor mechs is like a gust of fresh air in our stale and stagnant design teams. What was VS supposed to say to that? I appreciate your compliments, sir. It's not that hard to show a little more appreciation for the mechs we work with on a daily basis. It's not just your consideration that's notable compared to the rest of us. You have a strange way with mechs. It's as if everything you touch turns into something exotic. I like to think of it as bringing mechs to life, VS boldly said on an impulse. Though it strayed a little close to the secret of the X Factor, he had already become well known for this saying due to the rising profile of the living mech corporation. My fundamental philosophy on mechs is that they are more than machines, and deserve to be treated as such. Alec fell silent for a moment. Interesting. I never looked at mechs in that light. You look at mechs and see life. You draw up a design and see the potential of life. It's different for me. My main focus lies in programming the software of my designs, so I have always considered mechs to be blank slates. They start out as nothing, but as I fill in their programming, the details begin to fill in. Once I'm done, I've created a perfect whole design. Alec's perspective differed substantially in that he treated his designs as puppets to be pulled by his strings. His puppets were never meant to think or feel for themselves, and they did not deserve any special treatment. VS couldn't say which one was better. They both excelled in different circumstances. A programmer like Alec was used to exerting a high degree of control over his creations. VS, on the other hand, left a lot of autonomy to the mech pilot, and whatever image took root in his mech. Their shuttle quickly arrived at its destination and docked inside the hangar of a combat carrier called the Stubby Growler. The Growler was a hefty combat carrier that conveyed around 50 space-borne mechs and spares. Designed as a commander center, her class held fewer mechs than the other classes of combat carriers in the Vandal fleet, but made up for it in the thickness of her armor and her powerful means of communications. Major Verl would like to see you. A junior officer greeted them as the two mech designers stepped onto the deck of the crowded hangar bay. Please follow. They jostled their way through mech technicians performing last-minute repair jobs and mechs slowly walking away from the repair bays and into a position where they could launch at a moment's notice. From the activity in this hangar bay, VS got a good read on the attitude of the Vandals. Everyone radiated eagerness in a way that made him feel as if he was in the middle of a pack of wolves drooling at a juicy prey off in the distance. The mech pilots in particular displayed barely checked aggression. They couldn't wait to dive into the visions and tear their mechs apart. They exited the hangar bay and climbed up a couple of decks. After traversing a couple of winded corridors and passing through a number of security checks, they entered what appeared to be a command center. Over 24 specialists sat behind a number of varied consoles, and they managed everything from sensors to mech deployment. Guided by the young officer, they approached the gray-haired officer looking down on the central plot from an elevated seat. The man obviously possessed the physique of a mech pilot, and looked as if he could still fight on for a couple of decades more. Mr. Brandstad, good to see you again. Major Verl, it's a pleasure. And who is this young fellow? This is V.S. Larkin's son, an apprentice mech designer under my wing. Larkin's son, you say? Is he related to? Here we go again, V.S. sighed. I am part of the famous Larkin son family, sir. Everyone he met so far treated the Larkin son name with respect. Not so for Major Vril. As soon as V.S. confirmed his lineage, the Major's face turned flat. I suggest you take your cues from Mr. Brandstad and stay out of our way. We cannot afford any distractions during the heat of battle. Understood? Understood, sir. Did the man got duped by a Larkin son or something? Or did he know the true story behind Colonel Lowenfield's exile, and felt indignant on behalf of his superior? Both V.S. and Alex sat down on a pair of basic seats meant for guests. They quietly observed the proceedings as the Vandal fleet closed in on the hapless garrison fleet that had strayed too far from its base to call for reinforcements. What's our job here? V.S. whispered to Alec. We're here to serve as technical advisors. We assist Major Vril in identifying the weaknesses of enemy mechs and answer any questions he might pose to us as long as it falls under our area of expertise. However, don't mistake this assignment as a way to command over mechs. We are not here to usurp Major Vril's authority. Does this mean we stay shut most of the time? There's definitely a lot of waiting involved. Unless it's truly urgent, don't speak up unless our advice is called for. I expect we won't be needed during the upcoming battle against the garrison fleet. It's when our detachment enters into the orbit of Dietmar 4 that we'll be needed. In the meantime, I suggest you while away your time by studying up on the data that is made available to us. There's a projector embedded inside the armrest. Squeeze this part here to turn it on. V.S. did as he was told, and a small projected terminal appeared in front of his face. As he explored its interface, he found out that the terminal mainly presented sensor readings to him. The AIs in charge of interpreting the raw data already translated the observed mechs in the distance into a number of familiar Vision designs. First, study the sensor readings and double-check the designs. Many designs used by the Visions are continually developing, just like our 3 designs, so there will always be minor and major variations between the iterations. Before the Vandals enter into battle, we have to make sure that we pin down the exact versions and provide accurate estimates of their specs. Understood. I'm on it. V.S. hadn't expected to do something like this, but he couldn't complain. At least he wasn't one of those poor bums who would soon be deployed to the surface of the moons and Dietmar 4. Due to his extensive knowledge, V.S. rapidly adjusted to his job of analyzing the mechs identified by the AIs. The enemy fleet had finally found out that they had been lured into a trap. Their carriers frantically turned around to head back to the lunar fortress above Dietmar 4, but they couldn't beat the awesome amount of inertia that slowly brought them to their inevitable doom. At this moment of time, the Vandal fleet hadn't split up into 2 detachments yet. Colonel Lowenfield wanted to keep her assets together and crush the Vision garrison fleet in a single blow. Unfortunately, the enemy did the smart thing. The garrison fleet is splitting up. Chapter 457 Split Up. Battles between 2 hostile fleets had always been rare even during the golden age of warships. Space was too vast, and ships moved at a snail's pace compared to the scale of an average star system. Though technology advanced and ships these days traversed a lot faster than their predecessors from the Age of Conquest, it was safe to say not a lot of battles actually took place. The main reason why was because fleets often saw each other coming. Space was empty, so therefore an approaching enemy would always be spotted many hours before they actually arrived at their targets. Accounting for the lag due to the speed of light needing time to travel from the outer system to the inner system couldn't be applied. A well-defended star system was littered with sensors that relayed their up-to-date readings to a hidden quantum entanglement node that instantly sent the observations to the inner system. Basically, surprise attacks were rare and hard to pull off. Most battles in space happened because the two sides thought they both stood a chance of winning it. Once a side believed that they didn't stand a chance of winning the impending battle, they wouldn't hesitate to cut and run. Cowards! Major Vril swore and slammed his fist against the armrest of his command chair. A myriad of projections appeared before his eyes. He studied them rapidly before issuing new commands. In the meantime, the flagship of the Vandals relayed new deployments. The Vandals would split off as many ships as it took to run down each escaping Vision vessel and crush them into bits. Due to the differences in speed, the Vandals would still be able to go after the individual ships. It would just take a lot more time and bring some of their ships off course. The Visions are delaying the inevitable, Alec explained to VS. Though VS had seen a lot more action on the ground, Alec had sat in a command center for more than 24 times in his career. Splitting up their fleet is a test of our priorities. While the Visions are letting us mop them up one by one, they are forcing us to spread out Mech forces thin. One of our combat carriers won't be enough to defeat one of the Vision combat carriers without sustaining severe losses. So we are sending out 2 ships in pursuit of each Vision ship? Exactly. That's the only way we can ensure a crushing victory with very few losses. Already, the Vandals started to redeploy. Many combat carriers split up from the main fleet and spread out into pairs. Each pair moved to intercept the frantic Vision combat carriers. While their defeat wasn't in question, the delay they imposed on their timetables meant that the Vandals suffered a very consequential setback. They only had 4 days at most to accomplish their objective and be on their way out before the Vision reinforcements arrived. How long will we be delayed if we try to stick to the plan? Not sure, Alec grunted. I'm not an expert in complex space maneuvers. At a guess, I would say that if the Vandals are keen on sticking together, we might be delayed by as much as half a day. This placed a decent amount of pressure over Colonel Lowenfield's shoulders. Either she would wait until they completely chased down the Visions and annihilated them, or she would decide to split up the fleet into 3. 2 of the detachments would move towards the 2 inhabited planets as planned, but the 3rd detachment, that consisted of the chasers, would linger in the outer system until they completely mopped up the garrison fleet. After that, they should return to the other 2 detachments as fast as possible, but due to the differences in relative speeds, it would take a while for them to catch up. At the very least, the stragglers wouldn't be able to assist the other 2 detachments as they initiated their battles against the remnant loyalist forces on those planets. VS did not envy Lowenfield's position. Both choices came with a lot of risks that could make or break this bold assault. What would you choose to do, sir? I'd take the safe option and stick together. There's no guarantee that the intelligence that the rebels have gathered is accurate. The Visions might have buried a hidden base somewhere and offer a stiffer resistance than we expected. Too many things could go wrong during this operation. What Alec mentioned was only one of the ways in which the battle could turn against their favor. VS thought back on the rebels and questioned whether they would truly be able to suppress the loyalist forces that were keen to root them out. It was an unquestioned fact that the rebels would never be able to subvert the Mech pilots. They enjoyed too much privilege to turn against the local regimes. Eventually, Colonel Lowenfield came to a decision. New orders showed up which stated that the rest of the Vandal fleet would continue according to schedule, but with around 600 Vandal Mechs less. The stubby Growler took on an important role within 2nd Detachment that headed towards Deepman 4. The command center buzzed and grew busy as they tried to coordinate their formation after the loss of vital space-borne assets. Missing a few hundred Mechs put a severe dent into their defensive envelope. As the larger offshoot of the Vandals raced towards Deepman 4, VS and Alec paid a keen amount of attention to the relentless chase. The garrison fleet might have been able to divert some of the Vandals, but they paid a grievous price for it. With each ship looking out for themselves, they all faced twice as much Mechs. For the first time in his life, VS finally witnessed the inheritors in action in a live battle. Even as he kept his eyes on the live footage, he also kept analyzing the readings that continued to pour in. With his help, the AIs refined their identification and determined the exact mech models used by the Vision garrison fleet. "They're goners for sure," Alec remarked as he beheld the list of mech models. "All of these are second-line designs. They're cheap and haven't been updated in years." The battles that ensued underscored the disparity in strength. Each fleeing Vision combat carrier fell behind in terms of the quantity and quality of mechs they could deploy. The Vandals employed their advantages as hard as possible. Hordes of inheritors sprung from the hangar bays and raced around the trajectory of their prey, seeking to cut off its escape route. Their extremely high speeds allowed them to outpace the best efforts of the fleeing ships. In the meantime, the Hellcats, accompanied by a diverse menagerie of mechs stolen from Vision factories and depots, harried their rear. Pincered from behind and in front, the ships futilely tried to wriggle out their way, but failed. "The first ship is already going down." The first battle that broke out ended the fastest as well. The inheritors straightforwardly slammed into the formation of the Vision garrison mechs just as they focused on repelling the Hellcats and the other Vandal mechs. It was then that VS witnessed the true value of the inheritors. If given enough assistance, the inheritors wouldn't suffer too much as they approached their targets. Once they got into melee range, they would make mincemeat out of practically every space-borne mechs. Only a handful of knights and other melee mechs lasted a little longer against the inheritors, but the fall of their ranged mechs quickly led to being piled up multitudes of inheritors. "They're like a hive of angry bees," VS softly uttered. "Individually, they're weak. Together, they are strong." Their speed and swarming potential lent themselves well in these pursuits. Multitudes of Vision carriers self-destructed as soon as it became clear that they wouldn't get away. Naturally, their captains issued evacuation orders beforehand. Thousands of escape pods flung into every direction just before the carriers exploded. VS keenly looked on to see what the Vandals decided to do with the escape pods. Would they capture the fleeing Visions, shoot at their defenseless pods, or leave them be? Major Vril sent out a message to another commander. "Ignore the escape pods. We don't have time to process them. Get back to us as soon as possible." As the first battle ended in a tedious but predictable victory, the second detachment had almost reached the vicinity of Dietmar 4. More information started to pour into their terminals as their rebel allies supplied more data over their quantum entanglement nodes. The current status looked worse than expected. MTA Fortress, passive. No signs of intervention. Lunar Fortress, uprising quelled. Rebellion suffered heavy casualties. Many Vision mechs remain operational. Supplies destroyed or sabotaged. Mech Research Base, intact. No attempts made to overrun the research base due to inability to overrun the Lunar Fortress. Defenses are light, but prepared. Dietmar 4, heavy rioting in every population center. Many mech regiments have been taken down, but rebel forces are exhausted. Chaos and anarchy is spreading due to failing services. Lord Javier has gone into hiding. Unable to ascertain location, but every shuttle or ship that attempts to ascend is shot down. The news spread to the rest of the command center as well, causing everyone to frown. Major Vril chewed over the issue for a moment before hardening his eyes. "If we delay even once, we'll rapidly fall behind, and it will be impossible to meet our goals set out for this operation. Continue forward and maintain course." A new series of orders spread to the mechs that would soon be deployed to finish the jobs that the rebels hadn't managed to complete. Though the rebels ran out steam a lot faster than anticipated, the flagrant Vandals had never counted on their allies to do the heavy lifting. What the rebels accomplished so up to this point gave the Vandals enough of an opening to drive through a wedge. Their first concern was the Lunar Fortress on the second moon. Mr. Brandstad. Yes, Major? Go over the battle logs the rebels has sent us and determine the weaknesses of the surviving Vision Mechs. Find a way to topple them in a single blow. On it! VS naturally joined Alec into scouring through the logs and battle footage. They encountered a lot of difficulties in this because the rebels hadn't exactly been stellar at maintaining logs. Many of the pieces they sent to the Vandals came in fragments, as some of the data had to be salvaged from corpses of wrecks. Nevertheless, the footage painted a fairly simple picture of the defending forces. They started out with half a Mech regiment of House Inekin's household troops. They sustained a lot of losses, but at least 500 to 600 Mechs remain operational. The outer fortifications are all intact, but many of the turrets have been taken out of action. What of their Mech composition? They are predominantly lunar gravity-optimized land-bound Mechs. They have a heavy propensity for rifleman Mechs, which are ideal for defending a static fortification. The good news is that their primary weapons are equally divided between laser rifles and ballistic rifles. The rebels managed to destroy most of their ammunition stockpiles, so their ballistic rifleman Mechs will only have a few magazines left each. That still left them with a defensive advantage. With the absence of the Mechs that chased after the garrison fleet, Major Vol had no choice but to deploy his remaining forces against the lunar base with much less of an advantage in numbers than he anticipated. Though the defenders sounded like they were at the end of their ropes, cornered rats had a tendency to lash out hard. Ignoring them exposed the rear of the Vandals to a surviving Vision element, but overcoming them required the Vandals to pay a price that it could hardly stomach. Either way, Major Vol was in a very difficult position. Chapter 458 Breakdown. The assault on the Dietmar system had gone off on a rocky start. Nevertheless, the appearance of the 6th flagrant Vandals in what the Vija kingdom considered its heartland came as a huge shock to both sides of the war. The Mech Corps barely exerted any oversight on the Vandals. Whenever someone in high command got reminded of their existence, they brushed the motley Mech regiment off as a bunch of cowardly raiders too scared to man up and attack the Mech Legion. Everyone had made a serious mistake in underestimating the flagrant Vandals. Living up to the name of their Mech regiment, the flagrant Vandals smashed everyone's expectations and struck at one of the Amodri's duchy's more significant industrial systems. The damage already dealt to its infrastructure came as a heavy blow, but the Vandals had only just begun. The local rebels did most of the damage so far, and now it was time for the Vandals to deliver on their promises. The attack on Dietmar too still needed time to foment. The first detachment of the Vandal fleet approached the smaller planet and its valuable solar foundries with greedy anticipation. Count Ryzen rallied every household troop of House Giard to form a line of defense around the most important asset of the planet, its renewable exotics mine. This left much of the planet undefended, including its various complexes and the solar foundries spinning in orbit. Count Ryzen made the determination that he couldn't spread his limited household troops to defend everything, so he concentrated them all to form a deterrent. Basically, the Count told the incoming Vandals to wreck everything else but the possession he prized the most. Naturally, many industrialists did not agree to become House Ryzen's sacrificial lambs. Due to panic and indecision, they rebelled or sowed chaos on Dietmar too, which ironically paved the way for the incoming Vandals. Count Ryzen and the people of the Dietmar system couldn't be blamed for their confusing responses. Complacency lay at the heart of their incompetence. Even as the Bright Republic and the Vija Kingdom battled at the front lines, the Mech Corps never raided as far as Amodris. While the border systems endured so many raids that they responded like a well-oiled machine when faced with another incursion, the complacent people of Dietmar 2 and 4 had never dealt with such a massive attack. "Rise up, comrades!" A ferocious woman stood atop a wrecked laser turret as she bared her rifle in the air. "The time has come to pull down the nobles from their lofty perches." In the hot and sweltering environment of Deepman 2, half of her crowd wore thin climate suits that allowed them to stay cool. Both suited and unsuited people cheered and raised their arms, though their numbers and enthusiasm fell a little short. The rally hadn't lasted more than a couple of minutes before a series of thuds started transmitting from the ground. Footsteps, Mechs! Incoming Mechs! It's a company Mech! Run! No one kid themselves into thinking they could fight against a machine of war. The fear of Mechs had set in deep among the population. Before the rebel woman could persuade her crowd otherwise, her audience had completely scurried away before the GR Mechs even arrived. Seeing that the situation went to hell pretty fast, the rebel woman abandoned her elevated perch and ran away for safety as well. Bunch of spineless cowards! Unlike the haphazard unrest-racking Deepman 2, the situation on Dediment 4 deteriorated into full-blown anarchy. Ha ha! We're rich! A man shouted as he looted a luxury store inside a mall. Though he had no idea how he could sell his ill-gotten loot of luxury clothes, just the thought of obtaining decades' worth his salary in booty made him delirious. Just as the handful of men ran towards their car, a volley of laser and projectile fire spat in their direction. The aim of the assailants was atrocious, but the sheer volume of fire eventually struck down all of the looters. A swarm of teenagers emerged from the corners and dashed towards the fallen men. They quickly deprived them of their loot and made their way out, giggling and laughing all the while. Elsewhere, two company forces guarding two adjacent manufacturing complexes clashed against each other in a full-blown battle. "Stop this madness!" The commander of the defense force at Westcott Machinery Supply broadcasted in the open. The man piloted his Knight to withstand another barrage of incoming fire for his ranged Mechs. "The rebels are burning everything down and the Briters are about to make landfall. This is no time to settle our grudges." A maddened laughter escaped the speakers of a gaudily decorated cannoneer Mech from United Alloy Supplies. It blasted its ballistic cannon indiscriminately towards the Westcott forces. "I always hated seeing you parade your Mechs in front of our faces. Now I finally get the opportunity to do you Westcott goons in. You won't get away with this!" The Westcott commander shouted back as his Knight Mech bashed its way to the front and slammed its shield Mech against a spearman Mech that hadn't moved away in time. "Westcott forever! Westcott forever!" The Mech pilots of the defending Mechs echoed. None of them questioned whether it made sense to defend a facility while the rest of the planet went crazy. Their loyalty to their company compelled them to fight. If not to the bitter end, then at least they should give a good accounting. Yet the attackers were no slouches either. "Victory to US! Victory to US!" Civilians ran towards old and neglected shelters. Troublemakers sought their chance to even the scores against their rivals. The rebels fanned the flames by destroying key infrastructure and inciting mass panic. All the while, the auxiliary regiments that turned traitor took control over enough anti-air turrets to make every ascent into space a risky prospect. They also deployed hidden missile launchers throughout Deepman 4 to augment their air defense and bring down any vessel that tried to escape the planet. Dozens of ships and shuttles fell before everyone learned their lesson. Unless they boarded a heavily armored combat carrier, they wouldn't dream about making another attempt. The rebels still kept up their guard. They knew that Lord Javier was on the surface when the rebellion broke out. He might still be biding his time to get away aboard an armored or stealth escape vessel, so they pulled out all the stops and constantly scanned the surroundings of the capital city. High above the skies and beyond Deepman Ivy's atmosphere, the second detachment of the Vandal fleet approached the moons. Two of them posed a considerable concern to Major Vull. Without securing those two locations, he wouldn't feel reassured when he deployed his land-bound Mechs to the planet. "Mr. Brandstad, give me something!" "We're working on it," Alec frazzledly replied. Both VS and Alex scoured through tons of data in order to find a way to ease the next actions. Neither VS nor Alec found any obvious weaknesses in the laser rifleman mechs that formed the main line of defense at the lunar fortress. The focus lay on the AIM von Mark 7 Type D, which served as House Anekin's standard rearguard mech model. The House's in-house designers formed the Type D as a simpler and more affordable variant of their much more renowned Type A design. The Type A was an impressive laser rifleman mech design that formed the mainstay of House Anekin's household troops. Therefore, a cheaper variant derived from it wouldn't be so easy to crack. The Type D inherited most of the Type A's strengths while hardly exposing any weaknesses. Obviously, a lot of effort had been put into optimizing its design. Hundreds of mech designers spent many thousands of man-hours into working away its flaws. Try as he might, VS peered at the Type D's design from every direction but couldn't put a dent in its seemingly perfect exterior. "I don't believe this design is perfect. No design is perfect." The only weaknesses of the Type D they came up with so far were the generic ones that all laser rifleman mechs suffered from, such as their low burst damage and their vulnerability up close. Even a toddler could figure that out. VS had to dig deeper and find something more pertinent in order to make the upcoming battle a little easier for the Vandals. Fortunately, he wasn't working alone. Alec possessed a lot of experience in this area, and he quickly honed in on a potential weakness. "VS, study its heat dispersal mechanisms. I remember that the Mark 6 version of the Type A relies on disposable coolants to get rid of most of its heat in an instant. If the coolant tank got burst, the mech's internals almost always glitched out. See if this still applies for the Mark 7. The AIM von series had progressed by a major milestone since those weaknesses became known. Its designers must have certainly patched up the vulnerabilities, but they wouldn't have been able to mitigate the problem completely. The Type D possessed too little structure to do so. Now that Alec shone a light in a potentially promising direction, VS rapidly called up past data on the Mark 6 and Mark 7 versions of the Type A and Type D. Most of the intelligence had been derived through a combination of analyzing past battle footage and stealing sensitive design documents by the intelligence services of the Republic. This caused the data to be largely incomplete. VS had to struggle through gaping holes and unreliable guesswork, but eventually he found a chink in the armor. "I think they changed the placement of the coolant tank to the center and inwards. However, the discharge mechanisms are largely the same. It's harder to breach the coolant tank, but if our boys can manage it, the Type Ds will certainly be taken out of commission." "Good work, VS, but it's not enough." They passed on the information to Major Vril anyway. This kept the mech commander off their backs for a tiny bit. The two mech designers continued to study the active cooling systems of the type, knowing that there must be more they could find out. Deploying space-borne mechs. A large number of space-borne mechs launched from the hangar bays of the combat carriers and took up guard positions. For the assault of the lunar fortress, Major Vril wanted to drop close but not quite on top of the Vision defenders. With most of the turrets taken out by the rebels, the Vision anti-air capabilities had become severely curtailed. While the Vandals still had to be wary of their rifleman mechs, Major Vril gambled on the possibility would be able to drop onto the surface without suffering any losses. VS thought that Vril had made a very bold bet. Minutes away from starting the descent of half of their combat carriers, VS finally achieved a breakthrough in his analysis. "Reporting! The AIM von Mark 7 Type Ds are vulnerable to explosive and kinetic damage to their lower left sides. The armor doesn't need to be breached in order to cripple it. The Type D skimped on their structural integrity, so it won't be able to shield its internals against the concussive shocks from explosive and kinetic attacks." VS sent along his analysis of the weakness. Attacking the lower left side of the Type Ds would potentially allow their assailants to take them out with up to 50% less effort than taking it out conventionally. "That's more like it," Major Vro complimented him for once. "Switch up the first wave. I want the missiles up front and advance to medium range before unleashing their payloads. Bring the Akaras up front as well." "Sir, that would leave our carriers undefended." "Then hold the Hellcats and a couple of Inheritors back. They won't be of much use in the coming attack." The last-minute adjustments made it clear that Major Vro was prepared to stake the lives of his men and women over the vulnerability revealed by the mech designers. This caused VS to gulp. It was all well and good to state his observations, but if he spoke incorrectly, a lot of lives would be lost due to his words. Sweat poured down his brow as he watched the coming action with a lot of apprehension. Chapter 459 Lunar Fortress. Even before the combat carriers made landfall, the lunar fortress unleashed a deluge of missiles. Much less than what they ought to have been able to launch, but still a considerable amount. Major Vro quickly issued orders to strike down the missiles salvo. Akara mechs anchored inside the bunkers along the exterior of carriers started to fire their rapid-fire cannons in unison. They had been designed in part to provide a powerful form of defense against the Vision propensity to throw out a lot of missiles. The incoming missile salvo already started to diminish. Other mechs lent their firepower as well, though their coordination was lacking. The Vandals relied too much on random mech models stolen from the Visions. Their weapon configurations differed very widely, making it difficult to synchronize their fire. Nevertheless, the space-borne Vandals acted competently and wiped out the missile salvo just as it entered medium range. The lunar fortress failed to launch a second salvo. It appeared that the rebels hadn't been lying when they said that they destroyed most of their stockpiles. Still, the suspicion that the Visions might be holding back their missiles in order to trap the Vandals loomed closely. With the lunar fortress offering no further response, the Vandal combat carriers that arrived on the surface calmly disgorged their land-bound mechs. Many of these machines suffered from unsteady footing. The small moon exhibited a very weak gravity, causing most mech pilots to curse as their feet constantly bounced them above the surface. Fortunately, they adjusted quickly. A week before they arrived at the Demon system, the mech pilots of the flagrant Vandals drilled extensively in every possible environment they might be deployed on. They already learned how to deal with the second moon's gravity, but simulations were no substitute for the real thing. They wouldn't be as good as the defending Visions in moving around, and that was a significant disadvantage. The only upside to the moon's weak gravity was that the Vandal space-borne mechs could lend a hand as well. They didn't fare too well under standard gravity conditions, but the moon was so small and weak that their flight systems hardly needed to compensate. The Vandal mechs formed up. Due to the wide variety of mech models, they resembled a mob of pirate mechs more than a professional military formation. The only attempt at homogenizing them was to coat their exteriors in the regimental colors of the flagrant Vandals, burgundy and black. Even then, many subgroups adopted their own patterns. Some mechs employed camouflage patterns, while others adorned their mechs with animal heads. More utilized geometrical patterns that looked oddly hypnotic. In the eyes of an outsider like VS, the Vandal mechs looked disorderly. He could tell from the orders issued by Major Vro and the movements of their mechs that they operated in a very decentralized fashion. Major Vro only issued a handful of broad orders, which his subordinate officers translated into slightly more specific orders to the different companies that took part in the assault. The true decision-makers appear to be the captains that led their companies. These companies differed widely in numbers and mech makeup. Some of them were at half strength at 22 mechs, while one of them moved with 70 mechs, each of them seemingly a different model. As much as VS wanted to spit out and decry the travesty of it all, the flagrant Vandals somehow found order in chaos. They made their eclectic mix of mechs work seamlessly. Upon closer inspection, VS realized that every mech company wasn't grouped by type or purpose and that they didn't choose to balance out their mechs either. The companies had been grouped according to their movement speed. This led to a surprising level of coordinated maneuvering. The scout companies moved first and approached the lunar fortress, which the Visions chose to perch on a low hill surrounded by flattened terrain. A lot of signs showed that the perimeter used to be very rocky, but the defenders deliberately cleared away the rocks and flattened the overall surroundings in order to deny any approaching enemy on land the benefit of cover. Heat signatures detecting. Incoming laser fire! The Mechs atop the walls already started firing potshots at the approaching scout companies from the air and on the surface of the moon. Major Verl made a quick judgment and held his scouts on a leash, not wishing to go further and risk them getting attacked by a prepared volley. The slower companies caught up while the scouts flanked the fortress. After a few more moments of preparation, the assault began. Attack! Breach the fortress and finish off the defenders! A heavy amount of firepower poured into the walls of the fortress, diminishing it at a surprisingly low pace. The walls had been laced with an abundant amount of junk exotics as well as a few more valuable substances, which was much more than standard. The cost to erect this fortress must be at least 3 times as much as a regular fortification. The Dietmar II is a resource processing center, Alec reminded Major Vol. Many materials are shipped in and out of this star system. Those fortress walls are laced with brown laxonite, which is famed for their ability to dampen shocks. That increases the resilience of the walls by at least half. Is there anything else you can tell about the walls, Mr. Brandstad? Alec furrowed his brows. VS passed him a couple of observations, but none of them were notable enough to be mentioned. No, sir, only to state that the walls rely on laxonite to withstand explosive and kinetic attacks, while utilizing their enormous mass to neuter any laser fire. It's incredibly resilient against every conventional damage type. That left out a lot of weapons with strange effects, such as the Greater Terran United Confederation's destroyer weapons. One slice of a destroyer sword would easily be able to part the thick walls in half. Naturally, the Vandals didn't carry anything like that. We're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Inheritors! Prepare to dive in! Major Vril constantly showed his impatience. VS gathered that the commander wasn't being reckless, but the importance of staying on schedule weighed heavily on the entire Mech regiment. They only had 4 days to play with, and that was only an estimate of their allotted time. The Vision reinforcements might come sooner or later, but the Vandals didn't count on getting lucky in that regard. While much of the lower ranks of the Vandals remain ignorant, Colonel Lowenfield and her most trusted subordinates like Major Vril planned for this operation for years. They always intended to make a far-ranging raid on a star system deep within kingdom space. The Dietmar system had actually been selected as a potential long-shot candidate due to its stability, relative wealth, and lack of internal conflicts. That last point proved to be pivotal to this attack. Many star systems with a little bit more wealth might allow the Vandals to earn a bigger harvest, but their riches attracted plenty of ambitious nobles. Not so for this star system. Dietmar II was the main seat of House Gier, and while it would be possible to dislodge them, Count Ryzen established lots of ties with his neighbors, which minimized the occurrence of violent conflicts. As for Dietmar IV, no one wanted to touch Lord Javier. As the sole son of Count Loker, any other local noble would practically be committing suicide if they touched that planet. Count Loker's influence in the Amodri's duchy made him a powerful regional bully. He was the trusted hand of the Duchess, and had served as her former chief of staff. With the amount of favor Loker earned from the Duchess of Amodris, House Anekin was on the rise. No one openly dared to defy them. Yet while this status might make their rivals back away, it proved to be one of the most pivotal reasons why the Vandals chose to attack the Dietmar system. House Amodris sent the majority of their legions to the front lines. Those that remained had been tasked with guarding the duchy's capital and several vitally important star systems. As much as the Duchess favored Count Loker, she would never divert her crack troops to defend a marginally significant star system. Because behind the open threat of the Vandals, a follow-up invasion might ensue if the remaining legions moved to aid the Deepman system. As for the barons and counts that occupied the star systems closest to the Deepman system, they would definitely move to support their beleaguered neighbors when prompted by House Amodris, but they would be sure to take the slowest route possible without being accused of leaving the Deepman system out to dry. No one will come and reinforce the Deepman system for at least 3 days. That should be enough time to complete all of our objectives, but only if nothing else goes wrong. The Vandals made slow progress into chipping away at the fort walls. Their ability to resist both energy and physical attacks made them extremely hard to deal with. Due to the angles, the land-bound Mechs stood no chance in weakening the defending Mechs. The defenders did not suffer from that problem as the Vandal Mechs were exposed on flat terrain. They could easily fire on every mech they wished from their comfortably elevation positions behind the walls. The only reason why the Visions hadn't exacted a heavier toll was because they were pacing their face. Ballistic ammunition was in really short supply, and while they could replenish their batteries fairly quickly by recharging them from the fortification's power reactors, they could only recover so much juice at a given moment. More than that, the Type Ds paced their fire due to their inability to shunt their heat fast enough. Every time they built up a significant amount of heat, they retreated and deployed several spikes from their hips that anchored into the walls. This allowed them to transfer their accumulating heat through the spikes and stave off their heat limits, if only temporarily. "The Inheritors are making their move," Alec whispered to VS, which caused him to divert more attention to their plummeting descent. They dove down on a diagonal trajectory, making it rather hard for the defending Type Ds to target them. Several Inheritors got hit by the laser beams that raked their loose formation. A single laser beam wouldn't cripple them, but their armor was so thin that they would certainly feel the hurt. The Vision defenders became a little smarter about their targeting and started to focus their fire on a handful of Inheritors. This caused the targeted Mechs to be extremely unlucky. While the mech pilots of the Type Ds weren't good enough to box their targets in an undodgeable storm of lasers, they at least managed to whittle down the Inheritors at a mildly alarming rate. Those assigned to pilot the Inheritors weren't exactly the best of what the flagrant Vandals had to offer. "Men, ready your knives!" Still, the Inheritors zipped down so fast that the Type Ds constantly had to readjust their aim to cope with the changing trajectories. As the Inheritors appeared larger and larger on their targeting scopes, the Type Ds needed to swivel their aim in wider arcs in order to keep up. "The time is upon us! Go in and out!" The Inheritors engaged their flight systems in full, causing them to stop their impending crash to the ground and instead propel them forward, right into the lines of defenders. A handful of melee Mechs stepped forth to shield their weaker comrades. The Inheritors that faced those melee Mechs could do nothing in the short term to take these sturdy Mechs down, so they preemptively circled around and flew back up. As for the other Inheritors, they faced no obstacle except for the wall, and even that provided no succor to the Type Ds. The Inheritors smartly passed over the walls and maneuvered around to hit the Type D Mechs from the sides or from the rear. The laser rifleman Mechs stood no chance. The Inheritors showed extreme excellence in peeling apart the vulnerable ranged Mechs. At least a third of the Type Ds dropped their rifles and gripped their backup knives in time, but their mech frames were wholly unsuited to duel against a skirmisher. It was a massacre. Only 10 seconds passed at most before the Inheritors finished their allotted time. Those that hadn't finished off their targets retreated without hesitation after reaching the limit. The results of the short but intense action quickly became clear. At the cost of half a dozen Inheritors, at least a third of the defending Type Ds had been taken out. "We've got them!" Chapter 460 Research Base. VS couldn't help but feel relieved that his educated guess panned out. Analyzing the Amavon Mark 7 Type D on the fly was very difficult because VS could only base his conclusions from past versions of the Mech model and its visible performance. It was as if he cracked the code of a simple keypad by observing it from a distance and looking at the marks left behind. After the initial pass, the inheritors turned around and dove again. Combined with the push of the Vandal landbound mechs, the defenders faced a hellish dilemma. They needed to pour their firepower to the encroaching ground pounders. Once the Vandal melee mech reached the walls, it was over. Yet if they neglecting the inheritors buzzing above, they'd be dead as well. VS didn't know if their commander was stupid or desperate, but around half of the riflemen mechs focused on each of the Vandal threats. This happened to be one of the better outcomes for the flagrant Vandals. By splitting up the attention of their enemy, they ensured that they spread their fire. Though the individual mechs still focused their fire on a couple of hand-selected targets, the Vandals already started to adjust. Any mech that got targeted would instantly retreat or find cover from their comrades. They did everything possible to spoil the aim of their enemies, and if they couldn't hold on, their pilots would eject regardless of the waste. This preserved the lives of the mech pilots, but led to a slight increase in wrecked mechs. Still, as long as the Vandals won the field, they would easily be able to salvage their fallen mechs and bring them back online. Of course, the true prize in this assault would be to salvage the enemy mechs. Though they weren't all that valuable, the flagrant Vandals brought out a lot of transports, and their logistics ships held an abundant amount of cargo holds as well. Unless the Vandals encountered a large stash of exotics, recovering mechs was always the most cost-efficient option. They took up less space and weighed a little less than containers worth the same amount. Nevertheless, this attack would generally be considered a loss. A lot of damage had been sustained that needed to be repaired later on. This drained a lot of money, but also wasted a lot of time that could have been put to more productive uses. Overall, VS estimated the Vandals lost more than they would be able to salvage from the battlefield. The pressure on the flagrant Vandals therefore continued to pile up. If they weren't able to raid the wealth-laden surface of Dietmann 4 very soon, the Mech regiment would certainly succumb under all of the debt it accrued. Without the support of the Mech Corps, the Vandals judge every action according to how much money they would gain or lose. It was an awful way to run a Mech regiment because it led to overly mercenary decision-making. What was best for the flagrant Vandals might not be best for the Mech Corps and the Bright Republic. VS had seen plenty of the Vandals to know that they wouldn't lose much sleep if they worked against the Republic's interests. The key figure here was Colonel Lowenfield. From what he heard, Lowenfield pulled the Vandals from the depths of despair by using her extensive administrative acumen to clean up their finances. Still, she could do only so much, hence the need for the attack on a fat sheep like the Dietmann system. The Vision defenders are pulling back. Emboldened by the sudden decrease in enemy fire aimed in their direction, the inheritors boldly dove at the riflemen mechs over and over again. They leveraged their speed to the highest order and completely threw the defenders in disarray with their maniacal upfront passes. Under these circumstances, the casualties of the defenders rapidly piled up, while the inheritors lost less and less mechs with each pass. Eventually, the Vision mechs broke and abandoned the outer wall. They contracted their lines and congregated at a smaller but more defensible inner wall. The inheritors pulled back into the sky while the land-bound mechs slowly climbed over the outer walls and made their way to the inner walls. At this point, VS pretty much considered the battle to be over. The ballistic riflemen mechs already expended most of their ammunition by now, and the laser riflemen mechs lost too many of their number to pose a serious threat to the Vandals. Everyone in the command center loosened their shoulders. Even Major Verl started to sit back in his chair. As long as the Visions holed up in the inner sanctum of the lunar fortress didn't spring them a surprise, the moon was as good as conquered. How is the assault on the research base progressing? Major Verl turned to another officer who had been tasked with taking care of the third moon. Sir, we have been forced to halt our mech deployment when we detected signs of heightened mech activity. Vo frowned. What have you detected? Resonance. Everyone briefly paused when they heard that word. Resonance could be detected at a fair distance under certain circumstances. Anytime a sensor detected resonance, a lot of other sensors would point their arrays in the direction in question. Is it confirmed? It's confirmed, sir. The Vision researchers aren't being circumspect about it. They're actively flaunting it as if to warn us back. In response, I aborted the drop lest we risk our combat carriers. You made the right decision. The Vandals only allocated 2 companies to assault the research base, which should have been enough to overrun most bases of that size. As their ships orbited closer and closer to the moon, their scanners detected even less active mechs than projected. It should have been a cakewalk to take over the research base, but the presence of a resonating mech threw all of their projections out the window. A heavy weight descended on the command center. Strength? 13 love arrays. Some of the specialists let out a sigh. The resonance wasn't as strong as everyone feared. VS incidentally learned a lot about resonance through the system, so he knew the significance of detecting a strength of 13 love arrays. One of the early pioneers of mech design came up with a standardized scale of measurement to determine the strength of resonance between an elite mech pilot and a mech that was geared for resonance. Master Lavere named his own scale after himself, and for some reason the entire mech industry accepted it over other proposed measurement units. In a nutshell, a Lavere measured the overall amplifying strength of resonance at a scale of 1 to 10,000. An expert pilot that barely ascended into the ranks of the elites would measure just slightly above 1. A newly ascended ace pilot possessed could exert at least 67 Lavares of resonance. God pilot started out with a whopping amount of 1545, and was theoretically able to flex their ability to resonate with mechs until they reached the arbitrary number 10,000. What happened after that, nobody knew, because no God pilot ever lived to grow to such a monstrous level. The exact mathematics behind the Lavere scale was very complicated. The scale wasn't linear, so an expert mech that measured 20 Lavares wasn't stronger than another expert mech that reached a level of resonance of only 10 Lavares. Nevertheless, the suspected expert mech within the research base could still inflict a massive amount of damage to the invading Vandal force with only 13 Lavares of strength. Naturally, this depended heavily on the type and weight class of the expert's mech, but regardless of its form, no expert should be underestimated. After a moment of consideration, Major Vro came to a momentous decision. Put Venerable Rix O'Callaghan on standby. Acknowledged, sir. A moment passed before a communication channel forcibly opened up to the command center. Vril! An irascible voice exploded. I'm not going out! Everyone turned a little glum. VS looked around a bit cluelessly until he started to get it. This old man's voice. Was this Venerable O'Callaghan? Venerable, please. We have encountered signs of another expert, so we have no choice but to call for your services. Bah! I heard what's going on. A brat that can't resonate beyond 13 Lavares is not worth my time. Go pile up on him with a couple of hundred mechs and leave me alone. Major Vril looked like he wanted to explode, but he successfully kept himself from lashing out. He swiped his hand at an angle, causing a minor interference field to deploy that blocked their conversation. VS wouldn't be able to eavesdrop any further. Is Venerable O'Callaghan our expert pilot, sir? For better or worse. Alex sighed next to VS. The man's on the wane. He used to be a hotshot expert in the wars before, but age eventually takes its toll. He lashed out at the Republic for refusing to provide him with age-prolonging treatments. Ever since then, he assumed position as one of our resident expert pilots. Why isn't the Venerable trying his luck with the Coalition if he's so desperate to prolong his life? Alec shook his head in pity. Oh, he tried. He only spent 2 years bouncing from partner to partner until they all got fed up with him and chucked him back to our embrace. Practically everyone worshipped expert pilots, so VS found it strange that the Vandals regarded him with such indifference. It was yet another quirk to add to the list of oddities. A few minutes passed by as Major Vril negotiated with Venerable O'Callaghan. VS and Alec awkwardly sat at their seats. They didn't have much to do since the battle at the second moon was pretty much over while the battle at the third moon hadn't started yet. The research base kept everything under wraps besides revealing the fact that they possessed an expert mech. VS didn't know why they revealed one of their trump cards right off the bat. Shouldn't they have kept it hidden until the Vandals wandered into their trap? They could have killed a lot of Vandals with such a trick. When VS posed the question to Alec, the journeyman smiled ruefully at him. Don't you see that we have military superiority? If the research base is staffed by loyal fanatics, sure they would want to wipe out as much of our numbers as possible. That they chose to forego that choice shows that they are cowards who value their lives over any possible damage they can inflict on us. Revealing their expert mech up front is supposed to serve as a deterrent. Aren't the Visions supposed to be motivated to die for the cause? Why are they acting so timidly? You mistake their mech pilots for the rest of their society. Every mech pilot in the Mech Legion is willing to go to any extremes to earn a lot of merits in battle because if there is one thing the Vija Kingdom is good at, it's with rewarding the families of their fallen. They know that they can die in peace, knowing that their spouses will be taken care of and their children would be able to enter exclusive academies. In some extraordinary cases, their children may even be elevated to knight or baron to reward instances of exceptional valor. In other words, it wasn't as if the Vision mech pilots fought for an abstract cause. They fought for the same goals as any human, to better their lives and the lives of their families. This motivating force was largely lost when it came to rearguard units and those that worked in a non-military capacity. Whoever called the shots at the research base did not wish to die in vain. The interference field suddenly dropped. Major Vril glowered and gnashed his teeth as the comm channel closed by itself. Recall orders to ready Venerable O'Callaghan. The Honorable Expert Pilot is not feeling well enough to sortie. VS sat stunned as the rest of the Vandals accepted that sorry excuse. Although expert pilots enjoyed an elevated status in the Mech Corps, they had not reached the point where they could outright refuse a direct order from a superior. This was the first time he had witnessed such an event. Chapter 461 Bestial. Halt the planned attacks on the research base. We're moving on to the next phase. Major Vril unwillingly retreated from the third moon. The ships under his command consolidated in orbit over the second moon and started to retrieve the mechs and loot from the fallen lunar fortress. The battle there ended quickly once the Vandals overcame the inner walls. Not wishing to fight to the death, the defending Visions surrendered without exception. For their part, the Vandals accepted their surrender and took the mech pilots into custody. They restrained the norms that acted as support personnel in place because they held no value. Taking them along burdened the Vandals more than the Visions, and they didn't feel like killing them after they magnanimously surrendered. VS got the sense that the Vandals weren't above killing their prisoners, but only if the Visions pissed them off in some way. In that regard, the Visions manning the lunar fortress did their duty but nothing more. The Vandals took slightly more than 2 hours to strip down the lunar fortress. They retrieved most of what they could easily salvage, but hadn't managed to clean the fortress out entirely due to lack of time and lifting power. They did leave a parting gift as the last mechs boarded the combat carriers and lifted off from the surface. Several portions of the fortress blew up, causing almost every section to collapse except for the areas which held the prisoners. It would take a significant amount of effort to bring the fortress back to strength after all of the destruction. With the moons taken out of consideration, if only nominally, Major Verl turned his attention to the planet that held most of the star system's riches. Dietmund 4, the fourth planet from the binary suns. At the Major's orders, the combat carriers formed up and moved into a lower orbit over the bountiful temperate planet. Much of its cities burned, but from high up the planet still resembled a jewel. The attacks on the moons only served as their appetizers. Making landfall on Dietmund 4 and completing their subsequent objectives would be the main course. They gathered as much information as they could about Dietmund 4 and its local forces, but the rebels who provided most of their intelligence had been proven wrong several times before. It was too easy to hide any number of assets on a planet. Even as the Vandal combat carriers turned their sensors towards the planet and attempted to scan the underground layers, they failed to turn up any results. The Visions either hid their assets well, or they really hadn't stationed any hidden forces on the planet. "Don't get complacent, VS," Alec whispered to him. "What comes up next will be our real test. Urban combat is always messy. Depending on how much the locals can organize themselves, we can have a real fight on our hands. They still collectively outnumber us." As much as that fact concerned VS, the chances that they would unite in a common defense was low. That would mean submitting themselves to a single leader. Short of Lord Javier, no one possessed enough clout to unite the local forces. "I've never been through a raid from the perspective of the raiders. This is more than a simple raid, VS. We've established many objectives, but our main goals are to rob enough to make our losses worth it and to root out Lord Javier from whatever hole he's crawled into. That's going to be difficult to complete in a very short time span." VS thought that they had made a lot of haste, but evidently Alec thought otherwise. With time pressing on their backs, they couldn't afford to delay their steps. The Vandals readied themselves to be deployed. The combat carriers split in two. Those that carried space-borne mechs would remain in orbit while those that carried land-bound mechs descended to the surface. A tense moment ensued as some of the combat carriers made the risky action of descending into hostile territory. Though the rioting and the anarchy caused the planet to be thrown into confusion, that didn't mean that every local lost their minds. A counterattack could come at any moment. While the combat carriers made the drop, VS and Alec already started analyzing the data that the rebels constantly poured in. They captured a lot of footage of mechs stomping around. Many influences held back some strength, and if not for all the strife, they never would have pulled out their reserve forces. It was the job of the mech designers to analyze each model spotted in the wild and give out a cursory evaluation of their strength. With hundreds of different mech models spotted on the surface, the pair would have succumbed from all of the work, but luckily they didn't work alone. Other mech designers assigned to other ships did their part as well, thereby massively speeding up the identification and classification process. VS had never analyzed so many different mech models in such a short amount of time. The effort strained him somewhat and he made a lot of mistakes. Yet each time he fell, he picked himself up again and learned how to do better. He became increasingly proficient in spotting the strengths and weaknesses of mechs merely from spotty footage. Besides their propensity for missiles, the Visions on Dietmund 4 also leaned towards bestial mechs. These animal-shaped mechs took the place of melee mechs mostly as they all focused on closing in the distance with their four limbs, and savaged their opponents with claws and perhaps teeth. House Inekin is very partial to bestial mechs, Alec quickly explained. They're famous for fielding the Emodri's Duchy's premier bestial mech regiments. Most of them are sent to the front lines though, so we won't meet those elites on the field today. So that explained it. House Inekin's rich tradition in working with bestial mechs helped compensate for the increased difficulty in mastering those types of mechs. Human mech pilots adjusted best when they piloted humanoid mech models. There had always been skeptics who claimed that the human form was not always the most conductive form for combat. They derisively dismissed the bipedal human form and their dependence on tools as inefficiencies. Mech designers who adhered to this school of thought instead sought to develop alternatives based on animals and aliens. The so-called bestial supremacy movement was a powerful strain within the galactic mech industry, but their grip in the Komodo star sector was fairly weak. The main advantages of bestial mechs was that they provided a lot of variety. The downsides to using them was it took a substantial amount of effort to train them with different animal forms. That made animal-shaped mechs rather rare in the resource-starved galactic rim. Pretty much every mech designers in the galactic rim fell into the humanoid supremacy movement, including VS. In practice, no one in the Bright Republic paid attention to these doctrinal and ideological disputes. Perhaps closer to the center of the galaxy, mech designers from different camps would confront each other, and even initiated design duels to prove their point, but VS found all of it rather silly. Those bestial mechs are geared for standing battles. They're not the hit-and-run types. VS studied the models seen in the wild and quietly agreed. These tiger and wolf-shaped mechs possessed a lot of bulk, putting them well in the upper range of the medium weight class. This gifted them with a hefty charge and powerful attacks but slow attacks up close, but it didn't do their speed and agility any good. Nonetheless, due to their form, they were just a notch faster and more agile than humanoid mechs that weighed the same. Their forelimbs provided them with a lot more stability, as they didn't have to worry about tipping over as much. The downside, of course, was that they couldn't make use of external equipment such as swords and rifles. They went into battle with the weapons already fixed into their frames. Fighting them would be a nightmare on land, but aerial mechs should make quick work of them. Unfortunately, the Vandals weren't very strong in the air. They focused primarily on space-borne mechs and diverted some of their efforts on building up a force of land-bound mechs by necessity. Perhaps some space-borne mechs would accompany the land-bound mechs on the ground, but VS couldn't see a fragile machine like the Inheritor ever doing so. He was familiar enough with its design to realize that the Inheritors would get massively slowed down when put under the influence of gravity. As VS continued to analyze mechs, a sudden change occurred just as the combat carriers heading to the surface touched land. A large number of heat signatures and alarms blared over the consoles of the specialists. Detecting active scanning from 17 different locations from the surface. Our ships are being painted, sir. What? Plot those locations on the map right now. The central projector which displayed Dietman 4 lit up with 17 different points strewn about in random locations in the wilderness. Sir, detecting mass missile launches from 8 other locations on Dietman 4 and the second moon. More points lit up. This time, several trails flew up from these locations. Both in front and in their rear, the Vandal fleet faced an incoming surge of Vision missiles. No doubt whoever was in charge had been holding them back until the Vandals landed half their combat carriers. The Akara mechs that served as their point defense would have been a significant help in shooting down the missiles. Now it was too late to recall the landed ships. The missiles traveled too fast for them to catch up. Though Major Verl and the fleet in orbit had plenty of time to meet the incoming missiles, that hardly served as a consolation to them due to the sheer size of the missile salvo. What is the current count? Reporting an estimated number of 43,000 missiles have launched from Dietman 4. 15,000 missiles coming inbound from the second moon. Sensors have detected a second salvo. The mood in the command center plummeted at this point. Dealing with almost 60,000 missiles was already a challenge. Dealing with twice as much would strain their defenses until they broke. The news was already bad enough, but what came next was worse. A third salvo of missiles have launched from Dietman 4. What about the launch sites on the second? No activity detected. By all accounts, the crew of those sites have evacuated. The third salvo looked a little more ragged. Evidently, the Visions had thrown whatever they had left at the Vandal fleet up in orbit. A total of 150,000 missiles headed in their direction. To a mech regiment that favored melee mechs over ranged mechs, this was an absolute disaster. "Tell me of their makeup, now!" Major Vole bellowed. Alec and VS already started to work on that as soon as the Vandals detected the missile launches. Eventually, they both came to the conclusion that only two types of missile had been launched. "The missiles comprise of two different types," Alec answered. "The missiles launched from the surface all consists of the Heaven's Fall HVA-535, a standard Vision surface-to-space ship-killer missile type. They're characterized by their extremely powerful propulsion that lets them escape the gravity well of a terrestrial planet and build up a significant amount of velocity. Their payloads are largely explosive or kinetic depending on the variant, which we haven't been able to determine as of yet, sir." "Then get on that as soon as possible. What of the other type?" Since VS analyzed those missiles, it was his turn to answer the Major. "The hidden lunar sites have launched two salvos of XXREX Mark 54H missiles. The XXREX type missiles are characterized by their high explosive payloads, and the H variant of the Mark 54s denote the heaviest version of this type of missiles, so they pack an even greater punch." They both relayed the exact numbers to Major Vole's terminal, who studied the data with increasing alarm. The waves of missiles from the surface of Dietmann 4 needed to fight against gravity to reach the orbiting Vandal ships, so they generally didn't have too much left by the time they reached their targets. The sheer amount of missiles made up for their relative weakness in this area. As for the XXREX missiles launched from the second moon, they came in much fewer numbers, but a combat carrier that got hit in the right sections would certainly crack apart despite their superior armor coverage. The amount of damage they could deal already approached the level of torpedoes. In short, they were screwed from both the front and the rear. Chapter 462 Vision Welcome. Both the Heaven's Fall and the XXREX missiles represent specific types of military ordnance. Compared to the missiles used by mercs and gangs, the missiles used by the Mech Legion possessed a lot of advantages. They hit harder, their ECM wouldn't be as easy to fool, and they accelerated significantly faster as well. Superior development only played a minor role in their performance. The true reason why the flagrant Vandals feared these missiles was because they incorporated various amounts of exotics. The use of expensive materials lay at the root of their performance. The Bright Republic generally shied away from such practices, as they considered lacing their missiles with junk exotics or low-grade exotics to be an absolute waste. A missile launched from a tube would be a missile that could never be recovered. Once it detonated or got intercepted, the wreckage would be strewn over a huge area, and in certain cases be blown by the wind on a planet or carried along their initial impulse in space. It was safe to say that in cases like that, the expensive exotics would never be recovered. Yet the Visions didn't see it that way. Certainly, their active use of missiles cost a pretty penny, but they treated it as an investment. As long as they inflicted more damage on the enemy than what the missiles cost, then they came out ahead on a net basis. That put the 150,000 missiles heading in their direction in a very ominous light. The resources put in their manufacture could have been used to acquire another combat carrier or two. If the Mech Corps faced the same equation, then they would have certainly gone for extra ships. Not so for the Visions, who only thought in terms of how much damage they could inflict. "Estimated casualties?" Major Vole asked a specialist in charge of simulations. "A high possibility of 3 to 5 combat carriers sustaining heavy damage. 1 or 2 may even break apart." The ship-killer missiles only targeted their ships. The Visions might wish to target their transports and logistics ships as well because the flagrant Vandals depended on them to make their way back home. In any case, the incoming missiles needed to be dealt with. Major Vole stood up. "We've trained for this. Engage anti-missile countermeasures." With the Vision propensity for launching mass missile swarms, the Mech Corps drilled relentlessly on how to take them out. Major Verl only needed to mention a few plans and issue a couple of instructions to make his ships and mechs adopt a defensive posture optimized against missiles. Naturally, the Visions didn't make it easy on their enemies to take their missiles out one by one. For one, they staggered their missiles in such a way that all 150,000 of them arrived near simultaneously at their targets. The first salvo traveled a little slower and adopted slightly arched trajectories, while the missiles behind them took a more direct approach and burned a little faster. Over time, the distances would diminish until they formed a combined volley of apocalyptic proportions. The flagrant vandals much preferred the missiles to pour into them one by one. This way, they could focus their full defensive envelope on a couple of missiles at once and take them out before the next one arrived. Sadly, no one with a brain would program their missiles to trickle in this way unless it served a special purpose. The key to taking out so many missiles coming at them at once was to take potshots of them at extreme range. Launch counter missiles! A handful of missileists among the Vandals launched their own missiles. The salvo released by them only numbered just above 10,000, an absolutely pathetic amount compared to what the Visions threw at them. Hopefully, at least half of them would score a hit at the incoming Vision missiles. Lasers fire at will! Every laser-wielding mech in the Mech regiment aimed their guns and fired far off into the distance. At this point, not a single mech pilot would be able to spot the missiles with the naked eye. They entrusted the aiming of their weapons entirely to their targeting systems, which all networked back to the powerful processors aboard the combat carriers. One of the biggest advantages of laser beams over kinetic weapons was that they traveled at the speed of light, and that their range was potentially enormous in the emptiness of space. In practice, space wasn't completely empty, and the laser beams also tended to become defocused across huge distances. In addition, although the lasers traveled really fast, the missiles didn't travel in a straight line either. The Vision missiles poured a lot of research into improving their capability to dodge extreme-range laser fire. Small boosters embedded along their structure pushed the missiles left and right, up and down, and even back and forth. Extremely sophisticated algorithms governed this behavior, and unless the Mech Corps cracked the code, the Vandals wouldn't be able to predict their dodging patterns. Both the Heaven's Fall and the XXREX missiles happened to be one of the newer types of missiles introduced by the Mech Legion in the last couple of years. That meant that the Vandals practically faced them for the first time. Hundreds of mechs kept firing their lasers off in the distance. They focused on the low-volume XXREX missiles launched from the second moon because they were bigger and heavier than the Heaven's Fall missiles. This made them a bit more resilient, but it also made them a lot easier to hit. Dozens of missiles got shot down as the mechs scored occasional lucky hits. The hit rate slowly increased as the missiles neared the Vandal ships, but it all went far too slow for their tastes. The extreme range, along with the devilishly clever dodging patterns, made each attempt to take them down a complete gamble. In situations like this, neither of the mech designers played much of a role. Major Verl turned to others who studied Vision missiles as their life's work. What VS and Alec knew about missiles wasn't very much, though Alec at least tried to be helpful by trying to hack them in some way. Good luck with that. The Visions obsessed about having their missiles turn against them, so they employed many convoluted methods in order to prevent such an occurrence. In general, the Mech Corps only managed to crack last-gen missile models. Anything newer than that was pretty much a black box in their regard. Many minutes passed by as the lasers took their toll on the missile salvos. Mechs that wielded projectile-based weapons stood by and waited for the missiles to come close before unleashing their own storm of fire. Since their projectiles traveled much slower than the speed of light, it didn't make sense to fire them right now. The missiles saw the incoming projectiles coming and would have ages of time to adjust their trajectory and move out of the way. Thousands more missiles died. Many expensive XXREX missiles blew apart as they got struck. Their payloads affected nothing but empty space. Yet the Visions wouldn't consider their interception to be a waste. As long as they preoccupied the Vandals and prevented other missiles from being taken out, the XX missiles still served their purpose. After a long while, the missiles finally entered the longest effective range of the Vandal projectile mechs. A huge volume of fire erupted from the mechs that had held their fear and indignation back. Now, they could finally unleash their pent-up frustration at the majestic cloud of missiles. Thousands more missiles died each second. Ballistic weapons held a huge advantage in that they didn't generate as much heat. As long as their ammo lasted, the mechs could fire their rifles and cannons as much as they wished. The Akara heavy cannoneers pretty much stole the show at this point. Though they had already started firing their laser cannons at the start, once they unleashed their explosive shells, it was as if hell descended on the missiles. Of course, the Visions didn't pack the missiles close enough for multiple of them to be taken out by a single explosion. Still, the wide-area detonations made it easy to guarantee a kill. The missile waves halved in numbers, with most of the XXREX missiles taken out at this point. Yet that still left an abundance of Heaven's Fall missiles with very little time left to take them out as well. Laser-wielding mechs kept firing their weapons regardless of the risks. Their mechs and weapons overheated in rapid tempo. Some mechs employed emergency coolant and other desperate measures to stave off a shutdown. They would rather fry their mechs than let a combat carrier go down. In the meantime, every serviceman aboard the combat carriers buttoned down their gear and prepared for possible impact. In the Stubby Growler's command center, chairs shook as strange components ejected from underneath and flew to encompass everyone's bodies. Everyone wore military-grade hazard suits now. They were rated to survive explosions, extreme temperature fluctuations, and flying shrapnel, though only up to a certain point. They couldn't match full-blown exoskeleton suits in toughness, but they made up for it in flexibility and several systems that enhanced their survival, such as water and oxygen recycling systems. "I've heard stories about what the Visions are willing to throw at us when it comes down to it," Alex said in a purr-like tone. Underneath his hazard suit, his eyes narrowed into slits. "It scares me, but also excites me in a way." "I feel the same way, sir," VS quietly said. The diminishing missile salvos still contained many thousands of missiles. It was easy to mistake the incoming wave as a natural disaster to which no single person could resist. Mechs shorted out as their most fragile components melted down. Weapons blew apart as the heat and stress put on them pushed them past their limits. The combat carriers huddled somewhat together and protected the vital logistical ships in the center of their formation. The non-combat resource processing and fabrication ships possessed virtually no armor that could withstand the Heaven's Fall missiles. They had to be protected at all costs because the Vandals depended on the supplies they produced to operate so far behind enemy lines. "Deploy final countermeasures." Chaff, sensor-blocking particles and more ejected from the combat carriers at the last instant. The ships ejected them at the last seconds in order to give the missiles as little time to adjust. At the very end of their journey, the final Heaven's Fall missiles only numbered in the low thousands. Many of them got fooled by the emergency countermeasures deployed at the last moments. More of them got shot down by the Akara heavy cannoneers that occupied the bunkers embedded into the ships. Yet that still left less than 100 surviving missiles. Out of the 150,000 that the Visions started with, the tiny sum sounded pathetic. It was not. For some reason, the missiles all received an update on their targeting priorities in their final seconds of life. They clustered closer to each other as they converged on a handful of combat carriers. "They're targeting our command ships. The Stubby Growler is being pinged by 27 missiles. Brace for impact." VS could barely hold on to his seat as it expanded and enveloped him in a huge crash ball. Everyone aboard the Stubby Growler became enveloped in these crash balls as well. Boom! 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 They certainly needed the extra protection as the stubby growler shook and shuddered violently over a span of a couple of seconds. A combination of kinetic and explosive missiles overwhelmed her armor and wreaked havoc inside. Entire sections of the combat carrier lurched away from her hull and flung off into space. Many compartments became exposed to space, spilling their contents out or exposing the interior with destructive blasts. Sometimes, the crash balls endured the impact and heat, and other times they cracked open. Even if they seemed intact, some of their occupants broke every bone in their bodies and died on impact. From the lowest spacers to the highest officers, no one could escape the fury of the Vision missiles. Chapter 463 Heaven's Fall. Against the fury of so many missiles bearing down on her, the stubby growler simply ceased to exist. Fragments of the former ship slung in every direction, and the final missile blast even cracked open the command center's containment shell, flinging the crash balls loose and out into space. Some of the white balls hit other debris. They either bounced in another direction or cracked apart, which spilled its occupants. Those that strayed too close from residual blasts, extreme radioactive materials, and flinging shrapnel could count their prayers. One crash ball happened to escape largely unscathed. VS curled himself up in a fetal position inside his ball and kept his eyes on the HUD projected by his helmet. He didn't have the time to feel sorry about the stubby growler and the handful of other combat carriers that got hit. The final explosions launched his crash ball with a hefty push. It flew away far too fast for anyone to retrieve it amid the chaotic aftermath of the missile impacts. The takedown of the carriers which held the established leaders of the Vandal detachment threw the survivors into temporary confusion. Protocols quickly came into being, and the surviving Mech officer with the highest seniority quickly asserted his authority. Damage control teams, assist the damaged carriers. Rescue teams, go out and recover our men. Mechs, replenish ammunition and cool down. We need you up and running in case the Visions send a follow-up attack. A second response, such as launching Mechs or another wave of missiles, was unlikely. The Visions likely blew their entire reserves at that single instant in order to maximize their kill potential. So far, despite the costs, they definitely scored ahead of the flagrant Vandals. How much losses have we sustained so far? Reporting: 2 combat carriers lost, including Major Vull's stubby growler. 3 more carriers sustained heavy damage. 11 only suffered negligible damage. Casualties are estimated to be around 7,000 Vandals, spread disproportionately among the lost and heavily damaged carriers. Our logistical ships? No damage reported other than scratches from incidental impacts against floating debris. They're safe and sound. A small load lifted off their chests. Losing those combat carriers hurt a lot and set the Vandals back enormously, but with the logistical ships intact they could still carry the survivors home. The newly elevated commanding officer stared out at the projection that showed the chaotic Vandal ships converging back together. The Visions had their fun. Now it's our turn to dish back the hurt. All of this happened far away from VS. As rescue mechs and shuttles flew out to help those nearest to their positions, the crash balls and loose flying hazard suits kept spreading out in every direction with rapid speed. Each and every one of them suffered a violent push that flung them far too much for the rescue teams to reach them quickly. They might have been able to make it to them if they flew towards them at their best speed, but the mechs and shuttles' priorities recovering the nearest survivors. For most, who got rescued first didn't matter too much. However, a small portion of hazard suits and crash balls had been thrown in the direction of Dietman 4. The planet exerted a light but ever-present gravity that still drew on the approaching objects. Some would shear past and bend their trajectories. Others would slingshot away at a sharper angle, like how a stone attached to a string could be launched away by employing Dietman IV's gravity as centrifugal force. As for a small portion of unlucky survivors, they traveled almost straight towards Dietmar 4 at such an angle that it would be impossible for them to skate past. Basically, they were on course for planetary entry, wrapped in shells that might or might not survive the incredible amounts of heat generated from the friction of their breach into the atmosphere. Inside one particular crash ball, VS tried to stretch his body but couldn't do anything due to the strong padding that surrounded his hazard suit. With hardly any room to move, VS focused his full attention to the head-up display projected by his helmet. It interfaced with the electronics in the crash ball, allowing him a glimpse of what happened outside. Its basic systems managed to determine that there was a really big planet in its path. It even managed to call up a pre-installed map of the planet and trace out the crash ball's approximate trajectory. If nothing changed, the ball would likely crash in the middle of an ocean. That's not good. I'll either be left alone for weeks or be taken prisoner by the Visions. With the Vandals unlikely to rescue him before his crash ball started its descent, VS intended to rely on his own. He couldn't do anything in the middle of the ocean. He needed to change course. Crash ball! Set destination to Naran City. Adjusting course. Tiny boosters affixed to the exterior of the crash ball spurted out tiny jets. This caused it to spin and alter its trajectory. VS saw that it adopted a shallower angle in order to arc its ultimate endpoint away from the ocean and closer to the capital city of Dietmar 4. Course change completed. Reserve fuel, 27% remaining. The crash seat even allowed VS to fine-tune his landing point, though the crash ball didn't make any guarantees. VS only took a moment to select a mech workshop district in the outskirts of Naran City. As a mech designer, VS fared best when surrounded by mechs or other machines. Though it was extremely risky to mix with the local Visions in one of the most densely populated cities of Dietmar 4, it beat landing in complete wilderness. Without anyone watching my back, I only have my skills and my Amistendra to rely on. While he could have gone for the much more massive manufacturing complexes located nearby, VS thought it would be too risky to sneak inside those places. From what VS had gathered during his stint at the Stubby Growler's command center, most of those complexes still enjoyed protection from their company forces. And since these prosperous manufacturing complexes attracted a lot of attention, any place that fell would be overrun with rioters and robbers. That was not the kind of people that VS wanted to mix with. He merely wanted to scrounge some machines together in order to protect himself long enough for the flagrant Vandals' forces on the ground could pick him up. The crash ball started to encounter an increasing amount of air. As a terraformed planet, Dietmar 4 contained nearly the exact same atmosphere as old Earth. Therefore, the crash began to be slowed down by drag but also started heating up because of that. The heat began to scorch the white surface of the ball, but the emergency device had been built to withstand just these kind of situations. Almost every crash ball flung to the planet endured the heat generated by friction. Some of the poor sods in the hazard suits had it worse. As much as the hazard suits had been designed to endure all manner of damage, in the end they weren't as robust as full exoskeleton suits. The main issue with the suits was that it couldn't deal with the heat. Everyone that fell towards the planet without a crash ball started heating up inside their suits. Some of the older units based on outdated hazard suit designs even failed as certain fragile components suddenly broke under all of the stress. Dozens of people died this way, burned to a crisp from inside out. VS had no time to mourn for the fallen. His crash ball shook and shuddered so violently that he could hardly read his helmet's HUD. The figures and numbers kept shaking all over in front of his eyes. Damn it! The Vandals cheaped out on the hazard suits. At least they had the decency to employ decent crash balls. None of the balls so far had failed under the stress, though the handful of units that got damaged by flying debris started to shake a little harder. Nevertheless, VS started to feel mildly uncomfortable as some of the heat outside started to bleed into the interior. Pressed on all sides by cushioning materials and enclosed in a hazard suit that couldn't move, VS started to feel very claustrophobic. The shaking and the knowledge that the descent could go wrong at any moment also failed to reassure his concerns. Note to self: invest in proper emergency equipment. The pressure also started to bore into his body, but at least VS had it better than most. The G-force did almost nothing to his strengthened body, and the miniature inertial compensators bled off some of it when it began to exceed a certain amount. Still, everything depended on the continued operation of a handful of critical systems. It was far too fragile to his tastes. VS felt like he returned right back to the glowing planet, or Graining 4. Just like before, VS fell into a circumstance where everything went out of control and where his actions couldn't change the outcome at all. He hated feeling helpless like a newborn lamb. This is far too crazy. Mech designers shouldn't even be exposed to direct combat. VS thought he had escaped such a fate by digging himself out of the pit filled with low-ranked mech designers, but of all the mech regiments he could end up with, he got assigned to one of the few that didn't maintain a permanent base. VS always thought the Vandals held ulterior motives in keeping all of their assets mobile. Maintaining a safe and secure base on a planet far away from the front lines might offer safe harbor to the Vandals, but it also tied them down. By now, his crash ball had gone through the worst part of the descent. The shaking subsided and the speed of the ball's descent had slowed down to a more controllable and manageable state. This finally reassured him a little. At least not everything has gone wrong. One downside of entering atmosphere was that the crash ball lost contact with its fellow. From what he gathered until the connections broke, most of the crash balls had the same idea as he did and tried to converge around Naran City, or one of the other major cities within their fuel allowance. Last he counted, around 50 or so crash balls specifically directed their course towards the capital city, but they all chose different districts to land on. Some even wanted to fall directly towards the landing site of Vandal combat carriers that carried land-bound mechs to the ground. Such an action was exceedingly risky because the visions on the ground weren't vegetables. Naran City started coming into view. Several areas in and around Naran City started to be lit up as hidden turrets emerged from their underground enclosures and targeted the descending crash balls. Most of the anti-air turrets clustered around the palace and other important government buildings situated downtown. The manufacturing complexes also contributed some of their anti-air turrets, or mechs, into taking down the errant crash balls. The districts adjacent to the area where the Vandals established their beachheads hosted plenty of turrets as well. Any Vandal divisions took out now would be one Vandal they didn't have to face on the battlefield. Those bastards! Next time, we better not take any prisoners. VS cursed as he programmed a last-minute course change to take him further away from the center of Naran City. Course change interrupted. Reserve fuel, 0% remaining. His ball expended its last remaining available reserve of fuel, and it was barely enough to get him to the furthest edge of the Mech Workshop district. Fortunately, the district looked a little rundown and held nothing of importance, so the Visions didn't bother posting a turret in this area. As his crash ball neared the surface of Naran City, his crash ball expended the final remaining bits of fuel and power it reserved to make a safe landing. A powerful anti-grav module came to life, allowing the final landing boosters to slow down its fall to a more controllable descent. For a moment, VS felt as if he was weightless. The next, a firm thud pushed him against the cushions as his crash ball embedded itself into an abandoned and overgrown park. The ball finally fell apart after that. VS shakingly emerged from the remnants of the broken ball and shook his hazard suit to get some life back into his limbs. So this is Naran City. The twin suns just started to fall under the horizon. Nevertheless, plenty of flames lit up the darkening skies in the distance. Weapons fire and mechs clashing against each other could be heard from the distance. The entire planet fell into turmoil, and as Lord Javier's seat of power, Neren's city bled the most. VS almost felt sorry for the citizens, but he quickly reminded himself that he wasn't one of them. The entire planet is my enemy. Chapter 464 Enemy of the Entire Plane. The Mech Workshop District sat in the furthest reaches from the center of the city. It held a very poor location, being far away from the spaceport and the well-developed infrastructure that supported the manufacturing complexes on the other side of Neren's city. The only thing the district had going for was that beginning mech designers could easily rent a workshop for a pittance. They could also hire cheap manpower from the slums in the neighboring cities, though that also caused this part of town to be ridden with petty gangs and crime. A gang member happened to spot a crash ball landing in the abandoned park. He didn't recognize the object and only thought it might be some space debris separated from a ship. Well, lucky me! Anything that can survive entry is bound to fetch a few hundred savis. The Vija Kingdom utilized the Nova sovereigns as their statewide currency. Almost everyone referred to them as savis, and they held a value roughly 25% weaker than a bright credit. To an average bottom feeder, a few hundred savis was more than enough to live on for a month or two. The gang member eagerly climbed over the rusted fence and entered the overgrown park. He pushed his way past the wild bushes and long grasses until he finally reached a small clearing with a lot of cooling debris. Treasure! The man's eyes lit up, and he practically threw himself on his knees to touch a piece, only to scald his hand from the residual heat of the exterior part. Hot, hot, hot! After blowing his fingers, the man turned his attention back to the pieces and smiled. So much stuff! Maybe it'll be enough to get 1,000 savis. He had never owned so much money in a single instant. Everything went to pay for food, shelter, and the occasional stimulants. Any time he held more than 100 savis, the money just seemed to slip through his fingers the next day. As the man dreamt of what he would do with all of that wealth, his thoughts flew away when a thin, surgical laser beam pierced his head. For a second, the dead gang member appeared to struggle with what had happened to him. The next, his body fell flat to the debris-strewn soil as his brain had completely given up the ghost. VS in his hazard suit emerged from behind a tree trunk with his amystendera extended cautiously towards the corpse. The gang member looked dead, but was that truly so? He slowly inched forward until he was able to stretch out his armored foot and bump the motionless corpse. After making sure the fellow was dead, VS sighed in relief and held the man by his neck and quickly dragged him away. The landing site of his crash ball was a conspicuous spot, and his landing here might have attracted someone else's attention. After reaching a thickly grown portion of the park, VS let down his guard and studied the corpse. Despite the awful damage done to the head, the poor chap's remains hadn't spilled onto the rest of his body, which was exactly what VS intended. He stared at the man's cheap mass-produced clothes and compared them to his nearly spotless green mech designer uniform underneath his hazard suit. The problem with his outfit was that it carried a couple of emblems and other trappings that marked him out as a mech designer in service to the Mech Corps. If VS dared to stroll through Neren City's anarchy-infested streets with these clothes, he'd be liable to get mobbed by hateful citizens who decried the disastrous invasion of the flagrant vandals. Sorry, buddy. I need your clothes. VS disengaged from his bulky hazard suit and shed his mech designer uniform. Then, he proceeded to strip the corpse and drape them to his own bare body. Their stature fortunately matched somewhat, so VS didn't feel uncomfortable by their fit. He also took the man's cheap comm from his wrist, but VS couldn't manage to get past the security check. Alec or Melker would have been able to hack into it, but VS had never learned how to hack a comm without assistance. He didn't specialize in this field. Great! I'm going to need to get my hands on an unsecured comm. His ultimate goal would be to return to the Vandal fleet up in space. Despite the destruction of a handful of ships, the Vandals should still be aiming to continue their operation. They invested too much resources to make this daring assault, and the loss of a handful of extremely expensive combat carriers only spurred them on. They needed to loot enough riches to compensate for their substantial losses. The only problem is that they've landed on the far side of the manufacturing complexes. The flagrant Vandals chose to land outside the city's perimeters, but close to the district which held all of the major industrial complexes. It was obvious to everyone what the Vandals intended. Half-organized mech units of House Anekin's household troops had already deployed a substantial amount of mechs to that district, but as far as VS was aware of, their numbers couldn't match the invading Vandals. Making his way through Naren City's various districts while bypassing rioters and loyalists sounded very daunting to VS. However, he would rather take his chances than to sit tight and wait for rescue that might never come. With his new clothes, at least he wouldn't be mistaken as an enemy by the locals. With potentially the entire planet as his enemy, VS could ill afford to be known as a stray brighter who arrived from the stars. After fiddling but failing to accomplish anything with the comm, he threw it on the ground next to his discarded clothes, his hazard suit, and a stripped corpse. VS extended the barrel of his Amastendera yet again and set it on a wider angle at a higher power setting. Vroosh! As he fired the pistol at the pile on the ground, the wider beam caused the entire mess to melt or burn apart. A huge sizzle escaped from the body as a lot of its moisture evaporated into disgusting steam. VS leaned away from the conflagration and tried to avoid breathing in the foul air. The hazard suit took longest to melt down. It had been designed to withstand heat to some extent, but in the end it couldn't resist the vast power of his Amastendera. Once the suit turned into a molten puddle of alloys and composites, VS released his finger off the trigger and shoved the weapon back into his intangible inventory. That takes care of that. VS felt oddly guilty about killing the Vision. He had been responsible for the deaths of several people, either directly or indirectly, as was the case with supplying others with his mechs. VS did not lose any sleep over this responsibility, but the act of killing another human being in person oddly discomforted him in the back of his mind. He could have found another solution, such as breaking in one of the nearby structures or workshops and scavenged some clothing from there. He could have knocked the fellow out with a hefty bump on the head and stripped him without killing the lad. I can't obsess over these what-ifs. Not with my life at stake. He quickly got over his dilemma and resolved himself to escape from this planet. VS was no saint, and he cared nothing for the lives of the people who lived on Deepman 4. Killing them was distasteful, but if it kept him alive, he would do whatever was necessary. VS moved from the park as casually as possible. He tried out various postures before settling for a slightly slouched one that mimicked the sleazy gang member that he turned into ashes. The trouble was that it would be difficult to pass for a genuine local. VS obtained no training in this regard, and the differences between Visions and Brighters was large enough that one would instantly recognize the other as soon as they opened their mouths. VS wouldn't be able to mimic the two defining cultural traits of a Vision. First, their society was a lot more hierarchical, and even the commoners themselves split up their social class into several layers. Second, the Visions adopted a local accent that was slightly different from the Republic. They also used different idioms and word choices in some cases. VS couldn't mimic the Vision voice at all, let alone the Deepman accent, which was another subset of the Vision accent. He actually didn't know too much about these differences, but his recent interactions with Iris taught him a lot more about the Visions than he wanted to. It turned out that the things he learned about the Visions might prove very helpful in his current predicament. VS moved in the direction of his destination, bringing him closer to the city proper. This far out, The streets only held a few workshops, and none of them looked to have been used in the past several years. Times are tough for them as well, huh? The Visions must have drafted much of their bottom feeder mech designers as well. This led to many empty and abandoned mech workshops. Debt collectors, scavengers, and thieves looted them empty. The scavengers even took away near worthless objects such as towels or cutlery. Empty. 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 Practically everyone looking to make a quick savvy had picked the entire street of workshops clean. VS wouldn't be able to cobble up anything together with what little they left behind. He needed to go deeper into the district and break into a proper workshop. Though entering deeper into Naren's city scared him, VS urgently needed to make something. He didn't forget that the Vandals only allotted 4 days at most for their assault on Deepman 4. VS needed to reach the Vandal beachhead on the other side of the city in order to get away from his hellhole. As VS passed through several intersections, he met a couple of people on the streets. Most appeared to be tough guys looking to make some trouble. VS kept his head down and tried to shuffle away as fast as possible from these types. "Watch where you're going, bunghole!" Most people who looked at VS stared at his dirt-encrusted clothes and dismissed him out of hand. They probably thought that VS didn't own enough wealth to make it worthwhile for them to rob him. One burly man thought otherwise. "Watcha looking at? You looking at me? You looking at me?" The thug went as far as grabbing the hem of the stolen shirt. "Let go," VS softly said. "How about no? What are you gonna do about it?" "Nothing much except this." Bang! VS instantly punched the thug's head with a sloppy hook. The incredible force behind the punch launched the Vision across the street until he smacked against the wall of an abandoned workshop. He felt something crunch with the punch, and he would bet that his accoster would never stand up again. He didn't feel bothered at that, as thugs weren't worth his time. Still, he attracted a lot of attention to himself. A few bystanders turned their gazes at him, prompting VS to flee from this part of town in a quick jog. A couple of minutes later, VS arrived at a street that looked a little better than normal. A lot more thugs and gang members prowled the streets, but the workshops in this area looked like they were still in business, if only barely. "This is more like it, though why are there so many people out on the streets?" VS shuffled forward and tried to act like he belonged. He made for a very poor actor, but the thugs weren't the most discerning people. They had other things in mind. VS listened to their hushed conversations. "They say the Vandal raid has Boss Niersen all up in a tizzy. Why else would he call us out here out of the blue?" "Can't blame him. I heard it's held downtown. What is our planet coming to? I'm glad that we escaped most of that. I hope Boss Niersen keeps it that way." Soon enough, a beat-up low-flying aircar arrived from the distance. The car obviously feared being taken out by entire batteries, so the car flew as low to the ground without scraping its bottom. After a while, the aircar reached the largest group of thugs and plopped itself flat on the ground. A door opened and revealed a tall and muscled brute. The man's scarred face turned into a grin. "Boss Niersen." Chapter 465 Lugnuts. "Boss! Are we doing it? Are we gonna smash the salamanders?" "We're doing nothing of the sorts," the brutish man barked back. His response surprised everyone who gathered here. "You dolts! I didn't train my lugnuts to go crazy at the first sign of panic. I feel ashamed you even suggest such a thing." "Yeah, but the rest of Detai has gone crazy. Why shouldn't we celebrate as well?" "They're only crazy because those damned rebels are riling everyone up. I don't tolerate any of their people in my territory, and I'm glad I did because it's as quiet as a mouse out here." Most of the crowd still couldn't accept such an outcome. So far, they helplessly watched on as the news portals broadcasted complete anarchy from the interior of Naren City. They badly wanted to join the fun as the destructive revel spilled out to several districts, except for theirs, which was too remote. Think about it, Boss Niersen said and stretched his arms around the workshops lining the streets. How much savies do you think we earn for protecting these bunch of nerds? It's a lot, especially added overtime. But if we can loot their workshops, we can make off with millions worth of savies and fancy gear. Stupid! How would we get rid of them? Do we even have the space to hide all of our loot before can sell them off to the black market? How will we be able to get rid of the tracking devices that they'll surely be hiding? The lugnuts kept trying to weasel Boss Niersen into letting them go wild, but the strongest of them all remained staunch in the face of temptation. Let me ask you this, how long do you think the rebels and the Briders will stay? That shut everyone up. Days. Weeks, maybe, but not months, and there's no chance they'll be here to stay. Once they finally leave, what will happen to the rest? I can tell you now that the Immies will come down with their mechs and investigators and scoop out any troublemaker who helped them out. We aren't helping the enemy. We just want to enjoy some of our dues, that's all. Don't try to fast talk me. I know what you're up to, and I say you're not getting any of that as long as I'm around. VS listened from the outskirts of the loose crowd as Boss Niersen blabbed on about his 40 years of living on the streets, and staying alive while all of his buddies overreached and met their ends. At the heart of it, VS approved of his clear-headed approach. Sadly, caution and calm wasn't very conducive for his purposes. I don't want to hear any trouble from you boys. We're going to patrol our turf and kick anyone out that even hints at trouble. It's boring work, but mark my words, the Immies will reward us well when they come to save us from the rebels and Briders. That sounded very bad for VS. While he didn't know how far their territory spanned, chances were high the lugnuts would notice his presence and approach him. Once they had him under their sights, it would be very difficult to stay unnoticed. As Boss Niersen started issuing out specific orders, VS slowly shuffled backwards while he readied the Amastendera. The fancy laser pistol gleamed obnoxiously from the streetlights out in the dark. The weapon had been designed for a noble, not an infiltrator. Despite the risks, VS nevertheless took his time to aim the weapon. He might have a bit of practice firing the weapon, but his aim would still be wobbly this far back from his target. Just as Boss Niersen spotted the gleam of the pistol aimed at him, VS fired his weapon. A bright golden beam slashed out and tore past the ear of the big guy. Damn! I missed! Niersen's quick reflexes caused him to jump and roll to the side, but VS wasn't finished yet. He kept his finger on the trigger and raked his laser beam across the street until it hit the fleeing gang leader, instantly boiling his flesh and ended his life. Boss! Kill him! Run! Everything happened so fast that the lugnuts could hardly process the blatant murder. Some of the men with quicker wits pulled out their guns and started to pepper VS with badly aimed shots, but he already dove into an alleyway between two workshops, thereby cutting everyone's line of sight. After him! No, wait! It's too dangerous! Around a third of the men looked like they wanted to take revenge, but inwardly the golden laser beam astonished them all. The lugnuts generally used the cheapest laser weapons they could get their hands on, and the beams on those rifles and pistols only lasted a couple milliseconds or so. A laser beam that kept burning at so much power that they could still feel the heat from their skin was worth a lot more than what they collectively earned in years. Who killed the boss? No idea, but I'm out of here. Some panicked, some stood paralyzed while some scratched their heads, trying to figure out what to do next. The assassin's probably a rebel. He probably didn't like Boss Niersen's plan of staying put on our turf. So you say that the rebels killed the boss because he isn't dancing to their tune? Yeah. A lot of lugnuts still stuck around. As much as they feared the laser, the assassin already made a getaway. Hey, should we do what the rebels want? What do you mean? You know, since Boss Niersen got killed for doing nothing, shouldn't we do the opposite instead? A brain lit up in their minds as they contemplated the idea. The boss thought it was a bad idea. It'll attract attention from the Immies when they finally come and lay down the law. Those troops from Emotries won't bother with small fry like us. They'll have to butcher half the planet if they want to punish all the rioters. Come on, this is our chance. There's no guarantee the Immies will reward us if we do nothing, but if we can make a quick score today, we'll be living like kings for the rest of our lives. This argument rapidly gained a lot of momentum. After a little bit of back and forth, the remnants of the lugnuts quickly came to an agreement. Let's smash this place up. It was as if they turned into barbarians. The lugnuts might have acted meek in front of Boss Niersen, but with nothing restraining them anymore, they didn't hesitate to let their inner beasts wild. Laughter, screams, and threats hung in the air as the occupants of the workshops tried and failed to resist the deluge of gang members. Word of their antics began to spread, and all kinds of lowlives crawled out of the woodwork to join in the fun. The sight of so many people throwing the workshops into chaos emboldened the cowards and the weak. They gained enough courage to join in on the looting, thereby throwing the entire territory of the lugnuts into chaos. VS shook his head as he kept to the shadows. He stared emotionlessly as he saw the businesses being looted, set on fire, or smashed in various conditions. As everyone busied themselves into taking what they wanted from the workshops that built all of those big mechs, VS quietly snuck to Boss Niersen's corpse, grabbed hold of the remnants, and dragged it to the abandoned aircar. None of the lugnuts had attempted to loot their former boss. Whether it was out of fear or respect, VS didn't know. As VS entered the aircar and slammed the doors shut, he rifled through Niersen's burned remains but found very little of value. A pistol, some data chips, a comm. VS had set his laser beam at a moderate power setting, but that was almost enough to burn most of Niersen's possessions to a crisp. VS didn't get anything he hoped for, causing him to sigh and throw the remains in the back seat of the aircar. Can I activate this car? VS quickly explored the control panel of the car. He even bent down and detached a plate, allowing him to look at the insides of the car. Nothing. VS spotted nothing that he could use to take control. The aircar might look cheap and old, but VS couldn't even bypass its antiquated security systems. He needed to find another ride. Time for Plan B, I suppose? VS exited the useless aircar and ran along the streets, heading slowly but surely towards the center of the city. None of the rioting lugnuts or lowlives spared a glance at him. For one, he was dressed as shabbily as them. Secondly, VS didn't look like a person who held a lot of valuables. This allowed him to reach what he suspected to be the edge of the lugnuts' territory. Beyond the intersection up ahead was another district of mech workshops that clearly looked like it had entered the advanced state of rioting. A handful of wreckage formed a crude barrier that separated the two areas. As ugly and awful as it looked, it formed an effective wall against riders on foot. This insulated the lugnuts from much of the trouble ahead. Not a lot of lugnuts had reached this area yet, but a handful of clever hooligans opted to start breaking down doors from here, far away from where most the lugnuts let loose. The lugnuts have finally done it. It was about time they did something. We've been waiting on the streets for half a day now. They neared the door of a workshop and banged at it with their fists. Open up! We're the tax collectors, and your taxes are due! A crackling speaker came to life. Bugger off! I got nothing worth your time. Go loot the workshop down the street. He recently upgraded his assembly system. That's gotta be worth a lot. The troublemakers looked at each other and nodded. One of them held out a scuffed laser rifle and aimed it at the door before proceeding to pepper it with bursts of laser beams. To its credit, the door held out against the heat. It would take a decent amount of time for the lasers to burn through. I'm telling you, open up or you won't like it when we finally pry it open. You can go to hell. Don't come inside, I'm armed. The men laughed. A nerd like you can hardly hurt a fly. As the men already started dreaming about how much loot they could make off from emptying out this workshop, VS sneaked up behind the men and unceremoniously unleashed a nearly full-powered laser beam from his Amastendra. He raked the beam from left and right, which vaporized the abdomens of every looter gathered together. VS walked over the corpses with his pistol held out before reaching the door. He knocked at it once and spoke out calmly. Open up this door, or I'm turning this gun on you. Hi-yi! Please don't shoot! I'll open it! A tone rang and locks disengaged. The door slid open, allowing VS to enter the dingy interior of one of the shabbiest workshops that he had ever seen. VS realized midway throughout his journey that he wouldn't be able to access any of the machines in the workshops without the right credentials. His lack of equipment and means seriously limited his options. He urgently needed to gear up, and that meant he couldn't walk past the workshops without doing something. Thus, he came up with a plan on the spot. Killing Boss Niersen was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but it succeeded in throwing his turf into chaos. With everyone thinking about scoring a lot of riches, an outsider like VS would have much more room for maneuver. It also put a lot of fear in the mech designers and workers that still occupied these workshops. VS looked around with care, wary for an unexpected ambush. The man on the other end of the line sounded frightened, but VS couldn't help but shake the feeling that it might have been an act. Where are you? Come out! Chapter 466 Filkies. VS stopped and started to think. What would a poor, impoverished mech designer rely on when he owned a dingy mech workshop in a remote district of Naren City? With thugs of all kinds roaming the streets, he didn't believe a cowardly mech designer would roll over without a fight. He looked around the long but narrow interior of the mech workshop. It had been built for the purpose, featuring strong ceramic walls that could withstand any industrial accidents, and from the abundant marks of age, plenty of mishaps had happened over the years in this humble building. The mech designer who spoke over the speakers was probably the latest in a long line of owners. VS began to look around some more and studied the aged, rusted machinery and the haphazardly strewn tools. Even if the workshop was at such a poor state, this mech designer should have treated his gear with more respect. Leaving them out in the open for anyone to bump their feet onto the obstacles was a sign of an incredible level of sloppiness. For a moment, VS felt like an inspector who had been tasked with the unenviable job of evaluating the safety of this workspace environment. He only stepped through the front, and already he could write an entire report on the violations he had seen. Where are you? Step out! No one responded. None of the speakers crackled to life to convey the high-pitched voice of the mech designer who occupied this dark and silent mech workshop. VS tried to put himself in the opposite man's situation again. What would he do against anyone who tried to invade his mech workshop when he was all alone? A mech designer operating a mech workshop by himself can rely on at least one thing: bots. Just as he realized this thought, a surge of bots hovered into the front hall. Over 36 bots of varying shapes and sizes haphazardly stormed over the VS. The heavier bots wielded unfinished plates of mech armor, while the smaller bots wielded a variety of clubs or shabby laser pistols. Though shabby, such a chaotic group of bots would likely have been able to defeat the group of thugs that originally intended to break into this workshop. As far as ingenuity went, the mech designer came up with a decent plan. Too bad he faced VS. Although the bots looked deadly, they were industrial bots, not war bots. They didn't excel in the battlefield, as evidenced by their fairly slow speed and the awful accuracy of their laser shots. VS merely had to dive behind a corner in order to shield himself against the lasers. Still, pathetic or not, VS would certainly suffer if those bots came close and pressed him between several plates. I've got to take them out before they get close. He extended his Amastendera and set it at a fairly high power level. Just like before, he unleashed a thick, golden beam that hit the armor plating carried by the biggest bot. Perhaps a regular laser weapon would have splashed uselessly against the mech-grade armor plate, but the Amastendera was an entire class of laser pistols in itself. The gun in itself had been designed to overcome weaker mechs, and its high-powered potency didn't disappoint. The armor plate the bot carried succumbed remarkably quickly. VS did not expect anything different, as he vaguely recognized it as one of the cheapest armor formulas available. He slashed the laser beam from left to right, causing the other improvised shield bots to split apart and burn on the spot. My bots! No! VS could hear desperation, but not to the point of giving up. Those bots were very valuable and served a vital purpose in keeping this workshop running. The mech designer shouldn't keep risking his bots like this when his shield bots had all been taken out in a single hit. What was he relying on? Only a few seconds passed before VS smelled something funny in the air. He sniffed and stretched out his tongue, only to taste something that resembled something rotten. Poison! His body had already started to heat up, a sign that it actively started to resist a poisonous element. VS hadn't felt this warm since his body first transformed on Graining 4. Back then, he could easily breathe the toxic air of a completely alien planet. A tiny bit of poison synthesized by an impoverished mech designer posed no threat to his health. His body always heated up according to the severity of the threat, and right now he barely felt warmer than his normal condition. Nice try, but poison won't work on me. Now stop your stupid shenanigans or I'll destroy all of your bots. This is my final warning. Surrender now, or I'll wreck all your stuff and try my luck at another workshop. A brief pause stretched after he delivered those words, but eventually VS could hear the bots flying back from where they emerged. I give up. Please don't do anything. This workshop isn't mine, I rented it. I'll be in so much trouble if anything gets broken. After a short while, VS reached the end of the structure and climbed some steps until he reached the control room where the mech designer governed the entire workshop. VS carefully trained his Amastendera at the skinny 30-something-year-old man who was undoubtedly the mech designer of this workshop. What's your name? Filkys Quan. Mister. Can you please not point that gun at me? Only if you prove you're unarmed. Filkys emptied his pockets and removed his coat, leaving him in an oil-stained shirt and a pair of faded pants. Once VS inspected the man and ensured he didn't hide some holdout weapon in his underwear, VS lowered the Amastendera, though he hadn't let down his guard yet. Well, Filkys, if you do as I say, I'll be gone before you know. Disobey me, and I won't hesitate to flash boil your entire head with my laser pistol. Understand? Yes, I understand. Filkys nodded so vigorously that it looked as if his head would bob off entirely. Turn on the command console and show me a status of this workshop. I want a list of all your assets and whatever stock you have in your inventory. Filkys stared at VS as if he was an alien. It took some time, but he finally realized something dreadful about VS. Your accent. You're no Detai. You're a brighter. I am, VS admitted without any compunction. The truth would have come out eventually. Don't forget that I'm the one with the gun here, so you better do as I say. Filkes nodded again and again before opening up the command console to VS. Once VS browsed the lists, he became a little disappointed. Filkes was truly one of the lowest order of independent mech designers he ever had the pleasure to meet. The 3D printer was from the earlier days of the last generation, and it had not aged particularly well after changing hands over a dozen times. The assembly system looked a little better, but VS had just destroyed all of the heaviest spots that were supposed to perform the most demanding duties. All in all, the machinery would only be able to fabricate the most inferior bottom-tier mechs, and their quality wouldn't be much better than a wreck scavenged straight from a brutal battlefield. Thus, it came to no surprise that Filkes didn't do a lot of business. His workshop stayed idle for weeks at a time, and his inventory contained so little stock that he was dependent on advance payments. "You're one of the saddest excuses of a mech designer that I have ever seen," VS commented, sparing no mercy in his words. "Frankly, it's a waste of time for you to rent this workshop and try and make it on your own. You'd have better luck if you enlisted in the Mech Legion or joined a scavenger fleet and made a living restoring broken mechs." "I know." Filkes bent his head. "The Mech Legion didn't want me, and I don't have the connections or qualifications to join another employer." "Really? You're that bad?" VS frowned. Even the most incompetent mech designer could still be employed as an overqualified mech technicians. There were no useless mech designers. "How did you even graduate if no one wants to hire you?" I missed my final semester. I technically didn't graduate." VS couldn't help but palm his face. While a mech designer didn't necessarily need a degree in order to achieve success, Filkes obviously wasn't one of those rare exceptions. He started to regret invading this mech workshop. He should have gone for the ones next door. He briefly contemplated killing Filkes and trying his luck elsewhere, but figured that the other workshops might not be better off. This area seemed to be the dumping ground for the most incompetent mech designers. Besides, VS didn't need to rely on Filkes to fabricate his gear. He only needed to borrow his credentials in order to operate the workshop. Killing Filkes wouldn't be helpful because his death would lock out all of the systems to VS. While it was possible for Filkes to transfer his rights to VS, that wouldn't stick if Filkes died immediately after. Outdated as they were, the production machines came with tons of safeguards that VS wouldn't be able to overcome on his own. So for better or worse, VS needed Filkes alive. "Do you have a galactic net connection?" Of course." "Why?" Thank the heavens. As soon as Filkes opened the galactic net interface, VS pushed him to a corner where he could easily shoot the coward if he moved and started typing in a couple of addresses. After spending many months without receiving news of the outside galaxy, VS was starving for news. He first browsed a couple of news portals and tried to look up the news on the LMC. They're doing well for themselves." VS dared not to linger too long on this topic. He only read enough articles to confirm the LMC continued to grow, and sold a lot of Crystal Lords and Blackbeaks. The two iconic mech models had really started to make a splash in the Bright Republic's mech market. He looked up the current state of the war after that. The front lines still looked like a giant back and forth, with either side gaining the edge. The Bright Republic held off the furious Vision assaults for now. The Mech Legion already showed signs of exhaustion, and it wouldn't be long before they became too winded to continue their invasion. Strangely enough, news about the flagrant vandals arriving in the Deepman's system had also spread. The news was fragmentary as too many dubious sources wanted to put in a word, but overall the Visions didn't hold out hope that the Deepman system could repel the vandals by themselves. After a couple of minutes of apprising himself of the current news, VS turned back to his immediate needs. Knowing the state of the war wasn't as important as getting back to the protective embrace of the vandals. To that end, VS visited a couple of murky places on the galactic net. He navigated to coded areas and inputted a lot of passwords before retrieving a batch of highly encrypted archives. Once he downloaded the archives to the workshop systems, he disengaged the galactic net and unlocked them by inputting even more passwords. He also verified his identity by letting the command console take some samples of his body. VS grinned as he overcame the final hurdle. Within the encrypted vault of the archive he retrieved from the galactic net, a whole database of equipment designs revealed itself to his eyes. Now I'm in business. These weren't mech designs. Instead, every design consisted of every possible equipment that VS might need to survive on an inhabitable or uninhabitable planet. With these designs, he could fabricate anything from aircars to comms to hazard suits, all of them in dozens of different variations to suit the resources at his disposal. Sorry, Filkies, but I'm going to have to borrow your production line. The Vision mech designer practically cried when he heard those words. Chapter 467 Gearing Up. VS experienced too many close shaves with death. Some of those incidents wouldn't have been so bad if VS just made some better preparations beforehand. Therefore, after the glowing campaign, he began to set up several contingency plans. One of his plans entailed obtaining many different equipment designs. If he ever needed something urgent, and possessed access to the galactic net, he would always be able to retrieve his database of designs and put them to use whenever he had access to a workshop. Normally, acquiring such a vast database of designs was hard. Equipment manufacturers dearly prized their best designs and did everything they could to keep them out of circulation. VS had to ask Dietrich to utilize his connections to the black market to obtain this valuable catalog of illegally obtained designs. Illegal or not, it hardly matters when my presence in the Dietmans system is already an affront. VS started to select some choice devices to fabricate. His choice list included a decent quality comm, an aircar that integrated a couple of stealth and ECM systems, and a set of light combat armor. He only hesitated on which backpack module he should choose. The light combat armor suit featured a modular slot in the back that could fit all kinds of auxiliary systems, from smoke generators to a powerful communications array. Right now, the most important priority for me is to go from A to B. I need to reach the Vandals, preferably without getting shot by my own side. VS was acutely aware of his current state of dress. His shabby outfit marked him as one of the many hoodlums that prowled the alleyways of Naren City. It was hardly an appearance that befit a mech designer. Getting a communications array will help me get into contact with the survivors of the Stubby Growler's destruction. After a moment of consideration, he reconsidered and went for a poor man's version of a stealth module. He truly wanted to pick the communicator, but other doubts stayed his decision. Trying to communicate with the Vandals risked being intercepted by the Visions. That was why he didn't try to contact the Vandals through the galactic net either. The Vandals didn't care too much for the galactic net, and it was far too easy to be mistaken as a prankster. Considering that he had to traverse across the entire city, some of it by foot, then a stealth backpack made more sense. It was nowhere near as effective as the stealth augment of his old comm, but it would help him hide from unfocused scans and weak recorders, making it a little bit more difficult for the Visions to hone in on him once he entered a more densely populated area of Naren City. The only problem now was that even if he picked the most basic versions of these designs, the workshop still lacked too many critical materials to fabricate them all. VS scowled at Filkies. Your stock of materials is so poor. What have you been fabricating your mechs with? Most of your inventory is filled with junk. I can't work with anything more expensive. They're harder to shape and too expensive for me to obtain. Show me your designs. Pardon? VS extended his hands. I want to see how good you are. Let me see your designs. Filkes obviously didn't wish to embarrass himself in front of a more superior mech designer, but VS was the one with the gun here. Filkes unwillingly displayed his complete design schematics through the command console's projector. VS studied the handful of designs. All of them fell in the lightweight class, and consisted of variants of the same base model. However, the biggest thing to note was that the design actually depicted a felinid bestial mech. Basically, it looked like a light and lean mech-sized cat. Though its lines looked elegant, underneath it all he spotted several crude modifications to its internals. The base model originally came with sharp alloy claws, but for some reason Filkes wanted to replace them with heated blades. This required an extensive overhaul of the limbs, something which even VS needed to be careful. Filkes seemingly didn't know the meaning of care in the way he brutally ripped away important portions to the functioning of the limbs. Did the MTA even certify this variant? Not yet. It's my latest version and I'm still working on it. If you want my advice, drop this variant now. It belongs in the trash can. Stick to the base model instead and understand how it works before you make an attempt at messing with things beyond your understanding. VS did not feel the need to spare the feelings of a Vision mech designer. Out of professional courtesy, he gave Filkes the best advice he needed to hear. The Vision did not look pleased. Am I really that bad? You should have pursued another career instead of chasing to become a mech designer. If VS continued putting Filkes down, he had no doubt he could drive the Vision to suicide. It was just that Filkes was just so bad as a mech designer. He wasn't someone who had recently entered the industry, and still had much to learn. The man toiled in the most awful conditions and had never been able to elevate himself to a higher tier. VS even started to pity Filkes. Alright, since it seems like you don't have the materials I need, I'll just have to get them elsewhere. Where is the nearest warehouse? Do you know any mech designers that stockpile a lot of raw materials? I know of one guy who's better off than most. He operates the mech workshop down the street. There's also a small depot at a nearby crossroads that sells some of the rarer materials for mech designers in a pinch. Great! Lead the way! The next hour, Filkes led VS towards a handful of promising locations that held the things he needed. This time, VS did not feel inclined to waste any time, and straight up smashed through the facilities and overpowered every obstacle in his way. The Amistendera's awesome power completely dominated his opposition. Since VS didn't need to borrow their machines, he didn't hold any qualms about killing them. Filkes watched horrified as the corpses of his former rivals lay dead on the floor as VS proceeded to ransack their storerooms for the materials he needed. Bots continued to bring more and more materials to Filkes' workshop. The line of bots occasionally attracted attention, but VS decisively shot his Amistendera at anyone who thought they could get a piece of the action. Eventually, the scorched and fallen bodies deterred any other opportunists from messing with his looting operation. With the collection of a handful of junk exotics, VS proceeded to fabricate the most essential piece of gear for him. A comm geared towards hacking. While VS wasn't a hacker, Melker taught him how to hack simple machines using automated scripts and software. With the help of these tools, he should be able to hack some easy gear. It took only 15 minutes to complete the delicate wrist comm device. VS needed to exert a fair amount of precision to maintain control over the fabrication of such a small and delicate device. While VS mainly fabricated mechs, that didn't mean he wouldn't be able to fabricate anything smaller. Mech used plenty of tiny, delicate components, so fabricating a comm was still within his skill set. The only trouble about this particular model was that its hacking modules demanded several high-quality trace exotics to be able to work at its best. VS needed to raid 4 different locations before he finally gathered all of the requisite materials. VS kept his original comm on his right wrist, but put his hacking calm on his left wrist. He grinned as soon as he turned it on and installed a custom operating system that came with the design. Now I'm in business. Obtaining the hacking module made his life 10 times easier. VS immediately entered the other workshops and unceremoniously hacked whatever bots survived his initial intrusion. Their outdated models and simple programming provided zero challenges for his hacking calm. With the appropriation of so many bots, many more materials started pouring in Filky's workshop. VS rapidly made use of the abundant supply of materials by fabricating his next pieces of gear. First, he formed his light combat armor. As none of the workshops he visited held an alloy compressor, VS had to make do with an inferior variant that wouldn't be able to withstand a lot of hits. It was better than fabric, at least, so VS made do with what he produced. Next up, he fabricated a small and boring-looking aircar. It didn't look different from any vehicles that graced the skies of Naren City. VS even took the time to tweak its outer appearance to ensure that it would blend in with the crowd. The aircar actually hid some surprises underneath. Besides stuffing in some stealth and ECM systems, VS also incorporated much better armor, enough to withstand a couple of projectiles. The aircar obviously took the longest to finish. The skies already started to glow as the twin suns emerged from the horizon by the time that VS put the finishing touches on the vehicle. As VS smiled in satisfaction at the products of his labor, Filkys let out a sigh of admiration. Impressive! You are truly impressive! You work so fast, but you never lost control. How did you do it? VS only became this good due to the system, but he would never tell Filkys the truth. Instead, he spun a convenient line of nonsense. It's nothing. The main difficulty in upping your fabrication ability is to master your theoretical knowledge. This goes double for a dropout like you. Just because you've left your school doesn't mean you should stop learning something new. Achieving success in mech design is highly dependent on what you are capable of, and the only way to expand your capabilities in mech design is to keep studying. Even I never stopped learning something. Textbooks are too expensive, Filkys muttered. I can't afford the good books that cost hundreds of thousands of savis to buy. Knowledge is expensive, you know. If your budget isn't big enough to buy a good book, then buy a cheaper one. I know for certain that there are many textbooks for sale that only cost a couple of hundred credits. Sure, their contents will be rather shallow, but a mech designer of your level won't understand the subtleties incorporated in the more expensive books. This gave Filkys some food for thought. The cheaper books often contained very little material of substance, and were often written by novices or apprentices desperate for money. Filkys began to grow on VS a little. The man seemed so unthreatening that VS didn't feel inclined to kill him anymore. Perhaps he would make a name for himself one day after he finally moved beyond this difficult time. As VS loaded his aircar with a couple of supplies and other gear he scrounged from the workshops, VS turned back to Filkys and waved goodbye. It was nice knowing you. Sorry about holding you at gunpoint, but needs must. I hope you don't return. Ha ha! VS laughed. Me neither. Filkys finally breathed a sigh of relief once VS stepped inside the aircar and departed his workshop. As the aircar hugged the ground and hovered away, Filkys watched on from the ruined front entrance and contemplated the aftermath. He wrecked my bots and looted the neighboring workshops and didn't even have the decency to take responsibility. Too many signs led back to his workshop that Filkys felt highly unsafe. As much as he wanted to stick it out in this workshop he called home for several years, it was time for him to move on. He did not want to take the blame for anything the invader might have done. Damn it, where can I go? Chapter 468 Defenseless. As his newly fabricated aircar carefully traversed the dangerous streets of Naren City, VS needed to pay attention to a lot possible threats. Rioters and troublemakers reveled in the streets, brandishing their weapons as they helped themselves to goods normally out of their reach. Too many businesses burned due to a complete absence of law and order. VS wondered where the local planetary guard had gone. Did Lord Javier recall them all to defend his own hide? Whatever the case, the total lack of authority on the streets brought out the best and worst out of every citizen left behind. As his aircar discreetly flew over their heads, he spotted lootings, rioting, and senseless destruction. Dietmar 4 obviously hadn't been governed very well, because the outskirts of Naren City hosted an enormous underclass of people who felt they had nothing to lose. Still, various communities and neighborhood associations banded together as well to protect their homes and businesses against the jackals that wanted to take what they wanted. Occasionally, fighting between different groups broke out on the streets, and VS often had to take a detour if he didn't want his aircar to be hit by a stray projectile. After a long time of very slow and very cautious flight, his aircar finally left the slums and entered into the city proper. The residential areas he flew over seemed more orderly and cleaner, though the area hadn't completely escaped the anarchy that gripped the planet. A lot less random thugs prowled the streets, but in their stead VS spotted far more organized gangs sporting much better gear. VS needed to rely more and more on his stealth systems to get by, but that didn't help much when someone spotted his aircar flying by with the naked eye. Aircar! Touch down immediately or be fired upon. Yeah, no thanks. VS responded by maxing out his propulsion. The aircar quickly lurched forward with a hail of lasers and projectiles peppering his wake. The only problem with moving so fast was that his aircar's stealth systems became ineffective. Other gangs in the aircar's path detected the vehicle flying above their turf and responded with violence. Due to its flimsy construction, the aircar couldn't withstand too much damage. Its bottom became increasingly scarred as long-ranged infantry fire occasionally scored a lucky hit. VS watched with distress as the integrity of the aircar declined at a rapid tempo. Damn these thugs! Don't they have better things to do than shooting an aircar out of the sky? No one traveled in the air during times of turmoil. It was too easy to be mistaken as an enemy, and flying a vehicle above the heads of others had a tendency of making most of them uncomfortable. Flying in the air also happened to be a bad idea because any vehicle that flew above the city line would be horribly exposed to fire. After a small missile hit the rear of his aircar, VS cursed again and lowered the altitude of his car. He didn't like traveling so low through the streets, but it would at least cut off the line of sight of attackers from the neighboring streets. Unfortunately, lowering his altitude also exposed him to the armed people in his path. As the car accumulated more damage, its stealth systems became increasingly less effective. What's that? It's an aircar! Shoot it down! Flying through the latest barrage of fire directed in its way caused the car to finally reach its limit. An important anti-grav module lost power, causing the vehicle to be unable to keep it aloft. VS desperately controlled the aircar's descent into a controlled crash. Bang! The aircar hit the street with a firm thud and slid forward with whatever forward momentum it had left. Once the battered vehicle stopped its slide, a door banged open and an armored figure jumped out. Someone came out! Get him! More than 24 gang members approached his position. Unlike the lowlives VS had encountered before, this gang exhibited much more coordination. They spread out and tried to encircle his position before assaulting him from several directions at once. VS considered his options, but found no better option than fighting his way out. He patted his light combat armor. Though it was made of fairly low-class materials, it still beat anything else the gang members used as armor. He also possessed the Amistendera, which proved to be a decisive edge against his assailants. Die! VS hid behind the wreckage of his aircar and shot at each exposed gang member. Though he missed more than he liked, many of his targets met their end when he simply readjusted his faulty aim with the beam still on. This made it incredibly easy for him to take out the opposition, as he explicitly targeted anyone that seemed to be the leaders. VS only killed 5 of them before they broke. The Amistendera's powerful capabilities completely intimidated the survivors, especially since VS proved that even cover offered little protection against its powerful beams. Still, routing the criminals came at a significant cost. The Amistendera only retained half a charge, and needed a lot of time to recharge by itself. I can't afford to get dragged into another fight. Besides, his light combat armor wasn't invincible either. VS aimed to fabricate the stealthiest mechs with the resources at hand, and similar to designing mechs, VS needed to make a lot of painful trade-offs. Thick armor didn't mesh well with stealth. I've got to gear up again, VS concluded as he studied the map projected by his helmet. He downloaded a map of Naran City from the Galactic Net, but it didn't help him out too much because it didn't depict the territories owned by the different gangs that held sway on the streets. He eventually found a mid-sized mech workshop a few kilometers down the road to the center of the city. This workshop was much larger than the shabby excuses he had used last time. A better workshop would certainly contain better machines and resources. He already started to salivate at the thought of what he could fabricate with all of those goodies. He sighed. It's going to be tough getting past these stupid gangs. Nevertheless, he decided to go forth, because he wouldn't be able to last forever on foot. He engaged his backpack module stealth systems, which due to the lack of quality materials didn't do much but block long-range scans. It didn't make him invisible and neither did it block anything powerful, but at the very least nobody seemed to be hunting him down. As VS slowly took to the side streets and avoided every possible contact his combat suit's sensors detected up ahead, he also took in the sights. A storm had already swept through some of the streets he passed. Currently, he made his way through a residential district comprised of apartment blocks, and some of them had been burned or emptied out already. Others seemed to hide a lot of scared and frightened visions. A few of them even peeked out their windows before drawing back their heads at the sight of an armored figure. Help! Help! A woman screamed as a laughing group of people in gang colors dragged out several families from an upscale apartment block. Men, women, girls, and boys got beaten and lurched around as several gang members stormed their apartments and took out anything that seemed valuable. Others had other intentions in mind. They gazed at their prisoners with depraved expressions. Ha ha! First dibs on me! Unhand me, you brute! I am the secretary of the Ailmont Carey, the personal dog trainer of Lord Javier himself. When Mr. Carey and our Lord finds out about this, there won't be any corner in the galaxy that can keep you safe. A few gang members faltered in their revelry at those words. Although she didn't occupy a very high position, her connections alone elevated her to a completely different class than the rest. What are you scared about? One gang member yelled at his comrades. Lord Javier is a goner soon. This is our chance. Yeah. This hag has been strutting around with her nose pointed at the sky for far too long now. It's time she gets what is coming for her. No! Mr. Carey won't forgive you for this. It was obvious what the gang members intended for their captives. VS quietly shook his head under his helmet and took a very wide detour around the congregating gang members. As much as his decency urged him to come to the rescue of innocents, he held no obligation to defend Vision's citizens. They were still his enemy, after all. In fact, he should be glad to see Visions turning against themselves. VS would rather see them turn to infighting than to face a united front that maintained complete control over their own territory. Thus, even as children screamed and men got shot, VS closed his ears to the increasingly desperate pleas for help until he escaped far away for them to fade in the wind. VS encountered a few more incidents like this, mostly by gangs that got pushed out of the richer business streets that held the best loot. Unable to rob the best sites, they settled for the fancy homes occupied by higher-class commoners. While most were mainly out for goods like jewelry and luxury goods, others just wanted to get their hands on the people they formerly considered untouchable. In short, a lot of disgraceful things happened in the apartment buildings he snuck past. The only good thing about it was that the more these kinds of things happened, the fewer people would be on the streets. In this way, VS managed to cross a fair distance as the twin suns reached high above the sky. Once he reached the end of the latest residential district in his way, a signal suddenly crackled from his military comm. "Mr. Larkin's son?" An clipped female voice spoke. "Please respond." VS frowned and made his way towards an alleyway before responding through his combat suit's communicator. "Who is this?" "My name is Lieutenant Burke. I am the former communications officer of the Rising Apple. Please check your comm, I've sent proof of my credentials." The comm issued to him by the flagrant vandals couldn't perform a lot of functions, but it did do a few things fairly well. One of the core functions in his military comm was to verify the identities of any vandal. His comm only took an instant to verify Lieutenant Burke's identity. While it was possible that the woman who spoke over the comm had hacked the vandal verification system, VS thought it was unlikely for anyone to have done so. The flagrant vandals wouldn't utilize the system if it could be hacked so easily. "I believe you, Lieutenant. What would you have me do?" "We are in the process of rallying every survivor of the Stubby Growler and the Rising Apple that made it into Naren City. We could desperately use the help of a mech designer." "Did you get your hands on some Vision Mechs?" "Yes, but we are unable to penetrate their systems and get them to work for us. We need your help to unlock these Mechs." VS closed his eyes. If they had trouble bypassing the security measures of the Vision Mechs, then Alec probably wasn't among their ranks. The journeyman mech designer was a wizard with anything related to software, which meant he could be a scary hacker as well. Hopefully he made it through the Stubby Growler's destruction. VS opened his eyes and nodded. "If you need my help, my services are at your group's disposal." "That's great. We've fixed your location through your comm. Stay put. We'll be sending a retrieval party after you, ETA 20 minutes. If you're spotted and under attack, please let us know. Out." "Will do, Lieutenant." As VS closed the channel, he felt a little mixed at the unexpected contact. He hadn't expected to get in touch with the vandals so soon, and certainly not with other survivors of the combat carriers that succumbed to the Vision missile attack. "Still, there's safety in numbers. I'm no commando. I can barely sneak my way past apartment blocks. It's going to be 10 times worse once I reach the downtown area." Chapter 469 Captain Orphan. The retrieval party consisted of 2 exoskeleton soldiers armed with looted gear. The scorch marks on their battered armor made it clear that they had survived entry into Dietmar Ivy's atmosphere with their suits instead of crash balls. They tensed for a moment after spotting an armored figure. VS made sure to keep his Amistendera safely tucked in his intangible inventory and stay still, so the newcomers quickly dismissed him as a threat. "Mr. Larkin's son, please take off your helmet," one of them instructed through a comm channel. VS did as he told. As he exposed his face, one of the soldiers scanned him with a device integrated in his suit. Apparently, whatever it did finally seemed to satisfy the Vandal infantryman. "Your identity checks out. Please come with us." It was a very new experience for him to be escorted by 2 human colossi. VS briefly admired their armored shells and spotted many commonalities with mechs. Naturally, an exoskeleton suit wasn't a downscaled mech, so it featured a lot of other systems entirely unique to this type of war machine. Can you tell me about how many Vandals have gathered? They seemed to hesitate for a moment before replying. Some of us who made it off the Stubby Growler and Rising Apple have landed closely together and fought with the locals. After a night of hard fighting, we took control over the base of a medium-sized mercenary corps. Without any friendly mechs? Our suits proved to be sufficient. VS genuinely expressed his admiration of their feat to take on a mid-sized mercenary corps that possessed at least 15 to 30 mechs, or so would be a challenge to any group of shipwrecked survivors. He couldn't even imagine how they had been able to overcome the mercenary mechs. Who's in charge? Captain Rosa Orphan. She's the only mech captain among the group. VS hadn't heard of her, so she was probably stationed on the Rising Apple. Most of the mech pilots among the Vandals had deployed their mechs in space at the time the Visions launched their Heaven's Fall and XX missiles. The only ones who hadn't been launched were the reserves and those responsible for piloting land-bound mechs. How many mech pilots do we have? Let's reach the base first. Captain Orphan or Lieutenant Burke will brief you from there. They silently made their way past wrecked air cars and wretched corpses. The fighting in this area was a lot more intense. VS spotted signs of heavier weapon usage. He even noted the telltale signs of mechs stomping through the streets. He was already burning with questions, but the two meatheads kept insisting that he should leave his questions for the officers. Grunts like them only learn how to operate their suits and to obey their orders. Nothing more. Strangely enough, they encountered no resistance, mostly because the heavily armored soldiers already cleaned up the trash along the way. VS spotted several corpses that had obviously been done in by the heavy ballistic rifles wielded by his escorts. Just two of them wiped out an entire score of thugs. The disparity in power between the two and VS couldn't be more wider. As much as exoskeleton suits lacked the allure enjoyed by mechs, both of them were powerful in their own right. They just served different purposes. After a while, they finally reached a shabby base that used to be tidy before the Vandals invaded the Deepman system. The gates had been breached, and as VS passed through them he realized why. The Vandals somehow hijacked a transport shuttle and crashed through. Unfortunately, this led to a huge field of debris behind the gates that made it difficult for the three to find their footing. While the exoskeleton-suited men could crush some of the smaller stuff, the tougher alloys wouldn't bend under their weight. You've got to clean this up. We have bigger priorities to take care of first. After making it through the debris field, they entered a small office building sitting next to the mech stables. VS entered the elevator alone and reached the top floor before someone else guided him to an office that formerly belonged to the mercenary in charge. Mr. Larkin's son. A toned woman greeted behind the desk. Please take a seat. We have some matters to discuss. As VS rested his armored form on the chair, he studied the captain sitting on the other side of the desk. Rosa Orphan looked like a typical mech pilot. Featuring the lean, muscled physique of a warrior trained to endure the rigors of mech combat, she looked like she meant business. She pointed a dusky-skinned finger at him. As of this moment, you are the first mech designer we've retrieved from the Stubby Growler and the Rising Apple. I had hoped to snag Mr. Alec, but I guess we'll have to make do with you. I hope you have no objections serving under me. Her tone made it clear that she brooked no refusal. Not that VS intended to refuse in the first place. Although he didn't fall into the usual chain of command, in emergency situations like this, it was best to defer to the officer in charge. I will obey your orders to the best of my abilities, ma'am, VS solemnly replied. Although if I may ask, what are your plans? Have you made contact with the Vandals yet? VS did not think that Captain Orphan's little band had stayed out of contact with the main Vandal fleet. Earlier, he managed to browse the galactic net, so Captain Orphan or Lieutenant Burke must have certainly done the same. We made contact with the fleet as well as the local rebels. Orphan acknowledged with a nod. It's been decided that we won't be returning to the main elements of the Vandals immediately. VS blinked at that. We aren't going back? Not yet. Since we have already arrived at Naren City, we might as well pave the way for main ground force. What are our objectives, ma'am? Currently, the ground force doesn't need our help in raiding the manufacturing complexes. We're too far away from the industrial districts to provide any assistance anyway. Instead, we've been tasked with coordinating with the Dietmar League in rooting out Lord Javier. There are strong signs that the scion of House Anakin is still within city limits. How can that be, ma'am? If I were him, I would have fled on a ship or deep underground. The rebels have ruled out both possibilities. They prepared a lot of anti-air batteries, and they've been very successful in shooting down anything that attempts to lift off from Naren City and its surroundings. As for escaping underground, the rebels are far more adept at this than Lord Javier. It's their home turf. They already stopped a handful of digger vehicles from making it off. VS wasn't sure about the effectiveness of the rebel blockades, but they had no choice but to believe in them. This so-called Dietmar League must really hate Lord Javier if they went through the trouble of cutting his escape route above and below the ground. What are my duties? Right now, the men and women under my command are doing everything they can to find any clues about the whereabouts of Lord Javier. The rebels have been at it for a while as well, so our assistance won't amount to much. Still, I don't think that Javier can escape our detection, because many Mechs haven't shown up at the defense line that House Anakin's troops have erected to repel our main ground force. Mechs were so big and heavy that it would be impossible to hide them from precise enough scans. Only Mechs that featured excellent stealth systems possessed a chance at evading detection, and there was no way that House Anakin employed so many stealth Mechs. VS understood his duties. He needed to bring the Mechs of the former mercenary corps under control, because they would be needed to join the impending hunt for Lord Javier. What kind of assets are at my disposal? A handful of mech technicians of the Stubby Growler and the Rising Apple have made it through. They've been instructed to answer to you. There's no chief among their ranks? Sadly, no. VS would make do, but he didn't like it. From his experience, mech technicians had a tendency to work half as much or less when chief technicians were absent. He hoped that the gravity of their situation sank into their stupid skulls. This was no time to slack off and take it easy. How many mech pilots do I need to provide with a mech? This mercenary corps owned 14 intact mechs. Currently, we've gathered 5 mech pilots excluding myself, so I want you to bring at least 6 mechs online. More Vandal mech pilots may trickle in at any time, so don't think you're done when you delivered 6 working mechs. Understood. I'll continue to work on the mechs as long as my orders hold. One question, ma'am. Is the Dietmar League providing any assistance? They sent us a few containers worth of supplies to set us up, but they are not a fighting force that relies on mechs. Citizens from Dietmar 4 who have the potential to be mech pilots enjoy a lot of privileges from House Anakin. This makes them anathema to the Dietmar League. Therefore, they won't be able to provide us with mechs, mech pilots, and supplies. The true strength of the Dietmar League lay in their influence over the auxiliary regiments. This wasn't useful to the flagrant Vandals because all of their proficiencies and fighting doctrines revolved around mechs, and only mechs. Do they have a presence here? No one except for a liaison they left behind. Most of their fighters are attacking House Anakin from their rear as we speak. It will only be a matter of time before they're grinded between the rebels and our main ground force. The only members of the Dietmar League that's still spread over the city is tasked with securing supplies or finding the whereabouts of Lord Javier. They were on their own for now. No one could spare any more resources that might help with their predicament. May I ask something? Permission granted. Captain Orphan leaned back in her chair. Ever since he accepted her command, she visibly eased some of her tension, as if a weight had been lifted off her chest. How important is it for us to find Lord Javier? Captain Orphan turned grave. This is a very important mission. The Demon League only acceded to the plans cooked up by Colonel Lowenfield and the Vision Revolutionary Front because of our commitment to hunt him down. Leaving empty-handed will severely damage our standing with not only the League, but every other local rebel group as well. Our credibility and ability to sneak through Vision space hinges on our success here. VS understood, even if he didn't think that Orphan was as optimistic as she appeared. VS could think of 100 different ways he could hide his presence from the rebels and the Vandals. Lord Javier may be a dirtbag, but he sounded like the type who valued his life. No method was too unseemly if it could help him survive the manhunt on his head. They talked a bit more and VS received a bit more instructions before he left her makeshift office. VS turned on his comm, which already received a map of the former mercenary grounds. He followed the shortest route downstairs and walked over to the nearby Mech stables. As he approached the fairly quiet structure, he looked up at the name of the mercenary corps put up at the front. Javier's Dastardly Handsome Bastards. VS smirked as he read it. The bastards probably incorporated Javier's name to ingratiate themselves in his eyes. Well, I hope their mechs are up to snuff if Lord Javier has approved of their existence. Chapter 470 Software. Only half a dozen mech technicians lounged in the mech stables. All of them appeared to be seasoned men and women, so at least VS wouldn't be dealing with inexperienced rookies. He still wore his light combat armor, which would be suitable to wear among soldiers, but not among techs. So VS removed his helmet before addressing the techs. My name is VS Larkinson, and I'll be taking charge from here on out, he stated simply, trying to channel his inner chief technician. Having observed several chiefs in his brief career, VS learned that they didn't throw their weight around too much. They just seemed to radiate confidence that their word was law and that obedience was a given. The assumption of authority oftentimes turned into actual authority. In other words, as long as VS pretended to be the boss, other people would see him as the boss. Who are you? A burly woman asked with narrowed eyes. We ain't listening to brats like you. Scram! I'm a mech designer. That caused a couple of the mech technicians to laugh. That's all the more reason for you to get out. You useless nerds are all the same, thinking you can boss us simple-minded grease monkeys around. Well, we grease monkeys know far more about putting mechs back together than you ever will. VS understood what went on. They probably mistook VS for a low-ranked mech designer that would often be assigned to supervise the mech technicians in the workshops and machine shops. VS felt for some sympathy for the techs if they had been ordered to follow instructions from a sad sack of meat like Filkies. However, VS was not Filkies. If the assumption of authority failed to go through their thick skulls, then maybe a more direct application of power would work. VS walked closer and closer until he almost pressed his face against the chest of the tallest and presumably strongest mech technician. Will you listen to my orders, or do I have to teach you a lesson? Everyone grinned, and the tall guy crossed his meaty arms as if he faced an angry kitten. You? Teach me a lesson? Are you even qualified? Though his combat armor gave him a bit of height, VS couldn't match the bulk of the tech in front of him. Nevertheless, VS reared his armored fist back before punching forward. He deliberately telegraphed the move because he wanted to make a point. All the techs, including his target, looked on with amusement. Light combat armor didn't add any strength enhancements to the wearer like an exoskeleton suit. Thus, they all expected this young and delicate-looking nerd to hurt his own knuckles. What actually happened was the giant tech getting punched off his feet. His body slid backwards and landed in a painful heap. To his credit, the man didn't scream out in pain, but his squirming made it clear that the punch had dealt a significant amount of damage. "What are you? You're no mech designer. You cheated. There must be some engine buried beneath his combat armor." "Silence!" VS yelled. Though his voice sounded a little shrill, the apprehension he evoked among the techs with his punch caused them to take him seriously for once. "Fall in and report." After helping the tall guy up his feet, the techs all formed a line. "We're at your disposal, sir." They proceeded to get down to business. VS toured the mech stables and workshop areas that the vandals appropriated from Javier's dastardly handsome bastards. The techs pointed out a couple of details of each mech along the way, half of which consisted of light and medium bestial mechs. All of the mechs hung silently in their berths, unable to be roused from their slumber without the right access credentials. "Is anyone from Javier's dastardly handsome bastards left alive? We might have a chance of unlocking them with the help of a prisoner." They all shook their heads. "We all thought of that before, but the bastards ran away through an emergency escape tunnel when they realized they wouldn't be able to hold the base. Every survivor got away clean." "Damn." VS sighed and looked at the fairly cheap but serviceable mechs. The flagrant vandals needed these machines in working condition. Without mechs, the vandals under Captain Orphan were only vandals in name. Their ability to project power onto Naran City would be limited to just a few blocks from this former mercenary base. "Have you managed to activate any mech through your own efforts?" "No, sir," one of the technicians answered glumly. "We've tinkered with the hardware and software locks, and only managed to fudge the former a bit. We're clueless when it comes to getting around the restrictions set by the operating system." "Let me take a look." VS climbed up to the cockpit of a bestial mech and analyzed the interior. He borrowed a few tools from the mech technicians that climbed with him, and withdrew some panels to look at the electronic guts underneath. "Well, the good news is that this is a fairly cheap and old mech model. Their security systems are relatively basic, and I think it's possible for me to fudge these components." "Were we able to bring these mechs back online, sir?" The mech technicians glowed with hope. They finally started to acknowledge VS as a competent mech designer. "Not yet. These hardware locks are so basic that they're only here to prevent someone's monkey from hacking this mech from a distance. The true challenge for me is to overcome the security restrictions in the software." A modern mech was not a giant mechanical clockwork that operated through hydraulics, steam pressure, or ropes. Mechs were far too complex to rely on such simple and antiquated control methods. Instead, a mech was more akin to a control center surrounded by thousands of different systems and subsystems. To control such a gargantuan collection of mechanisms through simple commands was so ludicrous that any mech designer who proposed such a thing would be stripped of his accreditation and be booted from the mech industry. Having worked under Alec for a couple of times, VS gained a new appreciation of the importance of good programming. The material components formed the body, while the programming acted as the mind that allowed the components to work in unison. Therefore, the complete lock imposed by the operating systems by the mech simply couldn't be bypassed through any simple methods, such as wiping them out and installing new programming. VS either needed to work within the rules imposed by the operating system, or he needed to hack it in a way that didn't trip any failsafes. "I really wish Alec was here. He would have unlocked these mechs with the snap of his fingers." Sadly, the task fell to him. It was a good thing he wasn't completely helpless in this regard. His self-made COM still contained a suite of hacking software. It should be able to hack most last-gen mech models below a certain price point, but the dastardly handsome bastards happened to utilize current-gen mech models instead. His bootleg hacking software might not be very effective, but the only way to find out was for VS to make the attempt. "Stand back," he instructed everyone else. I'm going to attempt to hack the Mechs. While I don't think anything will happen if I fail, the bastards may have booby-trapped them against attempts at theft. The Mech technicians obediently retreat. VS even placed his helmet back on his head to form a completely protective seal. Here goes nothing. VS activated his hacking software and directed it to work on the bestial mech. Its console came to life and spat out a torrent of data, much of it VS didn't understand. After a minute or so of scrambling, the console finally displayed a very firm message. Access denied? It was worth a try. VS didn't give up. He left the cockpit of that mech and tried to hack another one. Access denied? Undeterred, VS continued to cycle through several mech. When he reached the sixth mech, VS finally received a different message. Access granted? Yes. It worked. The bestial mech in question successfully came online. The cockpit bloomed to life as many different consoles lit up. Outside, its exterior lit up a bit as several lights blinked in different colors that corresponded to a standard startup sequence. Mr. Larkin's son did it! If nothing else, his success truly cemented his authority over the mech technicians. When VS squired out of the cockpit, he ordered them to ready the mech for action. Refuel this mech and perform some light service on it while you're at it. Get it done within an hour as we can't afford to keep it idle for long. We need to start the hunt for Lord Javier as soon as possible, and we won't be able to go anywhere without our own mechs. Aye, sir, we'll get on it right away. They didn't hesitate at all this time. Mech technicians without working mechs were like fish out of water. Now that they finally got to taste some drops, they immediately focused on their tasks. They hadn't forgotten the import of their duties. VS nodded in satisfaction. Even without a chief technician riding over their shoulders, they possessed enough sense not to slack off for too much. Still, as he paused and observed their work, he found out why these techs ended up in the Vandals instead of a more prestigious mech regiment. Their ability didn't quite measure up to the true professionals of the Mech Corps. The amount of care and attention they put to their own safety was worrisome, and some exhibited annoying habits such as banging their tools against the object they were trying to service if anything didn't go too well. Stop trying to hit the mech with your multi-tool. Sorry, sir. A few minutes later, the same guy started hitting the mech with his tools again. Problematic or not, VS didn't have anything else to work with, so he tolerated their eccentricities. Now that he got one mech to work, he was eager to unleash his hacking software to the other mechs in the stables. After entering and exiting around 20 mechs in decent shape, he got around 6 of them online. 3 of them consisted of bestial mechs while the other 3 consisted of humanoid rifleman mechs. It was a good mix of mechs, and should serve Captain Orphan well. He contacted his superior through his comm. I've got 1 mech ready to go, with 5 more mechs in the pipeline, ma'am. As for the remaining mechs of the dastardly handsome bastards, it's unlikely I'll be able to get them up and running any time soon. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Captain Orphan grinned in a savage manner. Good work, Mr. Larkin's son. 6 mechs are sufficient for now, as I don't have a lot more mech pilots to spare. Ready them all for action as soon as possible. The main Vandal ground force is being stalled by much more resistance from Inekin's household troops than we anticipated. It's vitally important that we take over some of their duties from behind enemy lines. VS wondered whether their meager numbers would amount to anything, but he kept his doubts to himself. I do have to mention that 3 of the mechs are bestial instead of humanoid. Will that present a problem? That caused Orphan to drop her grin a bit. The flagrant Vandals uniformly utilized humanoid mechs. The only exception might be the Akara Heavy Cannoneer, but that was basically a really big and fat humanoid mech with 4 instead of 2 legs. It didn't take too much effort for a normal mech pilot to adjust to its control schemes. I will be certain to warn my men, she said, though her tone belied the difficulties in store for her mech pilots. Please prepare the training modules on the mechs in question. Perhaps they could benefit from a brief refresher course. Yes, ma'am. I'll prepare the materials. Orphan shut off the channel, leaving VS with very few instructions. It didn't take too long for VS to put the bestial mechs in training mode. After that, he instructed the mech technicians to welcome the mech pilots and assist them into taking control of the hacked mechs. VS already turned his gaze to the other mechs that stubbornly remained locked. He knew that Captain Orphan's detachment wouldn't be able to accomplish anything of significance with 6 shabby mechs. More mech pilots will certainly trickle in during the day. There's not enough time for the Vandals to complete their objectives. The more mechs I can bring online, the better our chances of completing our objectives and making it out of Vision space alive. Chapter 471 Hacking. VS never put the software aspect of mechs in his eyes. When he started out with developing variants, he always utilized the complete control system that came with the base model. When he moved on to designing his own original mechs, he mostly pieced together the different software that came with the component licenses. To get them to communicate and work together in a seamless fashion, he unified them into an off-the-shelf operations system that he randomly bought from the MTA. The MTA developed these operating systems for maximum compatibility and minimal chances of bugs and errors. They'd been polished to such an insane degree that even the shabbiest heaps of junk on legs would be able to operate smoothly as long as its shambling components held up. A good operating system is like a very bright mind. The highest quality software can elevate the performance of the weakest mechs to a higher level. With such a convenient solution at hand, VS never spent much effort into improving his ability to program a mech, let alone hack its operating system. If VS still possessed the system, his status would clearly state that his computer science skills still stood out with an abysmally low evaluation of incompetent. Normally, his approach to this field didn't pose a problem to him. As much as a mech designer pretended to be all-knowing when it concerned their profession, he never intended to learn every possible aspect about designing mechs. Even if he possessed something as absurd as the system, VS would have to spend too much DP to upgrade every possible skill and sub-skill. I should have at least spent a few thousand DP to upgrade my computer science to novice or apprentice or something. If he had done something like that, then he may be in a better position to hack the tough cases that remained in the mech stables. In truth, hacking was an extremely complex field and profession in its own right. Mech designers generally worked on the other side of the fence, and tried to make their mechs as impenetrable to virtual invasions as possible. They never put any importance in learning how to hack someone else's mechs. If Captain Orphan has a full crew under her command, then she'd surely have a professional hacker under her command. Hackers of all kinds still thrived during the age of mechs. Much of their battles occurred out of sight, but their clashes sometimes reached apocalyptic proportions in virtual space. As poor as the 6th flagrant Vandals might seem, they certainly wouldn't have neglected their hackers and virtual security experts. VS turned on his comm and contacted Lieutenant Burke. A projection of the communications officer's face appeared over his armored wrist. May I help you, Mr. Larkinson? Does Captain Orphan have any hackers at her disposal? No. The lieutenant shook her head. I'm sorry, Mr. Larkinson, but we've been prioritizing the search for hackers even over other mech pilots. Our efforts have turned up fruitless so far. The crew complement of a combat carrier didn't include a lot of hackers. Chances were low that the few hackers aboard the destroyed vessels had ended up on Deepman 4. Even if their crash balls or hazard suits took them to the planet, they might have landed far away from Naren City. Thus, they may never be able to retrieve their own hackers before their time in the system was up. VS came up with a different solution to overcome this problem. Since chances are low that some of our hackers will return, I think we should enlist the services of local hackers instead. The lieutenant frowned at that. You want to rely on Vision hackers to unlock those mech? You're in touch with the Demon League, right? Surely they can spare some hackers for us. We've already asked for assistance, but to no avail. Every hacker in their employ is busy with scouring through databases and records in a concerted effort to find out where Lord Javier is hiding. It's impossible for them to spare even a single hacker away from this crucial task. That explained why the rebels hadn't lent a hand. Still, VS didn't give up on his idea yet. If we can't borrow the services of a rebel hacker, then why not someone else? Millions of people live in Naren City. There should be thousands of people among them with hacking expertise. Just grab the closest ones you can find and force them to work for us. That's madness. The lieutenant blew up. Although a skilled hacker might be able to unlock those mechs, they can also slip in any number of sabotage. Who can tell whether they'll embed spying software that broadcasts the positions of our mechs to House Anekin's troops? Hackers can do so much more than that. She had a valid point, but Captain Orphan wouldn't be able to accomplish any of her tasks if they didn't do anything. If their loyalty is in question, then why not track down and kidnap their family members as well? VS suggested. As long as you hold enough leverage over their heads, they'll obediently do what we want. He thought that a vandal would accept his words without blinking. Instead, the lieutenant looked at him with horror. We do not condone such behavior. The flagrant vandals might not enjoy the best reputation, but we uphold the values of the Republic. We do not approve of such despicable behavior. VS wanted to smack the lieutenant's face. What was she even saying? Their arrival into this system directly led to the misery on the streets. The vandals already had a lot of blood in their hands, so what was the harm in dirtying them with a few more drops? Just as VS wanted to put out a retort, a third person intruded into their comm channel. Lieutenant, back off. Captain Orphan! Ma'am. The lieutenant saluted at her superior while VS nodded at her presence. He hadn't realized that she listened in on their conversation. Let me preface this by saying that the flagrant vandals aren't pirates, and will never be anything like them, Orphan said, yet she looked apologetic at Lieutenant Burke. However, our circumstances have landed us in a difficult place. We are far away from any friendly help. Both the rebels and the main ground force are preoccupied with their own priorities, and they have nothing to spare for us. We're on our own here. That should be no excuse to loosen our standards. We've never played by the rules. Orphan overturned the naive-sounding lieutenant. We've broken more rules than we can count simply to keep the flagrant vandals afloat. Perhaps your shipboard assignments hasn't allowed you to get in touch with what we do, but I can tell you that Colonel Lowenfield herself wouldn't reject Mr. Larkinson's suggestion out of hand. But ma'am, we're part of the Mech Corps. VS found Lieutenant Burke's protestations very sad, in a way. Under normal circumstances, her opinion should have been the prevailing one. Yet such an idealistic attitude would have doomed the flagrant vandals many years ago. Captain Orphan spoke correctly. The vandals never played by the rules. The Mech Corps is fighting on the front lines, holding the Mech Legion back on Republican soil. We, on the other hand, have snuck knee-deep into Vision space. Our only allies are the tenuous Vision rebels, who only agreed to cooperate with us because our interests happen to align on some matters. Without any other friends that can bail us out, we are basically at their whims. The rebels have made it more than clear that they want to drag Lord Javier from whatever hole he's hiding and execute him in the most painful and public manner possible. VS added, though perhaps he acted a little too presumptuously because Captain Orphan sent him a dirty look. Orphan coughed a bit. Our timetable is shot to hell. Nothing is going according to plan. During times like this, it's necessary for us to be flexible. Against her direct superior, Lieutenant Burke had no choice but to retreat. "I understand, ma'am. I'll draft some orders for you to pass on in a moment. I want you to task our intelligence specialists in finding the probable locations of any notable hackers in Naren City. Make sure to find where their families might reside as well. We'll task our Mechs and infantry to retrieve these visions once we find their locations. Mr. Larkin's son will have his hackers soon enough." The three-way channel closed, leaving VS by himself. Just as he thought he had the Vandals figured out, the conversation just then showed that his judgment wasn't complete. "Are the Vandals truly worthy to carry the banner of the Mech Corps?" Perhaps they weren't as monolithic as VS had initially suspected. He always treated them like a single monoculture where every Vandal more or less held similar ideas. VS hadn't seen a dispute like the one between Captain Orphan and Lieutenant Burke even once since the months he had been with this Mech regiment. Maybe it's a difference between a Mech officer and a ship officer. Even if they served under the flag of the flagrant Vandals, they all formed their own cliques. Though they shared a common starting point when it came to their culture, they all possessed their own nuances. In general, the ship crews let themselves be subordinated to the Mech crews. A Mech regiment revolved around their Mechs, not their ships. Many Mech pilots even dismissed the importance of modern carriers as space taxis for their Mechs. In the middle of this traditional dynamic, only Colonel Lowenfield broke the mold. By all accounts, she wasn't a Mech pilot, yet she commanded the respect of all the Vandals, Mech pilots or not. Even if her administrative skills had rescued the Vandals from the brink of bankruptcy, she must have mastered some secret sauce in order to win the hearts of every Vandal. Well, whatever. That's not important right now. While Captain Orphan prepared her unit to follow his suggested course of action, VS needed to make his own preparations. Though the rudimentary network set up by the Vandals didn't allow him to connect to the galactic net, he still possessed his self-made comm. Previously, in situations like this where his skills fell short, VS would have spent his DP on upgrading whatever skill was necessary to tackle the problem. "I can't do that for the time being, but maybe I can do something similar." VS entered one of the many abandoned offices of the dastardly handsome bastards and closed the door. After making himself comfortable, he activated his self-made comm and visited the virtual portal of the Clifford Society. He wasted no time to enter their star library. As a knight of the Society, VS was allowed to read any textbook in the lowest library of the Society for free, and with much less restrictions. If he tried to borrow a quality book from the Moon Library, he had to wait until someone physically delivered a special means for him to read the highly protected books. "It's impossible for me to count on that in the middle of a war zone." Fortunately, VS didn't think of upgrading one of his higher skills. He only wanted to brush up his extremely low-level computer science skill, and perhaps pick up some pointers about hacking along the process. "My current intelligence is rated at around 2.1, which is far above the genetic limit of humanity. I wonder how fast I can learn the basics of hacking?" Ever since he upgraded his intelligence through the Transcendence Pill, he never made full use of his strongest attribute in a learning capacity. His ability to cram new knowledge should have reached a frightening level. His virtual avatar looked at the endless rows of simulated books and grinned like a shark. He already began to salivate at the prospect of devouring the knowledge hidden within at a record pace. Chapter 472: Clashing Values. The height of his current level of intelligence had reached a ridiculous height. This was the first time VS put his efforts into absorbing as much knowledge as possible, and his reading and comprehension speed astounded him. He browsed through the pages of his textbooks with such speed that he already flipped to the next page while he read the current one. Before he ingested the Transcendence Pill, he was like a slow transport. After he took it, he turned into a blazing fast Corvette. "The difference is like night and day. There's no comparison." The boost in intelligence hadn't made him any wiser, but it had certainly transformed his several cognitive functions that manifested fully when it came to learning new knowledge. His brains basically turned into an organic processor that could rapidly memorize, process, and understand anything he came across. VS became increasingly proficient in computer science, to the point where he had long gone past the incompetent tier. That said, no one would ever become proficient in hacking just by reading a few books. As much as VS absorbed a university degree's worth of knowledge, he hadn't fully mastered what he learned. It's like learning how to play an instrument by reading a book. As much as I'm familiar with the theories, I'm still missing some elements. VS did not set out to learn how to program and how to hack Mech on his own. He only wanted to gain a solid foothold into this field so he could somewhat understand what other hackers tried to pull off under his supervision. Besides, it's not like this knowledge will go to waste. I can leverage what I've learned to all of my future work. Still, as much as VS saw the potential in mastering the software side of Mechs, he felt absolutely no affinity for this field. The more he delved into this topic, the more he got the sense he was beginning to go astray. This caused him to pause his learning for a bit. He struggled to understand why some part of his personality meshed so poorly with his latest area of interest. Is it because it clashes with my values? He could find no other answer that made sense. Programming was barely tolerable to him, but the topic of hacking really sang a discordant tone to the rest of his mind. The more he immersed himself in the many ways in which he could manipulate a mech down to its very root, the deeper his unconscious repulsion for the idea. This is not compatible with my design philosophy. It all came down to his core ideology concerning mechs. He long believed that mechs weren't lifeless machines and shouldn't be treated as disposable commodities. Every mech held the potential for life, and they should be treated more akin to individuals than pure products. VS might not have completely formed his design philosophy, but he definitely knew the direction it was heading in. All in all, he believed that even the shabbiest mechs deserved a basic measure of respect. Yet despite his beliefs, he hadn't truly fleshed out the nebulous concept of life. He always thought of it in an abstract fashion, which wasn't wrong in itself, but only scratched the surface of what this contentious word really meant. Some people believe that bots fell into the definition of life. Even the stupidest cleaning bots possess some form of autonomy, and even if they couldn't propagate by themselves, either could many other organisms such as certain castes of ants or bees. Yet even if a radicalist tried to argue that bots should be regarded as living beings and thus deserve the same rights as animals or humans, nobody would entertain such a wacky idea. Even the best AIs developed by experts that could pass most of the sentience tests eventually became stumped when it came to highly illogical subjects such as love, art, culture, and faith. Thus, society found it acceptable to treat bots and AIs as objects instead of actual life. VS wouldn't shed a tear if a malfunctioning AI needed some readjustment, because in the end they served as tools for humanity. The same couldn't be said for human beings. Through countless of examples throughout the age of conquest, humanity gained a deep abhorrence to any attempts at trying to program the human mind. Many forbidden technologies developed by heretical organizations such as the Five Scrolls Compact became masters in subverting the minds of anyone who fell into their grasp. The vast majority of society deeply rejected these kinds of methods. Humanity had developed into one of the overlords of the galaxy, and through this growth their collective pride in their own being had grown. Every human is precious. No human life should be belittled. This thought became the unofficial motto of the Age of Mechs. Heralded as a principal reaction to the massive amounts of destruction and sheer disregard for the value of human lives, the principle that life should be valued became one of the most accepted principles in human space. Due to this universal thought, any incidences of brainwashing, slavery and excessive slaughter of humans received near universal condemnation. Even the most tyrannical and poorly run states tried their best not to cross these red lines, if only to deny their rivals a casus belli to justify a war against them as well as get the MTA and CFA off their backs. When you think about it, hacking a mech is sort of messing with their minds. Even if it was limited to bypassing their locks to allow other mech pilots to use them, it still represented a violation of a mech's personal sovereignty. This may be why he felt an unconscious repulsion for the entire concept of hacking mechs. It's not a good idea for me to delve in this field any further. Not until I figure out how far I can go without compromising my design philosophy. He didn't feel too bummed out with this unexpected limitation. Besides the polymath, no mech designer chose to master every field. VS had already set his priorities on which fields he wanted to develop, and hacking simply didn't fall into his list of priorities. He wasn't any worse off than before. Above all else, this realization aided his understanding of design philosophies. They were more than a set of opinions. They guided the principles mech designers set forth through their work. The best way for VS to describe it would be to call it the overarching vision of a mech designer. It worked on a higher level than the mech-specific visions VS established at the start of every design project. I see now! I get it! From this understanding, VS faintly sensed that a couple of gears had been turned in his mind. He couldn't help but believe that he had taken one step closer to advancing towards a journeyman mech designer. Would he be able to reach that rank before the end of the war? Who am I kidding? I'm still years away from reaching that rank. VS spent the rest of his time trying to consolidate what he learned up until some of the Vandals returned to the base with hostages in hand. Mr. Larkin's son! Your hackers are here! VS immediately pulled himself out of the Clifford Society's virtual portal and strolled out with his helmet floating behind him. He didn't need to wear the helmet at the moment, but he didn't think it was safe enough to shed his light combat armor. Most of the other Vandals still wore their hazard suits, or some other pieces of armor they scrounged from the base. Kneeling down with their hands over their heads, around 24 prisoners whimpered and remained cowed as a couple of Vandal soldiers stood over them. All of them had their wrists tied together, and more than half of them sported ugly bruises on their faces and bodies. Please let us go! Don't kill us! We hate Lord Javier as well. My child is sick. She needs her medicine. VS frowned at the noise. Though a small part of him sympathized with the civilians, a greater part of his mind reminded himself that Captain Orphan's group wouldn't be able to do anything without making use of these prisoners. Take them away. VS waved his hand away as if he pushed away some trash. I'm sure this base has a holding cell or something. The armored, gun-toting Vandals kicked and cajoled their prisoners away from the mech stables, saving VS from their annoying pleas. He looked at the 3 Vision prisoners that remained. The 2 men and 1 woman appeared to be in the upper commoner class. Though that didn't make them nobles, they would have certainly enjoyed a lot of status on Dietmar 4. Are these the Vision hackers? Yes, Mr. Larkin's son. They are placed in your custody. You can do anything you want to them. Good. VS smiled. Things were picking up now. He looked at each of the 3 prisoners and saw that all of them looked to be in their 30s or thereabouts. Right now, their expressions looked awful. Each of them had seen how the ruthless Vandals captured their family members and treated them with rough hands. Fear and worry suffused their minds. VS nodded in satisfaction when he saw their fear. He took no pleasure in their suffering, but he wanted them worried enough that they wouldn't think of pulling something off. He stepped forward, letting his armored boots clank against the deck of the mech stables. This caught their attention. Welcome to the makeshift headquarters of Captain Orphan from the 6th Flagrant Vandals. It's kind of a mess right now. It would be much cleaner here if we can get all of these mechs out. That's where you come in. I need you to put your hacking expertise to use and unlock these mechs so that the Vandals can make full use of them. Refusal is not an option. The three prisoners looked at VS as if he was a devil. WW, will you let my family go? Sure. VS whipped his hand dismissively. We'll have to keep you until the end of our deployment on Demon 4, but yes, if you do what you are told, you can leave with your families after this is over. Perhaps coming from him this might not have been much of a carrot, but the stick was big enough to force them into compliance anyway. The three hackers unanimously agreed to hack the mechs under his supervision. We don't have our tools. Without our special computers, it's going to be 4 times as hard to break into these mechs. We don't have enough time to retrieve your equipment. Make do with what you have. VS answered instantly. VS had already prepared some computer terminals for them. He also made sure to disconnect them from every other network. He wasn't too assured with disabling their connectivity from the operating system, so he took the extra step of opening up the gadgets and physically disabling the components that allowed it to connect with any networks. The only way these terminals could interact with other machines was through hardline cables. We can't work as well without our hacking software. I need to download my software suite from the Galactic Net. No! VS rejected in an even stronger this time. We won't risk you pulling something off on the Galactic Net. I know that mechs can still be hacked with a basic terminal, so don't give me any excuses. You work with the tools we've given you and nothing more. Though it certainly crippled the capabilities of these hackers, VS and the Vandals simply couldn't afford letting these Vision hackers run out of control. Thus, under gunpoint and under coercion, the kidnapped hackers proceeded to cobble up their own tools as they discussed how to hack the mechs. VS stood quietly behind the three and listened on. While he couldn't completely follow their thread of conversation, with the help of his newly acquired knowledge he understood enough to know if they did their jobs in earnest or tried to slip in something bad. After 2 hours, the hackers unlocked their first mech. Chapter 473 Moral Extend. The former abode of Javier's dastardly handsome bastards became much livelier once they subverted the locked mechs. Once the hackers got the hang of intruding into one particular mech, they applied the same solution to every other mech from the same model line, leading to a lot of time savings. Good work, Mr. Larkin's son, Captain Orphan said as she came down to the mech stables to see the results for herself. What is your progress so far? I prioritized getting the remaining bestial mechs to work, knowing that your mech pilots need some time to adjust themselves to their control schemes. After that, I began to unlock the lightest mechs. They're cheaper and their security suites aren't as tight as those on the more powerful mechs. Right now, we've brought 9 out of 16 undamaged mechs out of their slumber. Sadly, the mechs after this will be tough nuts to crack, Captain. VS kept his eyes glued to the panels projected in front of the three hackers. Not even once did he look away. He couldn't afford to miss anything should they try to pull something off. Captain Orphan looked on as some of the Vandal mech pilots that had answered her rallying call over the day entered the cockpits of their mechs. Soon, those mechs would be out on the streets. The dastardly handsome bastards have left some damaged mechs behind from our fight to take over their base. Is it possible for you to bring those mechs in working condition as well? I'll see what I can do, ma'am, but from the condition of those mechs, you really did a number on them. Proper repairs will take days. That's out of the question. We'll be departing from the surface in less than 2 days, perhaps even sooner. I need an extra mech up today. The pressure piled up on VS, who winced from the unreasonable order. I can't make any promises, ma'am, but perhaps I can jury-rig a mech together in a hurry. It won't perform up to standard, mind you. That's okay. Right now, we need as much mechs on their feet as possible. Having even a partially functional mech at our disposal is significant to us because we can leave it to guard this base while the combat-capable mechs are free to roam the streets of Naren City. He understood now. Captain Orphan didn't want to bring a mech online to fight against other mechs. She merely wanted something that looked big and scary enough to deter any troublemakers from approaching this occupied base. "Is it bad out there, ma'am?" The Vandal captain released a tired breath. "It's twice as bad as last night. Everyone is awake now, and at least a third of them can't sit still in their homes. Some are joining the riots, others are fed up and are banding together to fight against them, while more have gone mad entirely." With the Vandals visibly present in some portions of Naren City, the capital city became a complete madhouse. This otherwise prosperous and beautiful city became a focal point of death and suffering due to the unexpected arrival of the Vandals and the sheer incompetence of Lord Javier. Any planetary administrator wouldn't have let his people turn against themselves so suddenly. What happened out on the streets spoke much about Lord Javier's ability to lead and inspire the citizens of Deepman 4. "Leaving a half-operational mech as our only guard is kind of sketchy," VS remarked. "I'm not questioning your judgment, ma'am, but who knows what the Visions will do when they find out about our presence. Besides the police and House Anekin's household troops, there's also the gangs and mercenaries to contend with. They haven't shown up with their mech so far, but that might change in the future." Captain Orphan crossed her arms and looked on with a resolute gaze. "If it's a choice between putting more mechs out on the streets or keeping them holed up in our base, I would choose the former any day. We don't have enough mechs and mech pilots to spare. Finding Lord Javier goes beyond our safety." VS hoped it didn't come to that, but evidently the Vandals truly pushed themselves into a corner. He knew that any further arguments wouldn't work. "Very well, ma'am. After these hackers finish with the intact mechs, I'll work on getting a damaged mech up and running as soon as possible." "That's what I like to hear from you, Mr. Larkinson. If you will excuse me, I need to return to my office and plan my next moves with the main ground force." One more thing, ma'am. How is the main battle going on?" Orphan smirked. "We suffered a bit by losing those combat carriers, but the Visions have truly pissed us off. Major Verl survived the destruction of the stubby growler, and he's out for blood right now. We've initiated limited orbital bombardment on some of House Anekin's strongholds near the manufacturing district. Once our boys up in orbit started to pound those positions, they've begun to fall apart." They could both hear occasional explosions and other sounds of battle off in the distance. It reminded them both that a lot of Vandals fought hard to reach the same city that they already entered. "Will we be able to control the city after the main force breaks through?" "Not as such." Orphan shook her head. "As impressive as our numbers might be, this city is too big for a couple of hundred mechs to exert complete control. We can only concentrate our forces on a couple of districts if we want to maintain complete control." "I see." Captain Orphan departed the mech stables after they finished their discussion. VS wondered if she would pilot one of the recovered mechs herself. He imagined that she would feel far more comfortable to be out on the streets rather than to remain in base. As the three hackers started to get familiar with each other's capabilities, their ability to intrude into the mechs improved. However, because the mechs that remained locked possessed tighter locks, those time savings became swept up in the many obstacles in their way. It took a lot of struggle to get a couple more mechs back online. While VS still supervised their work, he also diverted his attention to supervising the repair process of one of the damaged mechs. He opened a schematic of the least damaged mech and figured out a couple of improvisations that would patch up the mech just enough to be able to walk around. "What do we do with the knee joints?" a mech technician asked besides VS. "When Captain Orphan's troopers invaded this base, they did a real number on that knee joint. It's a total loss and none of us are skilled enough to fabricate and install a replacement mechanism." "A mech doesn't need a functioning knee to move around," VS stated. It's sufficient to fuse the lower leg with the upper leg. Don't aim for perfect mobility. Just restore the limbs so that the mech can put its weight on it without collapsing. Can you do that? A light lit up in the mech technician's eyes. I'll get on that, sir. VS introduced a couple more solutions in that vein to the technicians, all the while keeping his eyes on his repair schematic and the work panels of the three hackers. An ordinary human wouldn't have been able to perform so many actions at once. Even if someone received a couple of gene boosts, they would still be hard-pressed to divide their attention without slipping up. Perhaps one of the Vision hackers underestimated VS and counted on that, because for a split second he uploaded a tiny script to the mech that the hackers worked on. VS hadn't even noticed how this hacker composed this script under his nose, but he nonetheless caught the hacker uploading something completely unknown to the mech. This script could do anything from broadcasting the location of the mech to the Visions to timing a forced shutdown in the middle of the battle. Safe to say, whatever the script entailed, the hacker was definitely up to no good. Halt! VS called out. He winked out the projection of the repair project and pushed the mech technician aside. Troops, pull the hackers back! The armored troops that stood guard over the Visions immediately dragged them back by the scruff of their necks. They squealed and complained, but VS was deaf to their pleas. His gaze landed on the Vision to the left. The man looked at VS with shaking eyes. You! VS pointed at the man. You just uploaded a script to the mech. What is it? It's nothing, I just wanted to test its second layer of verification by throwing a bunch of test data at it. There's nothing more. Oh? VS raised his eyebrows. Don't talk nonsense to me. I haven't seen you program this script, and I doubt it showed up on your terminal out of the blue. Show me the script. Under the looming presence of VS, the pathetic hacker shrank back. It's gone. It's already set to delete itself in the event of failure. VS stepped forward until he practically towered over the guy. The other two hackers to the side watched on with growing horror as their fellow captive became increasingly nervous. Even they could see the guilt affecting their colleague. What have you done? Nothing. Wrong answer. VS yelled and slapped the man's cheek bloody with his armored gauntlet. Can you revert what you have just done? No. I can't. This time, VS kicked out with his armored boot, causing the man to fling backwards and crack his ribs. Practically everyone in the mech stables gaped at his violent outburst. No one said anything. VS was in charge around here. In truth, VS didn't know what to do. The script potentially compromised a mech that the Vandals hoped to use. At its current state, who knew what might go wrong with this machine? Without beating the answer out of this rebellious hacker, VS wasn't confident enough to release the mech in question to the Vandals. Trooper. Yes, Mr. Larkin's son? Take this waste of space to the cells. Tell the guards there to interrogate him on what he did. I'll send a report with the details through my comms soon, so they'll know what to ask. Make sure to tell them to hurry up because we don't have much time left on this planet. Tell them to go to any lengths if necessary, decency be damned. On it, sir. I'll convey your words to the cell guards. For a moment, VS thought about beating the answer out of the hacker himself, but he figured the Vandals possessed a lot more expertise in that area. If he tried to interrogate the man himself, they might never get an answer before their time on Dietman 4 was up. VS also didn't want to sully his combat armor with the Vision's blood. As the trooper dragged the wheezing prisoner away, VS turned to the two remaining hackers. Missing one of their number set back their hacking progress by a lot. He could ill afford another incident. As you've just seen, I know a thing or two about what you are doing. As I've said before, don't pull anything off that isn't directly related to opening up these machines. Now get back to work! Why, yes, sir! VS didn't ask to be part of the flagrant vandals. Neither did he wish to be ejected from a pulverized ship and crash land on a hostile planet. He was willing to do almost anything to get away from this cesspool of a planet. How far am I willing to go? The spontaneous question disturbed him a bit, because he felt apprehensive at the thought of answering it. He suspected that the answer wouldn't make him very glad. Chapter 474 Compromised. The offending hacker never returned. VS imagined that the interrogation hadn't managed to cough up the answers they needed. Why did he sabotage us? The vandals made sure to grab his family members as well, so the man staked not only his own life, but everyone else he cared about as well. From what VS had seen from his brief encounter with the family, they didn't appear to be a dysfunctional family either. What brought a vision to risk damnation to everyone he cared about? Was it worth it to spite the flagrant vandals? I don't understand. Was the hacker a patriot? Did he truly hold so much loyalty to his state that he didn't hesitate to risk everything he held dear? It's so stupid. Perhaps he shared some of the blame as well. Though he kept a fairly keen eye on their actions, to the hackers it appeared that VS only barely paid attention to them with his multitasking. If they thought they could get away with something, then his own behavior only encouraged them to go through. In the end, nobody won. The hacker and his family would surely suffer a miserable fate because they directly crossed the vandals. Captain Orphan couldn't afford to be lenient in this regard, not if they wanted to keep the two surviving hackers in line. The vandals also suffered a setback due to the uncertain condition of the mech in question. It happened to be a powerhouse of a night mech, one of the few in the stables of the dastardly handsome bastards that could endure a beating. Every other mech of the former mercenary group served offensive of support roles, so they dearly needed a solid knight to protect their backline. Can this mech be recovered? VS investigated it for a time, but quickly figured out that it possessed one of the most advanced security suites of the mechs in their possession. The night mech must be one of the prestige mechs of the bastards for it to be so stuffed with security measures. Damn it! That hacker must have bided his time until he began to work on this mech. Captain Orphan and her band of shipwrecked vandals already ran a threadbare operation in Naren City. The loss of a single mech severely impacted their chances to survive and complete their objectives. The amount of restraint they needed to adopt alone would set them back by as much as half. Yet what could they do? VS couldn't trust the remaining two Vision hackers in their grasp, and neither did he possess the ability to reverse the afflicted mech's condition. In the end, VS decided to punt the decision to the woman in charge. As soon as he contacted Captain Orphan through his comm, the woman looked back with a serious expression. I am already aware of what transpired. These Vision slimes are willing to do everything they can to ingratiate themselves with the nobles. The hacker holed up in our holding cell must have thought to buy Lord Javier's favor. Humph! He won't be receiving a good end, I can promise you that. VS brushed the fate of the hacker aside. He could care less about that worm right now. That still leaves the question on what to do with the mech in question, ma'am. I'd hate to leave a night mech unused, but in my professional judgment the risks of deploying it are substantial. The script that the hacker had slipped in only contained a few lines of code, but they might have activated some traps embedded in the night mech's programming. It could be anything from shutting off the mech in the middle of a pitched battle to breaching the containment around the cockpit and dumping loads of waste heat inside. Certain mech designers like to employ such traps in their mechs and offer them to the market as security features. With the amazing amount of power and value associated with mechs, theft was an unavoidable fact of life. The amount of potentates willing to make a living by stealing mechs instead of piloting them in battle was quite a lot, and over hundreds of years they became rather inventive in their methods. Security suites kept pace as well, of course. When VS licensed a cockpit production license, it already came with an appropriate security suite. Since the cockpit models he selected for the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord designs fell into the premium range, VS had never heard of someone managing to steal them from their rightful owners. Yet, there would always be freaks and genius hacking teams that could accomplish the impossible. To deter these threats, Mech sometimes incorporated a couple of hidden self-sabotage measures that would spring their traps at the right time. VS himself never thought about using such inane methods because he didn't care too much about in whose hands his mechs ended up with after his company sold them off for the first time. The mech designer of the night mech in front of him thought otherwise. This person must have been a rather vindictive fellow, because its multi-layered security was replete with traps and other obstacles. It took the two remaining hackers a lot of effort to get past the final locks. The risks of taking the night mech along our deployments is too great, Orphan eventually decided. Yet it's a shame to keep it in the stables. Tell you what. I'll allow it to be brought online, but assign the mech to guard this base. The damage it could do to our other mechs will be kept to a minimum. That safeguarded the Vandal mechs deployed on the streets, but opened the door to other risks inside the base. VS did not know whether to feel comfortable with this solution, because the fallout of a compromised mech might spill out to the rest of the base. Still, it wasn't as if they had any choice. Let's do that then. A mech pilot came to wake the dubious mech up. Nothing strange happened at the start, so the sabotage didn't go into effect at once. VS read the telemetry transmitted by the mech but couldn't spot any anomalies either. In the end, he gave up trying to figure out the consequences and let the mech take up its guard duty. All right, get back to work! VS yelled at the Vision hackers. There are still several more mechs to go. It took a long time to get the handful of remaining mechs to unlock. Night had fallen by the time the mech stables became empty. The only untouched mechs that remained consisted of a handful of damaged mechs that the Vandals had somehow taken out in the process of conquering this base. They didn't have enough time to bring them all online. VS hounded the hackers past their exhaustion and forced them to unlock the one mech which the mech technicians labored to restore to limited functionality. Its lame leg might not provide the damaged mech with a lot of mobility, but when it came to standing guard, its crippled limb didn't pose much of a hindrance. This is all I can do for now. Both the mech technicians and the hackers worked in a never-ending shift. While VS himself felt he could go on for an entire week, the others only possessed a limited physique. Pushing them on was out of the question. You can rest now. The mech technicians sighed and dragged their weary bodies out of the mech stables. Troopers carried the prisoners back to their cells. Hardly anything of value remained in the empty mech stables. VS didn't feel like sleeping now, so he stood on a lifter platform and ordered it to bring him up to the roof of the stables. He sat down on its surface and looked out towards Naran City's skyline at night. From the din over the city, he determined that most of the riots had petered out. Right now, this was the time when mechs came to the fore. With their advanced sensors, they encountered no hindrance when they fought during the night. A staccato of explosions, collisions and collapsing structures constantly sounded out in the distance. Even if the Vandals managed to break House Anekin's household troops, that still left plenty of opposition in the manufacturing district and the city proper. The government may have fallen back, but the private sector still had some teeth left into them. It was a shame that they would never lift a finger to help each other out. Most of the fighting that he could hear from the distance must have come from the Vandals defeating each private sector outfit in a piecemeal fashion. Again, this was another sign that Lord Javier fell short. A unifying leader should have been able to call up every mech in Naran City no matter who they owed their allegiance to and form them into dedicated defense units. That hasn't happened though. Instead, Lord Javier went underground as soon as the Vandal fleet arrived in his star system. The noble descendant of a powerful count completely disgraced himself, and never hesitated in throwing away a substantial amount of his defense force at slowing down the Vandals. Many Vision Mech pilots lost their lives against the Vandals. All of them had been nurtured by House Anakin at a significant cost. Loyalty couldn't be bought at an instant. It could only be nurtured over time. Losing these mechs and men certainly affected House Anakin's overall strength. The disaster happening in the Dietmann's system already affected their prestige in many ways. Obvious to all, Lord Javier failed to step up and showed the Vigia kingdom what a noble was made of. He disgraced his house and his father who put him in charge. Let alone the Count, the Duchess of Emodries herself must feel awfully pissed at his actions. Still, chances are he'll make it out alive. Right or wrong, Lord Javier picked the option with the highest chance of survival for himself. Even if the rebels and the Vandals made a concerted effort in scouring the palace and its surroundings, Naren City was simply too big to find someone who wanted to hide. VS gazed out at the city and wondered what the Vandals would do. They only had one day left before they needed to depart the system. Even if the Visions are a little tardy, reinforcements shouldn't be too far away. VS heard a couple of sounds of fighting in the distance. Another conflict heated up, ensuring that this would be a sleepless night for many. As VS considered whether to turn in for the night or do some extra work, he spotted something in the distance. A loft sound of something massive being launched brushed past his ears. Ha! Instinctively, he looked up and saw some faint reflections arcing in the sky. It fell directly towards the base that used to be owned by the dastardly handsome bastards. His eyes widened as the explosive shell landed on one of the base's administrative buildings. Boom! The nearby explosion rocked VS off his butt and bounced him backwards on the roof. He didn't care about his sorry state but tried to scramble up to his feet. He ran back towards the side and looked at the impact site in horror. The office building hadn't been built with defense in mind. Though it was resistant to incidental damage from mechs, it had never been built to withstand a direct artillery shell. Base turrets should have intercepted such attacks, but the Vandals already destroyed them when they took over the base. Alarms rang out throughout the entire base, and much of the Vandals started to move. Incoming mechs! Evacuate the remaining structures! Take the underground escape tunnels! VS cursed as he spotted a second shell arcing down towards the base. This time, the explosive payload seemed to be aiming straight at the mech stables. I gotta go! He hurried onto his floater platform and tried to urge the sluggish device to bring him away from the roof. He also grabbed his floating helmet and slammed it onto his head, just in time for the shell to land and explode against the roof of the mech stables. This time, the blast almost engulfed VS as he desperately rode his floater platform to safety. The fragile device instantly crumpled, leaving VS to lose his only support in the air. His armored body started to fall. Chapter 475 Without Direction. The awful thing about the long-range artillery bombardment was that the Vandals lacked the means to stop it. The two mechs that guarded the base might as well be decoration for their complete inability to stop the artillery bombardment, or chase down the artillery mech responsible for targeting their base. While the first shell pulverized the office building in an instant, at least not a lot of Vandals should have been working there at this time. After VS brought the last mechs online, Captain Orphan and some other mech pilots entered their cockpits and marched into the streets of Naren City. The mech stables also turned into an empty shell. VS dismissed most of the mech technicians, so besides some stragglers, not a lot of people got hurt. That didn't reassure VS very much though, because he stupidly took a break on the roof. Now, with the second shell detonating on the roof, his body fell in the air and dropped several stories down until his armored form crashed against the ground. His light combat armor only offered a limited amount of protection to the fall. The suit played a very minimal in mitigating the impact, thereby causing VS to take the brunt of damage. "It hurts!" Even as VS cried out in pain, the damage wasn't as bad as he expected. His extremely sturdy body hadn't broken any bones as far as he was aware of. He just felt enormously bruised from the hard fall. A third shell landed in the base, this time targeting the barracks. A couple of sleepy vandals had woken up from the first two detonations and evacuated from the structure, but not everyone got away in time. "Abandon everything and escape through the tunnels," Lieutenant Burke broadcasted over everyone's comm. "If we get separate, rendezvous at Point Theta if you can." Some of the vandals ran around like headless chickens, but once everyone became reminded of the evacuation tunnels, they poured towards the underground entrance. Nobody thought about defending their position. It held no more value now that they managed to bring all of the intact Mech station back online. The vandals wouldn't stick around long enough to use the base as a supply point anyway, so no Mech needed to return. Simply put, the base had served its use and turned into deadweight. If VS looked at it in a more cynical fashion, then he might even argue that Captain Orphan only cared about the Mechs. Once she got her toys, she heartlessly cast off the support personnel with a token defense force. "If Captain Orphan arranged more defenses, we wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state," VS muttered as he scrambled to his feet and hurried in the direction of the tunnels. His scuffed and bent combat armor creaked as he moved. "Who's bombarding us anyway?" In general, only the larger private outfits or government forces employed artillery mechs, and only under a limited amount of circumstances. Resorting to explosive shells in a city came with lots of repercussions. He also couldn't figure out who would target the base. Was it the government, or a private sector outfit? Why did they target a base with very limited utility to the Vandals? VS found no answers to his question. In the end, too many things happened outside of his purview. He had no idea what Captain Orphan was up to and why she had been so insistent in putting as much mechs on the streets as possible. He didn't think about it anymore as he entered the protective embrace of the underground tunnels. As far as tunnels went, the ones dug up by the dastardly handsome bastards didn't go that far underground. Instead, it connected to a network of tunnels shared by a number of neighboring facilities. This spread around the coast and allowed multiple organizations to make use of the same tunnels. Of course, breaking into a facility from an underground entrance wouldn't be easy. The single point of entry allowed many facilities to erect a lot of defenses at their emergency exits, so no vandal thought about breaking into them. Instead, they marched forth until they couldn't go any further. "Go up!" They entered a sloping tunnel that slowly brought them back up to the surface. By the time the survivors poked their heads above the ground, they had reached a fair distance away from the ruined base. Lieutenant Burke counted the survivors and pressed her lips. "Only 23 of us present here. Perhaps some other vandals evacuated through some other routes, but they would have ended up far away from her group." Their abilities differed substantially as well. While they didn't have any mech pilots on hand, around half of her group consisted of mech technicians. Others knew their way around with weapons, and they even got the 2 exoskeleton-suited soldiers with them, whose presence managed to reassure everyone. "It doesn't look good, men," the lieutenant said. "We ran with nothing but our clothes on our backs. Some of you are armed, but over half of us are empty-handed. We also lost our communication lines with Captain Orphan, the rebels, and the main Vandal force. As far as I'm aware of, we are on our own." VS raised his hand. "Can't we contact the Vandals through the galactic net?" "Out of the question," Burke sternly rebuked him. "Communicating through the networks of our enemy is sheer folly. Even if we bypass the access points around us and track down the location of a quantum entanglement node, we'll still be exposing our communications because the other pair of the node is in the grasp of the Visions. They'll be able to read everything we say. What's the plan, then? The lieutenant frowned even deeper. She scratched her chin as she fell into a somewhat indecisive state. Most of the Vandals present looked at her for hope. As the highest-ranking officer in their midst, everyone relied on her to get them out of this fix. We should make our way to the main force of the Vandals. We'll have to cross at least half the city to do that, so the first thing we need to do is to procure some vehicles. We need more arms as well. We shouldn't rely on our tin cans to protect us in our stead. Good idea. We'll raid a weapon stockpile along the way if we can, but our highest priority is to obtain secure vehicles. That was easy to say, but most of the vehicles that should have been buzzing in the air of Naren City had disappeared. They'd need to break in somewhere to get their hands on some sturdy vehicles. Not any aircar would do. Preferably, they could get a hold of something that could survive a couple of missile impacts. Lieutenant Burke opened up a projection that depicted a map of Naren City. She pointed out their current location. As you can see, we're situated in a middle-class district with lots of small enterprises. I think we can grab what we want if we target some of the neighboring facilities. Someone objected to the suggestion. Burke pointed at a tall and burly mech technician. Lieutenant, don't forget our assailants are still at large. They could be trying to track us down right now. I understand your position, but I won't change my orders. We're in no shape to leave this district and enter the downtown area on foot. It's far too dangerous out there. Lieutenant Burke studied the map and tried to find the nearest facility that could potentially supply them with their survival needs. VS looked onto the side and studied the same map. Different from his own map, Burke's version contained the last known locations of Captain Orphan's mechs. It turned out that they went straight downtown towards the Palace District. They arrived there first, in fact, and clashed a bit with some of House Anekin's mechs before they linked up with the rebels' forces that occupied the recently abandoned palace. VS would need to cross several kilometers over some of the most chaotic districts if he wanted to reach the palace. He would be better off if he took a detour and reached the manufacturing district, where he could finally return to the protective embrace of the Vandals. Sadly, Lieutenant Burke had other plans in mind. The way I see it, Lord Javier shouldn't have fled so far. Our invasion completely took him by surprise. If he's hiding somewhere in Naren City, he shouldn't have been able to reach the outer districts without tipping someone off. His likeliest hiding spot should be around the palace. Captain Orphan and much of the rebels are already searching there. VS interjected. Our presence there won't contribute to the search. We'll just be weighing down our own mechs. Many of the mech technicians quietly nodded. They knew how dangerous it was for exposed human beings to survive around mechs as they fought. The potential for collateral damage was extremely high. Need I remind you, Mr. Larkin's son, you are not in charge around here. Strictly speaking, you're a researcher. You hold no rank over us, so stand back and let us worry about your safety. If VS wasn't mistaken, Lieutenant Burke still held a bit of a grudge against him over the argument on kidnapping the hackers. It hadn't reached the point of affecting her professionalism, but she firmly refused to listen to his suggestions. Fair enough, Lieutenant. VS shrugged, conceding the point. It might not be such a bad thing for her to be the leader, as he wasn't quite a leader himself. Though Burke looked a little young for the job, she did her best to step up and enact her responsibilities as an officer of the Mech Corps. Our target is this facility here. It's 20 minutes away on foot, and there shouldn't be any dangerous elements along the way. Lieutenant Burke increased the size of her projection, allowing everyone to see the facility in question. It's an intercity aircar depot. Exactly, and a small one at that. While most of its vehicles consist of fragile civilian aircars, The depot also stores several armored shuttles for when they need to transport VIPs or sensitive goods. This is exactly what we need to obtain right now. What about weapons, ma'am? It's unlikely the depot holds more than a couple of gun lockers. The company that operates this aircar depot never shoots back at its assailants. If they tried to break into the aircar depot, their route wouldn't take them anywhere close to a company that might maintain an armory of weapons. A lot of the vandals present looked disappointed. They felt naked without a gun in their hands. Though they were willing to entrust their safety to the two exoskeleton soldiers, they still felt ill at ease. This was reality, though. Lieutenant Burke refused to take a detour to rob a weapons cache. Time was of the essence, and they couldn't afford to linger in this district. Burke looked at each of the men and women under her lead. Don't forget that we have one more day until our welcome is worn out. We have to do our best to find Lord Javier. Who knows if our presence may provide a breakthrough in narrowing down their whereabouts. Let's go! They marched forth in a loose and spread formation. One of the exoskeleton soldiers walked way ahead in order to scout the way for the main body. Other vandals with soldiering experience hopped from cover to cover, trying to minimize their exposure. An attack could come from any direction. The vandals mostly feared the windows and rooftops to either side of the street. Though their sensors cleared these sites of threats, these devices could still be fooled. VS walked in the middle of their formation. As a helpless mech designer, the vandals didn't expect him to contribute to any firefights. Obviously, they hadn't found out about his Amastendera. As long as he didn't need to pull out his weapon, VS was fine with being mistaken as a toothless civilian. Halt! The exoskeleton soldier up ahead spoke through their channel. Enemy ahead! One light mech patrolling in our direction.